Chapter 471 Bloody Storm. Coming in the face. G Party is efficient in doing things. They held a meeting in the lower world to avoid delaying important matters after the meeting in the heavenly court. Within half an hour, all the topics were discussed, and everyone went to prepare. Just before everyone was about to leave, a gust of yellow wind blew from the west. And in an instant, it blew across the prehistoric fairyland and even the heavens and the worlds. After everyone sensed the power of this yellow wind, they were quickly moved. This wind is wrong. My perception was blinded. Coming from the direction of Lingshan? Did Tathagata take action? It shouldn't be. Li Huanyan appeared in time to stabilize the morale of the army. Everyone in G Party knew that Li Huanyan had become a disciple of Pangamadam Holy Mother Yuan Jun. And now, he was in charge of the demon flag of the Wahuang Palace. His status was only higher than when he was in the Changsheng realm before. Li Huanyan recognized the origin of this divine wind. There is a yellow-haired marten at the foot of Lingshan Mountain. It stole the clear oil in the glass cup. Tathagata not only did not kill it, but also gave it a chance to refine the Samadhi divine wind. Samadhi divine wind? It is the same level of magical power as Red Boy's Samadhi true fire. Li Huanyan's face was solemn, but although this Samadhi divine wind was blown by the yellow-haired marten, it seems to have another meaning. It was the yellow-haired marten that blew the wind. And it was not Tathagata who took off with the wind. Or even Tontian. Half a minute after Li Huanyan appeared, Ji Changsheng also appeared to stabilize the morale of the army. He had to appear, because this wind was so strong. Li Huanyan's own persuasiveness was not enough. At this time, in the prehistoric fairyland, the world was changing coldly, and the invisible yellow sand swirled. It broke through the forest and broke the ridges, and the pine and plum trees were toppled. It spread the dust and collapsed the hills. In the human world, the red sun was dim, and the stars in the sky were all dim. Birds from the south mountain flew to the north mountain, and the water from the east lake overflowed to the west lake. Males and females were separated and did not call each other, and it was difficult for the mother and child to call each other. If it was just like this, it would not scare the elites of the G Party. They were all heroes who had fought out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and they had seen the turbulent scenes in the human world. But after this yellow wind blew from the Lingshan mountain to the human world, it did not declare an end. Instead, it took advantage of the situation and swept across the world and went straight to the heaven. Even the heaven and the underworld were turned upside down. The blue sky shook the bullfighting palace, trying to blow down the Sunluo palace. Shenwu turtles and snakes lost their group, and the mules of Zishu were floating on their bridles. The caves in the immortal mountains were dark, and the islands of Penglai were dim. Lao Jun could not take care of the alchemy furnace, and the god of longevity put away the dragon beard fan. The queen mother was on her way to the peach festival, and a gust of wind blew off her skirt and waist bracelet. Erlang lost his way in Guangzhou city, and Neza could not get the sword in the box. The king of heaven lost the palm tower, and Lu Ban hung the golden head drill. The dragon king searched for Yiksha all over the sea, and the thunder god looked for lightning everywhere. The 10 generations of the king of hell looked for the judge, and the bullhead chased the horse face in the underworld. This is very scary. Although the members of the G Party are elites, they have not seen such a big battle many times. There is no doubt that this wind is declaring war, and it is warning the strong in the heavens and the worlds. We are not afraid of the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor, the Queen Mother, the God of Justice, and the heavenly kingly, all staggered under the Samadhi divine wind. It wasn't just the heavenly palace. After the yellow wind raged in the heavenly palace, it started to attack the Buddhist masters. The 3-story Lane Palace collapsed, and the Jiaozhou stone bridge collapsed in two. 500 arhats were making a commotion, and the 8 great Vajras were all shouting. Manjusri's green-haired lion left, and Samantabhadra's white elephant was hard to find. The wind blew to Putua Mountain, rolling up a volume of Guanyin Sutra. White lotuses flew to the seashore, blowing down the 12 courtyards of bodhisattvas. Seeing this violent wind that ravaged the world, even with Ji Changsheng in person, the people of Ji's party were still dumbfounded. Changsheng, what's going on? Isn't it too exaggerated? The saint personally came down to take sides? What is this yellow wind covering up? Ji Changsheng looked in the direction of the Bio Palace, and his voice was a little strange. It covers up the fact that the disciples of Jeju broke the ban and came out. With the help of the authority of the Jade Emperor and the intelligence network of Li Huanyan's demon flag, Ji Changsheng saw the truth at this time. The meaning of this violent wind was obvious. But what it really did was to sweep away all the disciples of Jeju, who were divided by major forces. The purpose of sweeping them away seemed obvious, to help Bull Demon King ascend to Daluo. Li Huanyan reacted instantly. Chansheng, have you killed Quinia? Ji Chansheng threw Quinia's body on the spot. Ji's party cheered. Li Huanyan was not excited, but realized the truth. It seems that Tontian Patriarch has not admitted his defeat. But Chansheng, you can come back. So Tontian Patriarch should have admitted his defeat. Wait, I will check the news of Lingshan. After a while, Li Huanyan confirmed one thing. Tathagata has left Lingshan. Ji Chansheng raised his eyebrows. That should be correct. Tontian had already accepted his fate, and was persuaded by Tathagata. Although there is no evidence, Jishin's investigation focuses on a free conviction. Even if Tathagata was wronged, Detective Ji had no psychological pressure. Li Huanyan saw such a big battle and wondered. Tathagata persuaded Tontian to stand on the side of Bull Demon King and bet all the former disciples of Jeju. Why did he think he had a chance of winning? Ji Chansheng thought about it, and his face looked a little strange. Tontian misjudged the strength of the two saints in the west, and Tathagata also misjudged it. This is related to him. But Tontian and Tathagata Buddha didn't know. Every sip and every bite has a previous relationship. After Li Huanyan sorted out the logic, her face became strange. Bull Demon King wants to be promoted to Daluo, and Tathagata wants to be a saint. With such a big battle, it should be. Tontian supports Tathagata? That's not surprising. It fits Tongtian's sainthood. Every time he can accurately choose the only wrong answer. Who says Tontian has a bad vision? Chansheng, the battlefield has escalated to this level. How can we resist? Kill together. Ji Chansheng waved his hand. Without any hesitation, we will kill as many as come. Huanyan, you take charge of the situation. I will go to appease our allies. This win not only scared Ji's party, it also scared many allies of Chansheng Emperor. The combination of Tontian Jiaozhu plus Tathagata Buddha is indeed very intimidating. But after being scared, Ji Chansheng found that his allies were unexpectedly firm this time. Even many of his soft bones, who were not presentable in his impression before, showed unusual toughness. For example, the Heavenly King Li who holds the pagoda. It is really tragic. Half of the strength of Heavenly King Li is in the 7 treasures Linglong pagoda of the 33 heavens golden relics that he holds. This time, the Samadhi divine wind from Lingshan directly blew away his 7 treasures Linglong tower. How could Li Tianwang bear this? Emperor, I have found out that this time it was Tathagata Buddha who used the Samadhi divine wind, the innate magical power of the yellow-haired sable raised in Lingshan, to declare war on you. The Emperor, and Tontian Sect Master, was secretly supporting him behind the scenes. At this point, Li Tianwang said hatefully, the gods and Buddhas who are close to you have all been targeted by this Samadhi divine wind. The disciples of Jeju, who suffered in the conferred gods' tribulation in the past, also gained a brief freedom under this Samadhi divine wind. It is wishful thinking for Tathagata to restore Jijia's former glory. Ji Chansheng looked at Li Tianwang, who seemed to have changed into a different person, and was a little dazed for a while. This was a form of Li Tianwang he had never seen before, but he reacted quickly. The glory and status of Li Tianwang, Neza, and Yang Jian were all gained by stepping on Jeji disciples in the conferred gods' tribulation. Tontian Jiaozhu and Tathagata Buddha want to restore the monarchy at this time, which is absolutely irreconcilable for these new nobles. What's more, Tathagata wants to help Bull Demon King to become the Demon King and ride on our heads. This is absolutely unacceptable. Li Tianwang's voice was very firm. Emperor, you give an order, this time to conquer Suyin Mountain Banana Cave. Neza and I will obey your command without any hesitation. Ji Chansheng reminded, Heavenly King, this time we have to fight for real. Li Tianwang laughed and said, Emperor, I was already the general of the Shang dynasty before the conferred god tribulation began. There were countless casualties in the conferred god tribulation, and only 7 people survived and were able to be conferred gods in the flesh. And I was one of them. I got this position of the Grand Marshal of the Heavenly Court Army by not just flattering. So please wait and see this time. Emperor, Ji Chansheng was originally worried that Li Tianwang was used to slacking off and would no longer fight. But from the current appearance, it seems that Li Tianwang is still very good at fighting. Speaking of which, Niu Mong didn't know that the ancient Buddha Randing was behind him. Li Tianwang also didn't know that the ancient Buddha Randing was behind Yomong. Behind this wave, the forces of the ancient Buddha Randing were fighting among themselves. But since Randing himself didn't say it, Ji Changsheng certainly wouldn't say it. Since the king asked for a fight, I naturally won't refuse. Before the battle, please do one thing for the king. Please ask the emperor to order. Li Tianwang knew that this should be a token of surrender. Ji Changsheng chuckled and said, Go to the God of Food Palace and ask Master Kong for a whole beef feast. And send it to the Tishida Palace for the Green Bull Demon. You and Neza will deliver it in person. Li Tianwang didn't understand. Emperor, there is no need to humiliate him like this. When he reaches the level of the Green Bull Demon, he will not treat ordinary bulls as bulls. This is probably useless. Just like he himself does not treat ordinary people as people at his current level. When one's status reaches a certain level, it is natural to break away from the original class. Ji Changsheng said calmly, It's not ordinary beef. It's kuei beef. Li Tianwang took a second to react. Then his knees softened, and he almost knelt in front of Ji Changsheng. He finally realized why Tantian's sect master was furious. At this time, the news that Kuei Neo was killed had not spread. Li Tianwang was the first to know. He looked at Ji Changsheng with a look of amazement. Your Majesty, did you kill Quinia? Ji Changsheng added, I killed it in front of Tantian. Plop. Li Tianwang really knelt. No wonder this yellow wind was so violent. It turned out that Master Tantian wanted to change the car. At this time, Li Tianwang completely understood Master Tonqian's reaction. Then, he heard the voice of Changsheng Emperor, who seemed to be smiling. Why? King, you dare not? Li Tianwang took a deep breath. I will obey the order of the Emperor. Ji Changsheng nodded in approval. Very good. This time the yellow wind raged, and the heavens suffered countless losses. After this battle, all compensation will be paid by Lingshan. After you send Kuei beef to Tishita Palace, settle the account losses, and report to Shishao Yuqing Mansion. I will go to Lingshan to ask for it in person after the war. Li Tianwang cowed out again. The emperor is wise. The second ally that Ji Changsheng met was Guanyin Bodhisattva. Guanyin Bodhisattva is tougher than Li Tianwang. And very surprised. Emperor, there is a way. Ji Changsheng looked at Guanyin Bodhisattva. What is the solution? Avalokitesvara explained in a low voice. Manjusri's blue lion, Samantabhadra's white elephant, and many mounts of Jeju disciples were swept away by the yellow wind this time, and regained their freedom temporarily. These mounts have restrictions in their bodies. Tantian Jiaozhu may have a way to break it, but he didn't do it himself now. But everyone can see that Tathagata Buddha is behind the Samadhi divine wind this time. And Tathagata Buddha is supported by Tantian Jiaozhu. So no one would be stupid enough to call back their own mounts now, unless they are determined to stand on the side of Xingdi. Most gods and Buddhas decided to wait and see. This gave these mounts temporary freedom. And Manjusri Bodhisattva's mount, the blue lion spirit, was once the Chiosho fairy among Tantian Jiaozhu's 7 attendants. The white elephant that Samantabhadra rides on was once Linjiaxian, one of the 7 immortals who accompanied Master Tantian. In addition, there are many former core disciples of Jeju. Ji Changsheng didn't understand the surprise of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Guanyin Bodhisattva reminded, these disciples from Jeju are very resentful of Yuanshi Tianwang. Then what? They now know how powerful Yuanshi Tianwang is, and they dare not retaliate against him. But they dare to retaliate against my brother. Ji Changsheng finally understood what Guanyin Bodhisattva meant. He mourned for Yuqing Zhenwang in his heart. It's really unlucky to be your brother. Guanyin Bodhisattva ignored this sentence. These demon kings who were born as Jeju disciples gathered around Bull Demon King, and they would definitely want revenge. With this, it is reasonable for Bull Demon King to attack my brother. They dare not kill my brother. But making my brother pregnant, and using this to embarrass Yuanshi Tianwang is definitely something the Jeju disciples can do. Especially since many Jeju disciples still hate me. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva is the compassionate Guanyin Bodhisattva who saves the suffering and the distressed for the human race. The means used against the demons can be seen from Red Boy. Despite this, please ask Jidu Xingjuan to take action and arouse their evil thoughts. It is best to let Ri Zhenxian take the Jeju disciples to take action and make everything seamless, so that Yuanshi Tianwang can't see any flaws. Ji Changsheng was amazed. A gust of yellow wind. Some people saw opportunities. Some saw danger. And some saw love. Emperor. In this way, Bull Demon King is dead. After Yuanshi Tianwang knows. He may be furious and kill Bull Demon King directly. It is indeed possible. But Ji Changsheng refused. The matter of the true king's pregnancy can be manipulated. But it will be exposed after the war. Bull Demon King. I will kill him myself. Guanyin Bodhisattva was stunned. Why is the emperor so brave this time? This does not match her impression of Ji Changsheng's style of doing things. Ji Changsheng said calmly, the atmosphere has been set here. If I don't go down and kill a river of blood, it will be a shame for such a big scene. Bodhisattva. You don't need to take action this time. Just plunder the formation. A quarter of an hour later. Suiyun Mountain. Banana Cave. In the air. A pot was set up, covering half of the sky. Master Kong looked at the Changsheng Emperor in front of him with reverence, and waved his hand casually. The Kui Niu Jing was disemboweled. Blood rain filled the sky and poured down, instantly extinguishing the flame mountain of 800 worlds. The bloody wind just stopped, and the bloody rain came again. Old bull, come out to see your second brother. Chapter 472 Changsheng slaughters the cow. Taishang rides the dragon. The cows of a family must be in good order. Changsheng Emperor focuses on a kind heart. At this time, the Bull Demon King is unable to split himself. He is still going through the inner demon tribulation. Although Luo is trying his best to help the Bull Demon King, and has tried his best to let him go, the Great Tribulation is still the Great Tribulation. Even the inner demon tribulation after letting him go is not easy to go through. From the time Ji Changsheng killed Quinia to the time when he came to the Banana Cave in Suiyun Mountain, it has not been long. After making a series of arrangements on his side, the Bull Demon King felt relieved to go through the tribulation. He did not know about the series of things happening in the outside world. He also did not know that his good brothers had embarked on their own different destinies. Tushita Palace. The Green Bull Demon looked at the whole cow banquet brought by Li Tianwang and his son with disdain in his eyes. Li Tianwang. Do you think I have a taboo against eating beef? The Green Bull Demon sneered. I am the flat-horned green bull that the saint rides. Not those unintelligent bulls in the mortal world. They are not of the same race as me. Beef? I like beef the most. Li Tianwang was not surprised by the reaction of the Green Bull Demon. When he reported to Ji Changsheng before, he said that the Green Bull Demon would not have such a mental cleanliness obsession as not eating beef. However, Li Tianwang looked at the Green Bull Demon with pity. Green Bull, take a closer look at this table of all beef feast. The ingredients are not ordinary beef in the mortal world. The Green Bull Demon then took a closer look. Then the pair of bull eyes widened instantly. After a moment, 2 lines of hot tears flowed from the bull's eyes. Second brother? Is it the meat of the second brother? No. This is impossible. Li Changqi. It must be Li Changqi. This must be an illusion. The look in Li Tianwang's eyes towards the Green Bull Demon became even more compassionate. Take a bite, and see if it is your second brother's meat. 2 lines of hot tears flowed from the Green Bull Demon's eyes. His heart collapsed, because he knew very well that in the Tishita Palace, Li Changqi's illusion could not be fake. After all, Taishang Laojun was in charge here, and he and Quinia had a deep brotherly love, and the bond from blood relationship had already explained everything. He just didn't understand. How could something happen to my second brother? Who dares to attack my second brother? My second brother is Lingbao Tianzuan's mount. He caused such a big incident in Jindo Mountain. But once Taishang Laojun showed up, wasn't he still safe and sound? Li Tianwang kindly answered his question. Of course, it was Changsheng Dadi who did it himself. The Green Bull Demon still didn't understand. How dare he? How did he do it? What about Lingbao Tianzuan? Didn't Lingbao Tianzuan do it? Li Tianwang's next sentence made the Green Bull Demon's eyes go dark. Lingbao Tianzuan showed up personally. Then, later, the great Emperor Changsheng killed Kui Niu in front of Lingbao Tianzuan, and asked the god of food to prepare 10,000 tables of cattle banquets, sending 100 tables to Bio Palace to celebrate Lingbao Tianzuan, and sending 1 table to Tushita Palace to celebrate you. The Green Bull Demon was furious. How dare he? Li Tianwang said, Green Bull, eat this table of cattle banquet, and the last time you coveted my weapons and magic treasures will be written off. The Green Bull Demon was furious. Li, who do you think you are? Ji Changsheng offended Lingbao Tianzuan and is about to perish. You will soon follow in his footsteps. No one can offend a saint. This cognition is not wrong in theory. Unfortunately, the information obtained by the Green Bull Demon is incomplete. Li Tianwang reminded, did you feel the strong wind just now? The green bull demon nodded subconsciously. That Samadhi divine wind also blew to the Tishita Palace. It even interrupted the alchemy of Taishan Laojun. And the restrictions that the green bull demon suffered in the Tishita Palace were also completely blown away by the wind. However, due to the green bull demon's awe of his master, he still shrank in the cowshed honestly and dared not make any movement. Li Tianwang explained, that strong wind is the revenge of Lingbao Tianzuan. Your brother Niumoang is going to be promoted to Daluo. And Lingbao Tianzuan has a demonic wind that swept across the world. Countless demon clan strongmen, former disciples of Jiejiao, including strongmen who want to harm Chansheng Dadi, have gathered in Suiyun Mountain at this time. The green bull demon was excited. Unfortunately, you didn't run away. Qingyo, the great emperor of immortality, ordered, as long as you eat this whole cow feast, all your past offenses against him will be forgiven. If you don't eat, Quinia's today will be your tomorrow. This is outrageous. The Qingyo demon was furious again. He was afraid of Taishan Laojun, never the great emperor of immortality. You little boy. You insulted me like this. I will make him pay. The Qingyo demon stood up and prepared to leave the Tishita Palace and go to Suiyun Mountain in the lower world to help the bull demon king. Li Tianwang did not stop him. No one in the entire Tishita Palace stopped him. The Qingyo demon, who walked to the door of the Tishita Palace, was startled and turned back again. No. You arranged an ambush outside, wanting me to follow in the footsteps of my second brother. Li Tianwang's eyes were filled with regret. It was the master's decision to confine me to the Tishita Palace. You are deliberately provoking me to make me violate the master's decree. The green bull demon came to his senses and broke out in a cold sweat. He almost died. Although he was the mount of the Saint Tai Ching, some of the demon kings, who had no hope of being promoted to Daluo, wanted to drive for the saint. They hoped that the green bull demon would die quickly. Under normal circumstances, no one dared to kill the green bull demon. But if the green bull demon violated the saint's prohibition, the Saint Tai Ching would not say anything if he was killed. Especially for Ji Changsheng. Yu Linglong and the great master Xuandu would speak for him. As long as the green bull demon was looking for death, he would dare to kill another green bull. Unfortunately, among the 4 brothers of the Niu family, the green bull demon was the one with more brains. Probably second only to the bull demon king. So he reacted at the last moment. Seeing Li Tianwang's face as if he had eaten shit, Qin Yo Jing was full of relief. But also a little scared. Li Tianwang, you actually dared to harm me. Li Tianwang did not explain the current situation. He just pushed the table of cattle banquet in front of Qin Yo Jing again. Since you don't have the courage to leave Tishita Palace, then eat it. Qin Yo Jing was murderous in Tishita Palace. You dare to force me? Li Tianwang glanced at Neza. The sharp light of the demon-slaying sword in Neza's hand flashed. And he said in a deep voice, Qin Yo, do you eat it yourself? Or do I force you to eat it? Tom Tian Jiaozhu and Tathagata Buddha have basically made their cards clear. The Jade Emperor has clearly given up on Li Tianwang. Nowadays, Li Tianwang and his son only have the support of the ancient Buddha of Randing, which is not enough for them to feel safe. This time, Chansheng Emperor gave them the opportunity to make a pledge of allegiance. And they knew they had to do it well. Otherwise, if they are liquidated in the future, the ancient Buddha burning lamp may not be able to stop the joint efforts of all parties. So this time, the murderous aura on Neza made the green bull demon feel terrified and deeply puzzled. In the Tishita Palace, do you really dare to fight with me? Li Tianwang sneered. And murderous aura also bloomed in his eyes. Green bull, if you don't eat this table of all cow banquet, we will make a big fuss in the Tishita Palace, provoke Lao Jun, and drive us out together. Are you crazy? The green bull demon widened his eyes. What good will it do you? You don't need to know what good it is for me. You just need to know that if you get into trouble, you will also be expelled from the Tishita Palace, and even abandoned by the saint. There are many demon kings who want to be the mount of the saint. Green bull, do you dare to bet? The green bull demon really doesn't dare. He thinks that Li Tianwang and his son don't dare. But looking at Neza, who is ready to fight at any time, the green bull demon's eyes flashed with tears again. Li Jing, Neza, I'll remember you. I'll eat you. He didn't gamble. The identity of a saint's mount was the best choice for a demon king like him, who had no hope of becoming a Daluo. If he didn't have this identity to protect him, the green bull demon would not feel safe at all. After all, Ji Changsheng dared to kill even the saint's mount that was on the list. If he was no longer on the list, his fate would be even worse. Second brother, you and I will be one from now on. Don't worry. I will definitely avenge you. The green bull demon ate his brother with tears in his eyes, and swore an oath. Seeing that the green bull demon could endure to this extent, Li Tianwang and Neza looked at each other, and saw the pity in each other's eyes. Such a green bull demon is even more terrifying. Moreover, the green bull demon was the mount of the great purity saint after all. Without the initiative to kill him, they really didn't dare to kill him. They could only let him go temporarily. When the two were about to retreat, they found that after eating half a table of gui beef, the green bull demon's eyes suddenly turned red, and he went crazy. It hurts me too. Second brother, I want to avenge you. Ji Changsheng, you give me your life. The green bull demon, who had made up his mind to endure, suddenly exploded. The murderous aura that soared into the sky echoed in Lai Henshin. Then the green bull demon left the Tishita Palace at lightning speed and headed straight for Tsuyu Mountain in the lower world. The murderous aura was so strong along the way that no one could stop him. Of course, no one stopped him. Li Tianwang and Neza were both dumbfounded. Neza, the third prince, looked at Li Tianwang in confusion and said in shock, Father, what's the situation with the green bull demon? Li Tianwang was stunned for 3 seconds. Then he looked at the remaining whole beef feast, with disbelief flashing in his eyes. He lowered his head, picked up a piece of beef, and licked it gently. He felt nothing. Then he ate a piece of beef with courage. A moment later, he felt an explosion of boundless anger. His mind was filled with the desire to kill. Fortunately, he was well prepared and immediately pasted a calming talisman produced by the ancient Buddha burning lamp on himself, which quickly got out of that state. Then Li Tianwang took a deep breath and whispered, There is something wrong with this whole beef feast. Neza looked at the whole beef feast in shock, and then picked up a piece of beef to taste. Soon, he also felt the rage and desire to kill. Li Tianwang quickly pasted a calming talisman on Neza. The father and son looked at each other again. Neza judged the reason why the beef was not right, the method of the inner demon clan. The green bull spirit fell into the trap. Kuei Nyo died, and the green bull spirit was mentally disturbed, and his emotions fluctuated violently, which was just the right opportunity for the inner demon to take advantage of it. Li Tianwang smiled bitterly. The great Emperor Changsheng is really a good method. This table of all beef banquet was sent to the Tishita Palace by our father and son. They can't pick it out clearly. Or in other words, they dare not pick it out clearly. If they dare to put the blame on the great Emperor Changsheng, the consequences will be more serious. So this black pot can only be admitted. But the object of their frame-up is the mount of the Tai Ching saint. Neza, the fearless third prince, also turned pale. Father, what does the great Emperor Changsheng want to do? Li Tianwang continued to smile bitterly. Obviously, he wants to continue slaughtering cattle. Neza took a breath of cold air. Killing Kuei Nyo is fine. It was Kuei Nyo and Tan Tian Jiaozhu who provoked Ji Changsheng first. Ji Changsheng's move was justified. But he killed the green bull demon as well. This was the mount of the great Saint Tai Ching. Is the great Emperor Changsheng going crazy? Neza couldn't believe it. Did he dare to offend the great Saint Tai Ching? Li Tianwang said in a deep voice, Kuei Nyo has been killed by the great Emperor Changsheng. And the bull demon King Changsheng will also be killed. In this case, the green bull demon must die. It is precisely because he is the mount of the great Saint Tai Ching that he cannot be left alive. He instantly understood Ji Changsheng's concerns. If you don't kill the bull, you will be bitten by it. You can't let the big boss's driver think about revenge all day long. Especially this big boss is really awesome. So you must cut the grass and eradicate it. Even if you take the risk of offending the big boss now. It is better than passive defense in the future. Instead of passively defending, it is better to take the initiative. The style of the Changsheng Emperor is as unscrupulous as ever. Admirable and terrifying. Li Tianwang took a deep breath and said to Neza, Go and prepare. This time we will go all out. Since we have already chosen a team, we must show our value. I understand. While Li Tianwang and his son realized the truth, the green bull demon had already killed in front of Suyin Mountain. He saw Ji Changsheng who was killing his second brother. When enemies meet, they are particularly jealous. The green bull demon's eyes were once again filled with killing. Ji Changsheng, return my second brother's life. The green bull demon roared, attracted the attention of countless strong men. It's the green bull demon. The mount of the Tai Ching Saint is here too. Now there is a good show to watch. Can the Chongsheng Emperor kill the mount of the Tai Ching Saint? Ji Chongsheng told him that he really could. Facing the blue bull spirit that came to take revenge, Ji Chongsheng turned the blood rain into a knife. And the inheritance from the blood sea of the Styx was integrated into one. All gathered into this knife. Then he chopped off the head. Swish. The huge bull head smashed directly in front of the banana cave in Suyin Mountain. The blood rain poured down again. Countless monsters, who were watching the excitement, and the strong men lurking in the dark were stunned. Fuck. The saint's mount was killed just like that? Is the Chongsheng Emperor crazy? Isn't he afraid of the wrath of the Tai Ching Saint? Of course Ji Chongsheng was not afraid. Looking at the blue bull spirit that had grown ahead again, and the blue bull spirit that had regained consciousness, Ji Chongsheng swung the blood knife again. Before the blue bull spirit died with his eyes open, he heard Ji Chongsheng's mocking voice spread throughout the prehistoric land. Without the diamond cutter, what are you? At the same time, Tushita Palace, Taishang Laojun frowned slightly and looked at the Jiao Demon King who appeared in front of him. Jiao Demon King knelt on the ground obediently and took the initiative to say, if the master wants to go out, Xiao Jiao can temporarily replace him. Chongsheng said that your new mount will be in place within a day. Still at the same time, Baiying Palace, Yu Linglong pinched the shoulders of the Tai Ching Saint. Smiling like a flower, ancestor, Chongsheng said that the Platehorn Blue Bull is not worthy of your status as the first saint. He is going to replace you with a new car. What do you think of Zulong? Tai Ching Saint shook his head helplessly. Linglong, you have a good eye for picking people. Pretend to be pretentious when necessary. And deal with the aftermath when necessary. Arrange everything clearly. This is exactly the quality that Tai Ching Saint appreciates. On this day, the Ji party members who ascended to the Chongsheng realm felt that yesterday was reappearing. This is the familiar Ji Lao Mo. And countless powerful beings in the prehistoric fairy world got to know the Emperor Chongsheng again. Chapter 473 White Bull raised his 1,000-pound stick, losing his brother and his soldiers. Ji Chongsheng was slaughtering the green bull demon in public. No one dared to intervene in this battle. And everyone was waiting for the thunderous wrath of the great purity saint. But nothing happened. The Tushita Palace was as quiet as ever. There was no abnormality in the 8th Scenery Palace either. At most, inside the 8th Scenery Palace, the great purity saint asked Yu Linglong curiously, isn't Zulong now a mount for Zhuanti's reincarnation? Yu Linglong's answer was casual, Zhuanti can ride anything. Chongsheng said of course, it's important for you to use it. The first generation overlord of the prehistoric fairyland like Zulong is the most suitable to be your new car. What can the great purity saint say? Although he doesn't care about this. At his level, riding a bicycle will only be approachable. And no one will say anything. But Emperor Xiaotian wants to replace him with an upgraded luxury sports car. So he can't be angry. Right? There's no reason for that. The Saint of Tai Ching was not interested in whether the ancestral dragon was or not. He was already a retired character. Since he fell into the hands of Ji Chongsheng, it was not surprising that he had any fate. He asked, didn't the Jiao Demon King not want to be a mount? How did Ji Chongsheng convince him? It was not just the Jiao Demon King who was unwilling to be a mount. Any powerful demon who had the potential to become a Daluo was unwilling to be a mount. The Bull Demon King was the same. Otherwise, with the background of the Niu family, the Bull Demon King could have been a mount for Yuanshi Tianwang. It was not difficult for the Niu family to monopolize the garage of the three pure ones. Of course, the Jiao Demon King didn't want to. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to lead the three burial masters so decisively. Yu Linglong's answer was still very simple. The Jiao Demon King is confident that he can survive the Thunder Tribulation and the Inner Demon Tribulation. But he is not sure about the Outer Tribulation now. The Tai Ching Saint was a little surprised. Didn't Ji Chongsheng say that he would protect him? Yu Linglong said, but Chongsheng is in trouble now. If Chongsheng can't get through this level, the Jiao Demon King will definitely not be able to get through the Outer Tribulation. So he has no choice. No matter what he does, he must help Chongsheng get through the difficulties in front of him. The Jiao Demon King has come to this point by virtue of his talent and talent. His background is too low. And it is basically impossible for him to be promoted to Daluo without sufficient background. The one who is on good terms with the Jiao Demon King is the White Tiger God among the four spirit beasts. But the White Tiger God cannot protect him at all. And may not even protect him. After all, The White Tiger God admires the Jiao Demon King in the Jinjuan realm. Not the Jiao Demon King who is on par with him in the Daluo realm. The only one who dared to support Jiao Mo Wang, was willing to protect Jiao Mo Wang, and could still give Jiao Mo Wang enough room to play after he was promoted to Daluo, was Ji Changsheng. The interests of both parties were highly bound. The Tai Ching Saint nodded slowly. Jiao Mo Wang should have other ideas. As my mount? At least the external calamity will be weaker when he is promoted. After the promotion, the new mount prepared by Ji Changsheng for me will be almost ready. And he will just retire after completing his mission. Yu Linglong said, I think so too. But it is normal for Jiao Mo Wang to strive for his own interests as long as he works hard. Yes, Niu Mo Wang and Jiao Mo Wang are both good. Tai Ching Saint praised. When seeing outstanding juniors, he usually appreciates them more. Compared with his Mount Qin Niu Jing and Tong Tian Jiaozhu's Mount Gui Niu, Niu Mo Wang and Jiao Mo Wang are obviously a level stronger. They just made different choices. One wanted to change his fate and strive to become the Demon Emperor. The other wanted to take shelter under a big tree and be promoted to Daluo first. If both could succeed, the Bull Demon King would definitely have greater potential. But considering safety, the choice of the Jiao Demon King was wiser. The Tai Ching Saint did not judge right or wrong. He just simply appreciated these young people who went against the current. Changsheng prepared Zulong for me. What did he prepare for Tontian? Asked the Tai Ching Saint. He believed that with Ji Changsheng's ability, he would definitely be able to arrange all the aftermath work very well. But this time, Yu Linglong's answer surprised the Tai Ching Saint. There is nothing on the Tontian sect master side. The Tai Ching Saint frowned. Yu Linglong shrugged and said, Ancestor. Changsheng said he wanted a two-way run. He didn't want to coax the Tontian sect master. The Tai Ching Saint sighed faintly. Third brother is just a child who never grows up. Grandmaster, I dare to say that you and the Heavenly King have protected the Heavenly Lord too well. The Neza of the past is as lawless as the Red Boy now. And they can both become well-behaved and sensible. And the Heavenly Lord also lacks respect for you. The yellow wind just now blew up to the Tishita Palace. At that time, the Taishang Lao Jun was refining the elixir. The Samadhi Divine Wind blew. And the Lao Jun could not take care of the elixir furnace. And the God of Longevity put away the Dragon Beard fan. Awesome is really awesome. Shabby is really shabby. Ji Changsheng really doesn't have the ability to do this. But even if Ji Changsheng has this ability, he won't do it. This is not the way to seek death. Before Ji Changsheng started to kill the Green Bull Demon, he had already prepared a new car for the Tai Ching Saint. It's an upgraded version of a top supercar. That's why he took action. The premise of being bold and reckless is to have a series of response plans, not to act rashly. There are reasons why the Ji party is thriving and the Jeju is insolvent and declared bankruptcy. When the Tai Ching Saint thought of the strong wind in the Tishita Palace, he could only shake his head helplessly. The Green Bull has the restrictions of the Tishita Palace on it. If it weren't for the evil wind of the third brother, the Green Bull would not be able to leave the Tishita Palace at all. Ji Changsheng couldn't break the restrictions set by Taishang Lao Jun. But Tontian sect master could. Every drink and every bite is destined. The orchid has its cause and effect. Tai Ching Saint didn't think of sending the Green Bull spirit to death. If the Green Bull spirit really died, Tai Ching Saint wouldn't put all the blame on Ji Changsheng. In the mind of Tai Ching Saint, the cause and effect of Ji Changsheng and Tontian sect master should be 50-50. And Ji Changsheng arranged a new car for him. Tontian Patriarch arranged a demonic wind for him. That is to say, the Brotherhood of the Three Pure Ones can withstand the test. Otherwise, with this wave, the Saint of Tai Ching has every reason to vent his anger on Tontian Patriarch. Yu Linglong and Ji Changsheng did not think that Tontian Patriarch and the Saint of Tai Ching would turn against each other because of this incident. Seeing that the Saint of Tai Ching had sorted out the cause and effect, Yu Linglong said, Ancestor, Ling Bao Tianzuan is a saint after all. Even if you don't take action, his safety will not be a problem. Changsheng doesn't want to trouble you. So don't worry about these things. Changsheng told me that this matter is between him and the Bull Demon King. And it will be upgraded to the Buddha at most. And it will not affect his cooperation with us. The Saint of Tai Ching sighed more and more. Changsheng is really a smart kid. But it's a pity that he didn't learn to transform the Three Pure Ones into one. And his aptitude is really too poor. Otherwise, he really wouldn't mind taking in another disciple. Yu Linglong said confidently, It's okay. I have a high talent and a high ability to achieve immortality. With me here, immortality and our human sect are originally one and the same. Tai Ching Saint nodded slowly. Linglong, you go to retreat. The Bull Demon King made too much noise this time. And it's just right to use the noise made by the Bull Demon King to see if you can quietly survive the Daluo tribulation. When Ji Changsheng killed Kue Nyo before, he gave you Linglong face, which was equivalent to giving face to Tai Ching Saint. The premise of giving face to Tai Ching Saint is that Yu Linglong said that Tai Ching Saint promised her that the Daluo realm is stable. This is a self-evident exchange of interests. Except for Tontian Sect Master. Everyone else can understand it. Yu Linglong also understands the truth. But she is a little unconfident in a rare way. Ancestor, my accumulation of foundation seems to be insufficient. Tai Ching Saint waved his hand casually, and a black and white Tai Chi diagram with yin and yang rotating appeared in front of Yu Linglong. This is the Taiji world I created. You can go there to practice for 100 years. When you come out, you should have enough experience. 100 years? Yu Linglong said subconsciously. Master, in 100 years, Changsheng might have become a saint. It's hard to keep up with the progress. Tai Ching Saint laughed dumbly. The speed of time in the world I created can be adjusted. Don't worry. You have been there for 100 years. And Ji Changsheng has just finished dealing with the Bull Demon King at most. That's good. Yu Linglong breathed a sigh of relief, picked up the Tai whisk, and stepped into the Taiji world. Saints all created their own small worlds. Of course, they are called small worlds. But in fact, those core worlds are not much worse than the prehistoric fairyland. It's just that Pangu used up all his resources to create the prehistoric fairyland. The saints learned from Pangu's experience and lessons, so they naturally wouldn't spend so much effort on the world they created. Even so, the core world that took the most effort from the saints still contains a lot of luck that cannot be underestimated. It even contains the opportunity of Daluo. However, not all creatures can enjoy these opportunities. Yuan Shi Tianwang has given opportunities to his disciples. But among the 12 immortals of Yushu, only the former Taoist Sihong has been promoted to Daluo. And he was promoted in Buddhism, which has little to do with him in essence. Whether Yu Linglong can use the opportunity of the Taiji world to be promoted depends on Yu Linglong's own talent and hard work. Fortunately, the Tai Ching Saint and Yu Linglong herself are more confident about this. After all, the Tai Ching lineage is much better at teaching disciples than the Chan sect. Ji Changsheng, let go of my elder and second brothers. After Ji Changsheng used the heavenly demon knife to peel off a piece of Kue Nyo's skin that was 10,000 feet long, and then Lei Gong neatly put the Kue Nyo's skin on the thunder drum, Rui Zhenxian was the first to collapse, and took the initiative to jump out and break the silence. Originally, he was waiting for the thunder wrath from the Tishita Palace or the 8th Scenery Palace like everyone else. But nothing came. Rui Zhenxian couldn't stand it, especially seeing that the elder and second brothers became dishes in the pot. And even the cow's skin was peeled off and turned into a tool for thunder in the Shishaoyuqing Palace. This humiliation is indeed a bit excessive. Rui Zhenxian was furious. Killing a cow is not enough. Changsheng Emperor, you are too much. Ji Changsheng glanced at Rui Zhenxian. The overwhelming murderous aura that rushed towards him made Rui Zhenxian retreat 3 steps in an instant. Ji Changsheng had killed 2 great saints' mounts at this time, and his killing intent had accumulated to the peak. If the Bull Demon King was in person, he could still compete with him in momentum. What kind of person is Rui Zhenxian? Let the old bull speak out, Ji Changsheng said. Rui Zhenxian gritted his teeth and said, my brother is still going through the tribulation. Hasn't it finished yet? Ji Changsheng raised his eyebrows and said loudly, Luo Ho, let the Bull Demon King go easy on him. Don't kill him. Let him be promoted if he should be promoted. And I will kill the Daluo. The nets of heaven and earth have been laid. If the Bull Demon King fails to survive the Daluo tribulation and dies in the hard demon tribulation, it will be a big joke. Changsheng Emperor can't just use a cannon to kill a mosquito with this arrangement. Luo Ho, who was suddenly named by Ji Changsheng, hesitated in the dark. He cursed in his heart. Without Ji Changsheng telling him, he would also let Bull Demon King go easy on him. But the Great Luo Tribulation is the Great Luo Tribulation. He cannot completely control it. The most important thing is that whether or not one can overcome the inner demon depends on the level of the one who overcomes the tribulation. The threshold for the Great Luo Tribulation is the lowest, and there is a lower limit. Luo Ho can give Bull Demon King a nomination. But whether or not he can finally pass the test depends on whether or not Bull Demon King can win. The Chinese national football team can also play in intercontinental and even international competitions after paying money, which does not affect their embarrassing appearance in front of the whole world. The current situation of Bull Demon King is the same. Lu Hou is at most equivalent to the head coach of the Chinese national football team, who has received money. He has already sent Bull Demon King to the field, and he cannot control whether or not he can win. But Ji Changsheng doesn't care so much. I will not wait for Lao No all the time. Niori. Right? You stay well. If Bull Demon King does not show up within 3 minutes, I will send you to see your eldest and second brothers first. Immortal Rui instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Emperor Changsheng dared to kill the green bull demon and Kuanyo. So killing one more of him was definitely not bragging. He believed that Ji Changsheng could really do such a thing. So he wanted to save himself to the extreme. At this time, the green-haired lion monster, who came to the banana cave in Suiyun Mountain to help, gave Immortal Rui an idea. Immortal, the enemy is powerful, and they have killed 2 great saints mounts in a row. Our momentum has fallen into a disadvantage. We must give Emperor Changsheng a head-on blow. Otherwise it will be a taboo for military strategists to be timid before the battle. Immortal Rui is the least capable one in the Niu family. He can do abortion business, but it is definitely not possible to expect him to make decisions. Hearing what the green-haired lion monster said, he quickly asked, "What advice does the Chiosho immortal have?" The green-haired lion monster was one of the 7 immortals who accompanied the Lord Tontian before the conferred god tribulation. He was captured during the conferred god's tribulation, and later became the Mount of Manjusri, one of the 12 Jade Immortals. After the conferred god's tribulation, Manjusri joined the Western religion and became Manjusri Bodhisattva. And Chiosho Immortal also followed Manjusri Bodhisattva to join the Western religion and became the green-haired lion spirit. However, this time the green-haired lion spirit regained his freedom for a short time, and naturally restored his identity as Chiosho Immortal. The weight of the 7 immortals accompanying Tontian Sect Master is still there. Chiosho Immortal's suggestion scared Rui Zhenxian. Zhenxian, Changsheng Emperor killed 2 saints mounts. If you want to boost our morale and strike the enemy's arrogance, you have to do something more powerful. By chance, I know a strong man who is suitable for sacrifice. Who is he? Rui Zhenxian asked. Yuqing Zhenwang. Rui Zhenxian's cow face turned pale in an instant. He wanted to say, "Are you crazy? Qiu Shouxian?" But Qiu Shouxian's next words made Rui Zhenxian regain his courage. This is the secret order of senior brother Duobao. Rui Zhenxian instantly thought of the dispute between Jiejio and Xianjiao. He thought of the conflict between Tontian Jiaozhu and Yuanshi Tianwang. He then thought of the internal struggle between Duobao Daoren and Yuqing Zhenwang, the 2 successors of the 3 religions. If this was the order of Tathagata Buddha, all this would be reasonable. He was only worried about one thing. Are we the opponent of Yuqing Zhenwang? Qiu Shouxian whispered, "Of course not to kill Yuqing Zhenwang. Zhenxian, you have the water of Zima River in your hand. You just need to make Yuqing Zhenwang pregnant, and Yuqing Zhenwang will naturally be ashamed to see people." Rui Zhenxian breathed a sigh of relief. He could accept it if it was just to lose face for Yuqing Zhenwang. At this time, another of the 7 immortals, the former Lingya immortal, now the Mount of Samandabhadra Bodhisattva, the old yellow-toothed elephant, also whispered, "True immortal, if you stay here, the great Emperor Changsheng will definitely not let you go. If you go to deal with Yuqing Zhenwang, it will also guarantee your safety." Lingya Immortal's words make sense. "But I am not Yuqing Zhenwang's opponent. Don't worry. I have my senior brother to help you. This time, we will send out all the elites of Jeju. We will not only destroy Ji Changsheng, the yellow-mouthed child, but also make many traitors who have hurt us pay the price." Lingya Immortal's voice was murderous. Rui Zhenxian was quickly persuaded by Lingya Immortal. The Niu family bet on Taiqing Saint and Tontian Jiaozhu, but not on Yuanshi Tianwang, because Yuanshi Tianwang doesn't like the demon race. Rui Zhenxian had no pressure to take action against Yuanshi Tianwang's lineage, especially after he felt that there were 2 saints behind his family. What's more, in midair, the voice of Jidu Star Lord sounded in Ji Changsheng's ears. "Emperor, this Rui True Immortal is simply a waste." It took almost no effort to break through his defense. Ji Changsheng looked at Rui True Immortal, the green-haired lion demon, and the yellow-toothed white elephant, who were sneaking towards the Chaoying cave of Putualuijia Mountain in the South China Sea below. And his tone was a little strange. Are the green-haired lion demon and the yellow-toothed white elephant also 2 wastes? Jidu Star Lord told the truth. They are not wastes. They just want to make trouble for Yuqing True King on purpose. And they don't need my guidance at all. Ji Changsheng was a little curious. Yuqing True King is the prince of the Chan sect. And he is still in the Feng. The emperor protected many Jieju disciples after the Great Tribulation. How dare they trouble Yuqing Jinwang for no reason? This time it was Jidu Xingjuan's turn to be surprised. The emperor doesn't know. Know what? Yes. The emperor is still very young and doesn't know some details of the Great Tribulation of the conferred gods. Jidu Xingjuan thought of Ji Changsheng's age, understood the source of Ji Changsheng's doubts, and explained, the emperor doesn't know that although Yuqing Jinwang protected many Jieju disciples from persecution after the Great Tribulation of the conferred gods, most of them were only protected Jieju disciples who joined the heavenly court. Yuqing Jinwang's protection is divided into different objects. Ji Changsheng blinked. It was a little memorable. Yuqing Jinwang divided Jieju disciples into several categories: those who can be saved, those who cannot be saved, and those who are sent to die. He only helped those he wanted to help. Many people he looked down on didn't care about their life or death at all, and even stepped on them hard. As expected, Ji Du explained, half of the 7 immortals around Master Tong Tian were killed by Jade Purity True King, so they hate Jade Purity True King to the core. Ji Changsheng. That's not surprising. Yuqing Jinwang is also a ruthless guy. He killed the great Luo Tiandi in the conferred gods' tribulation. Ji Changsheng progressed too fast, and Guanyin Bodhisattva is too powerful now, which led Ji Changsheng to subconsciously ignore the former awesomeness of Yuqing Jinwang. In fact, Yuqing Jinwang, who can make Guanyin Bodhisattva fall in love with him, is certainly not a clay Buddha who can be manipulated at will. Yuqing Jinwang didn't look down on the 7 attendants at all, and killed them in the last 10,000 immortals formation of the conferred gods' tribulation. He also beat Jingguang Xian, Qiushou Xian, and Lingyao Xian back to their original forms one after another, and gave them to Cihang Jinren, Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan, and Puxian Jinren at that time. So these 3 demons and Yuqing Jinwang can be said to be mortal enemies. Ji Changsheng nodded slightly. No wonder. Jingguang Xian is now with Guanyin Bodhisattva. Yes, it's the golden-haired hyena raised by Guanyin Bodhisattva. Ji Changsheng knew that Yuqing Jinwang was doomed this time. These demons from Jieju are not good enough to do anything, but they are more than enough to harm people. Not to mention that there is Guanyin Bodhisattva. Afterwards, just put the blame on Bull Demon King or even Tathagata Buddha. Emperor, I guess Qiu Shouxian and Ling Yaxian are also thinking of letting Rui Zhenxian take the blame. After the incident, throw Rui Zhenxian out as a scapegoat, and they have the protection of Tong Tian Jiaozhu. Jidu Xingjuan speculated. Ji Changsheng agreed with Jidu's opinion. That should be the case. After all, he is Tong Tian Jiaozhu's confidant. They may not take Bull Demon King seriously, let alone Rui Zhenxian. Thinking of this, Ji Changsheng sent a message to Li Changxi. Senior sister, record their ironclad evidence of the crime against Yuqing Jinwang, and then bring Rui Zhenxian back. I want to make the Niu family whole. Let's talk about 2 things. While Ji Changsheng was working hard to reunite the Bull Demon King's family, the Bull Demon King was going through his own Heart Demon Tribulation. During the Heart Demon Tribulation, the Bull Demon King encountered a life and death crisis. But because of Luoho's letting him off, there was no saint here, no Daluo to make things difficult, and even no Changsheng Emperor to block his way. Only the Journey to the West team was competing with him. The great sage Pingzhang took the initiative to come to him on the pretext of borrowing the banana fan. The Bull Demon King knew that as long as he defeated the Journey to the West team, he would be able to pass the Heart Demon Tribulation and successfully advance to the Daluo realm. And if the banana fan fell into the hands of the great sage Pingzhang and extinguished the fire of the Flame Mountain, he would fail to pass the Heart Demon Tribulation and would be in danger of death. So the Bull Demon King was ready for battle. He had fought with the great sage Pingzhang twice in the Heart Demon Tribulation, but both times ended in a draw. Now it's the 3rd fight. A bull and a monkey. A good fight in the air. The great sage sprayed colorful mist with his might, and the Bull King spit out light. They fought bravely together, and the 2 were bad, gritting their teeth and holding their breath. The dust was spread and the sky and earth were dark, and the flying sand and stones hid the ghosts and gods. The fight was hard to tell, and there was still no one who was better. But the longer the time was delayed, the more disadvantageous it was for the Bull Demon King, who was crossing the calamity. Sure enough, the Bull Demon King could not take down the great sage Pingzhang, and Xiaoyu rushed out to help. At this time, the Bull Demon King had been fighting with the great sage Ping Zhang for a day, and he was exhausted. Seeing Xiao Yu rushing to him desperately, he could not block it and fled in defeat. But as soon as he turned his head, he saw the land of the Flame Mountain, leading the ghost soldiers, blocking him in front of him, and said, "King of Strength, stop it." The Three Burials Master went to the west to obtain the scriptures. Without the protection of gods, without the blessing of heaven, all the worlds have notified, and all directions have supported. Quickly borrow the banana fan to blow out the Flame Mountain, so that he can cross the mountain without disaster or obstacles. Otherwise, the heaven will blame you for your sins, and you will be punished. The Bull Demon King's heart sank, knowing that he had failed to defeat the great sage Ping Zhang 3 times in a row. The inner demon tribulation was gradually becoming more difficult. If he couldn't pass this level, he would really die here. It was more difficult than ascending to heaven. The Bull Demon King didn't waste any words, gritted his teeth, and used his sword to fight the great sage Ping Zhang and Xiao Yu again. The stars were not shining, and the moon was not bright, and the cold fog was dark all day. The Bull Demon King showed his divine power and fought bravely. He fought while walking. After fighting all night, he was evenly matched, and it was dawn again. The Bull Demon King knew that he could not last long on his own, so his destination was Jile Mountain. In front of him was the entrance of his Jile Mountain Mayun Cave. They fought and alarmed the Jade-Faced Princess. The Jade-Faced Princess ordered the big and small leaders outside to help with their guns and swords. With the help of the little demons in Jile Mountain, the Bull Demon King summoned up his remaining courage and finally won a battle, repelling the great sage Ping Zhang and Xiao Yu, and resting for a while in Jile Mountain. But he just breathed a sigh of relief. And soon outside the Mayun Cave, the great sage Ping Zhang came to challenge him again. Before the Bull Demon King could react, the great sage Ping Zhang and Xiao Yu led the land ghost soldiers to come forward and smashed the front door of a Mayun Cave. Hearing the sound, the Bull Demon King sighed and hugged the Jade-Faced Princess in the hard demon tribulation, knowing that the Jade-Faced Princess was dead this time. It was just an illusion in the hard demon tribulation. And the Bull Demon King was not sad. He was just indignant and a little desperate. How did those Daluo strongmen survive such a hard demon tribulation? He could not see the chance of survival, unless he sublimated to the extreme and went further. Realizing this, the Bull Demon King had some enlightenment. Seeking survival from death, Daluo is achieved. If one cannot reach the highest level of sublimation, he will not be qualified to enter the Daluo realm. The crisis of life and death can squeeze out potential the most. If he can only do this, then he is not worthy of becoming a Daluo. So, he still has to keep fighting. The Bull Demon King could only bravely meet him and try to make another breakthrough in the battle of life and death. In this battle, the Bull Demon King risked his life and fought for more than 100 rounds. But unfortunately, he was outnumbered. If he continued to fight, it would be difficult to break through, and the moment of life and death would come soon. The Bull Demon King did not make up his mind to fight for his life and death, and he was defeated and ran away. But the great sage Ping Zhang followed closely behind. No matter how many changes the Bull Demon King made, he still had no way to go up to the sky and no way to enter the earth. In the end, the Bull Demon King showed his true form of a white bull, with a head like a steep mountain, eyes like flashes, 2 horns like 2 iron towers, and sharp teeth from head to tail. It was more than 1,000 feet long, and from hoof to back, it was about 800 feet high. He aimed his horns at the great sage Ping Zhang and hit him hard. What a brutal collision! The great sage Ping Zhang also used the magic of heaven and earth, and he was 10,000 feet tall, holding an iron rod in his hand, and hit the head. This collision shook the mountains and ridges, and shook the earth. The 2 demons showed their magical powers, and frightened all the gods in the past. The golden-headed Jie, the 6 Jias and 6 Dings, and the 18 guardians of the religion to come and besiege the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King knew that the most critical moment had come, and he was not afraid at all. He clashed with his 2 straight and shining iron horns in the east and west. He clashed with his hairy and muscular tail in the south and north, and shook it left and right. The great sage Ping Zhang just faced the front, and many gods attacked from all sides, and the Bull Demon King began to show signs of defeat. At this time, the Iron Fan Princess, who should have been dead for a long time, appeared, with tears in her eyes, and said, "My king, give this fan to that monkey, and teach him to retreat. The bull demon king laughed out loud. A mere inner demon wanted to shake his resolve. It was never about the fan. This was his way of Daluo. This was his unrepentant spirit. Only if he won this battle would he have a future. Naughty monkey. Keep fighting. Another earth-shattering fight. With gusty winds, rolling sand and stones, and the sea of anger. The birds that could not fly all folded their wings. The fish that could not jump and all hid their scales. The ghosts cried and the gods howled. The sky and the earth were dark. And the dragons and tigers were afraid of the sun. The bull demon king became more and more courageous in the battle. The difficulty of the inner demon tribulation was gradually increasing. From all directions, the Buddha soldiers descended from the sky and came one after another. The net of heaven and earth could not be escaped. When Li Tianwang and Neza, the third prince, appeared, the killing situation against the bull demon king was completely formed. The heavenly king Li Tota and the third prince Neza, led by the fish belly Yiksha and the giant spirit, heard in the air and shouted, "I am here to eliminate you in accordance with the order of the Jade Emperor." The bull demon king took a deep breath. Looking down, the jade-faced princess had been killed by Xiaoyu with a sword, revealing her jade-faced fox body. The little demon in Mayun Cave was burned to death by a sky fire. And his subordinates, donkeys, mules, calves, badgers, foxes, deer, sheep, tigers, elks, etc., were all killed. A 1,000-year foundation was destroyed in an instant. The gods and Buddhas of heaven and earth were chasing and intercepting. Although the world is big, there is no place for him. This world will not accept him to go further. They want him to be a black glove forever. They want him to be the demon king who cannot see the light forever. They want him to be servile at the feet of gods and Buddhas forever. But why? Why can the gods and Buddhas in the sky be so high and mighty? Why can't he be above all the gods and Buddhas in the sky? The bull demon king roared, melting all his hatred and unwillingness into one stick. The white bull raised his 1,000-pound stick. The sky cleared the dust. This stick was unstoppable. It smashed a road to heaven. From then on, there was one more powerful Daluo in the heavens and the worlds. The premise is that he can withstand the last wave of disasters. The external disasters. The Daluo who survived is the real Daluo. And the Daluo who just survived the inner demon disaster is the weakest Daluo. The reason why the number of Daluo is scarce is not entirely due to the difficulty of breaking through Daluo. There are still many Daluo strongmen who died under the sniping of other Daluo after going through untold hardships and successfully surviving the Daluo disaster. The external disaster that the bull demon king is facing now is the Changsheng Emperor, who has already made it clear that he is going to be his enemy. Successful, bull demon king is indeed worthy of being the first demon king after the conferred god. Without the help of the flesh and blood of the saints, he relied entirely on his own accumulation and practice for less than 10,000 years to break through the threshold of Daluo. With such talent, bull demon king has a bright future. No wonder he dared to compete for the position of demon emperor. He really has the courage to swallow mountains and rivers. Above the banana cave of Suiyun Mountain, the dragon and the phoenix sang in harmony. The myriad waves submitted, and the strange phenomena of heaven and earth appeared frequently, allowing the outside world to clearly realize that bull demon king successfully promoted to the Daluo realm. The momentum coming from the banana cave became stronger and stronger. After a while, a wild laugh shook the world. It was a shock. A big white bull appeared on the top of the banana cave and roared to the sky. From now on, although the world is big, he can do whatever he wants. He, the old bull, also successfully jumped out of the chessboard and became a chess player. Eternal Emperor, come and send. Bull Demon King didn't say anything more. Before he finished pretending, he saw 3 bull heads with eyes wide open. It was so familiar. In midair, the great Emperor Changsheng looked down from above and gave the Bull Demon King a sunny smile. Old bull, you are the only one missing from your family of 4 brothers. Don't make them wait too long. Chapter 474, Comprehensive Crushing. Blood flowing like a river. Hearing Ji Chengxing's words, Niu Moang's heart sank. It's bad. The hard demon tribulation is not over yet. Instantly, Niu Moang was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. Originally, he thought he had smashed all the gods and Buddhas in the sky with a stick and successfully promoted to the Daluo realm. Now it seems that the Daluo hard demon tribulation is indeed the Daluo hard demon tribulation, which has unknowingly blinded his perception and made him pretend that he has succeeded. Then a sudden attack gave him a blow to the head. Looking around, the scene in front of him is more grim than the scene he just experienced in the Heart Demon Tribulation. Most of the gods and Buddhas in the Heart Demon Tribulation are not up to the standard. The real main C is still Ping-Ong Dasheng. And at most Neza Santaizi is added behind. After his strength is infinitely close to Daluo. He is actually slightly better than Ping-Ong Dasheng and Neza Santaizi. So in the Heart Demon Tribulation, Niomong had to spare. But he finally killed it. But now, it is a fully upgraded version of the previous one. The Changsheng Emperor leads the way personally. There are endless heavenly soldiers and generals. There is a surge of murderous intent in the dark. And I don't know how many strong men are lurking. Even his 3 brothers have fallen under the butcher knife of the Changsheng Emperor. He must escape from such a siege and interception before he can successfully advance to the Daluo realm. The Bull Demon King had to sigh again. The Daluo realm is too difficult. How did those former Daluo strongmen survive the inner demon calamity? However, the Bull Demon King then looked at his own camp again. His eyes lit up. And he was full of heroic spirit. Yes, although the enemy camp has been infinitely strengthened, his own camp has also become stronger. He still has a chance. Thinking of this, the Bull Demon King cheered up again. A mere inner demon wants to mess up my mind. It's ridiculous. Ji Changsheng? He was a little confused by the Bull Demon King. Not only Ji Changsheng, but all the gods, Buddhas, immortals, demons, ghosts and gods in the sky were confused by the Bull Demon King's words. What is the Bull Demon King talking about? He doesn't think he is still going through the inner demon tribulation. Right? It should be. Why does he look not so smart? Don't blame the Bull Demon King. I still can't believe that the Changsheng Emperor killed 2 saints mounts in a row. This is unprecedented. Ji Changsheng finally reacted after hearing the discussions of the people around him. Then he laughed. Luo Ho. Is the inner demon tribulation of the promotion to Daluo also an illusion? Ji Changsheng had also gone through the inner demon tribulation before. And it was indeed an illusion. But that kind of illusion had no lethality to him. Ji Changsheng had never gone through the inner demon tribulation of the promotion to Daluo. And he didn't know what it was. Luo Ho appeared, shrouded in a black mist, hiding his head and showing his tail. Or the demon ancestor had no form. His voice remained calm, unlike the previous Heart Demon illusion. To advance to the Heart Demon illusion of Daluo, you must complete the corresponding tasks in the illusion. Otherwise you will fail to advance. Ji Changsheng suddenly realized. When he passed the Heart Demon tribulation before, he succeeded by directly breaking through the illusion. The Heart Demon tribulation of Daluo should be equivalent to playing a game. Although you know it is a game world, you have to defeat all the monsters to pass the level. What is the Daluo Heart Demon tribulation of Bull Demon King? Ji Changsheng asked. Luo Ho said, in the Heart Demon illusion, defeat the pilgrimage team headed by the great sage of Pingzhong. Defeat the gods and Buddhas who came to help. And successfully protect the foundation of Huiyin Mountain. Ji Changsheng nodded slowly. Is this mission easy? If you want to keep Bull Demon King's Huiyin Mountain foundation, it is not enough to just defeat the pilgrim team led by the Great Sage of Balance. The Great Sage of Balance is just Ji Changsheng's mind monkey. And Bull Demon King is facing the real test now. Luo Ho said in a deep voice. The Emperor said that he wanted Bull Demon King to successfully promote to Daluo. So I didn't adjust the difficulty for Bull Demon King to the highest level. He has certain authority. But once it is opened, he can no longer intervene. It's like the head coach of the national football team received money and allowed the players who gave money to play. But winning or losing depends on the player's own level. The head coach of the national football team may think that it is impossible to beat Vietnam? Hey, don't say it. Don't say it. Of course, Bull Demon King is much stronger than the national football team. In the Vietnam Heart Demon Tribulation specially selected for him by Luo Ho, he successfully won. But this also has disadvantages. They had just won against Vietnam and were full of confidence. But they faced Brazil in the next game. The conversation between Ji Changsheng and Luo Ho was not hidden from Niu Mong. However, Niu Mong completely sneered at their words. My eldest brother is in Tushita Palace, so he will not be in danger even if the infinite calamity comes. My second brother is in Bio Palace, and he is protected by Lingbao Tianzuan, so he can be safe even if the conferred god calamity comes. It is ridiculous to want to mess with my mind. Only Rui may be in danger. What about Rui? Niu Mong looked for Rui Zhenxian in his own camp, but did not find him. So he judged that the bull head of Rui Zhenxian among the 3 bull heads was the real one. Fortunately, this was just an illusion of the heart demon, and he was not very sad. Instead, he laughed loudly and said, "I have an agreement with Ping Zhang to be brothers, and my brother is like a brother. If you must cook him, please give me a share." The Bull Demon King said this to the great sage of balance accounts, and intended to show his magnanimity. But after he finished speaking, he found that everyone in the heart demon illusion was staring at him with strange eyes. Ji Chansheng complained, "Old bull, don't try to touch porcelain. You don't have the mentality to share a piece of the pie. But since you have asked so, I will be merciful and satisfy your wish." After that, Ji Chansheng said to Kong Shirshan, "Master Kong, send a table to the Bull Demon King." "Okay." Then Master Kong quickly made a table of all beef banquet, and pushed it to the Bull Demon King with his magic power. Seeing the table of all beef banquet set by Master Kong, Ji Chansheng was a little ashamed to see people. "Will you die if you put more beef?" Ji Chansheng thought that 1 cow was enough to make 10,000 tables of all beef banquet. But according to Kong Shirshan's method, it is estimated that even if 100 million tables were made, they would not be used up. Ji Chansheng was worried that the Bull Demon King would not be able to taste the taste of his brother. It was really diluted a bit too much. Kong Shirshan blushed and said in defense, "I was poor when I was young, so I immediately made a new table for Niu Moang." With Ji Changsheng's advice, Kong Shirshan quickly made another table of beef banquet. Since the ingredients were ready, Niu Moang was also a local hero. The atmosphere was so intense that he certainly would not admit defeat. He laughed out loud again. "Emperor Chansheng, you want to mess with my state of mind with this? Let me see how I can break it." After that, Niu Moang swallowed a piece of beef in big mouthfuls. Tender and delicious, the mouth was filled with a strong meaty aroma, which instantly aroused Niu Moang's taste buds. After all, it was produced by the Shirshan mansion, and the top beef ingredients were used. Niu Moang cheered immediately. "Well, the food of the Shirshan mansion is indeed well deserved." The gods and Buddhas in the sky continued to stare at the Bull Demon King with strange expressions. The Bull Demon King ignored their eyes, and continued to eat a piece of beef. Then, he began to feel something was wrong. Why is it so similar to Kuei beef? No, it's impossible. It must be the illusion of the heart demon. The Bull Demon King subconsciously took another bite. Then he looked up suddenly. "Ji Chansheng, did you really kill my eldest brother and second brother?" The Bull Demon King, with bloodshot eyes and murderous aura, made the secretly observing Neza third prince complain, "Father, is there mad cow disease in this beef? Or is it the kind that is contagious?" Li Tianwang, "No. It was the Bull Demon King who ate the truth, and his Tao heart collapsed." Yes. The Bull Demon King then burst into tears. The illusion of the heart demon could not simulate the taste of Kuei beef so well. The most important thing is that when the Bull Demon King ate his brother's meat into his stomach, the brothers' sense of unity could not be faked. The Bull Demon King finally realized the truth. Then he went crazy. Looking at the crazy Bull Demon King, Ji Chansheng actually didn't feel anything. He was impressed by another guy. Haotian's gold content is still rising. He used this trick to deal with the Bull Demon King, which could directly break the Bull Demon King's heart of Taoism. But if he used it to deal with Haotian, Ji Chansheng was worried that he would directly help Haotian become a saint. The Bull Demon King was already the first Demon King after the conferred god, and he was promoted to the Daoyu in less than 10,000 years. He was excellent, but it was obvious that compared with Haotian was still countless times more difficult to deal with. Ji Chansheng believed that Haotian could really get a share of the pie, and the Bull Demon King was just a mouth cannon. Hearing Ji Changsheng sigh, Luoho nodded secretly in his heart. He bet on the Bull Demon King. But he also saw that the Bull Demon King's endurance was not that good. The Jade Emperor was more worth looking forward to. Fortunately, he and the Jade Emperor were allies. "How dare you? You dared to kill the Saint's mount." The Bull Demon King was still angry and full of disbelief. Just like when Kuei Niu and Qin Niu Jing died. No one had done this before. Ji Chansheng helped them open their eyes. In response to the Bull Demon King's anger, Ji Chansheng reminded him friendly, "Not only your eldest brother and second brother, your fourth brother is also dead." Bull Demon King. Li Changxi suddenly appeared beside Ji Changsheng and declared her presence in one sentence, "Junior brother, you are so nice that you didn't forget to remind the Bull Demon King that there is a fourth brother." Onlookers. Well, Taiyin Star Lord also died. although the Bull Demon King was also a large force at this time. The combined power of the Changsheng Emperor and the Taiyin Star Lord was still very intimidating. Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi looked at each other. Li Changxi couldn't hide the smile on her face. After casually setting up an illusion that the outside world couldn't see through, Li Changxi flicked her finger and released a projection. In the projection, the Jade Pure True King was drugged in the Chaoyin Cave of Luojia Mountain in Putuo, South China Sea, and 3 of the 7 immortals who had served the Master Tongtian, Lingyao Immortal, Qiushou Immortal and Jingguang Immortal, gathered together and made a big fuss in the South China Sea, laughing wildly at the Jade Pure True King. Nanji, you have come to this day. When you castrated us, you didn't expect to fall into our hands. You cut our eggs, and we let you get pregnant. This is called the cycle of cause and effect. And retribution is inevitable. Ji Changsheng was furious when he saw this scene. Sister, you have nothing to do with this. Right? Ji Changsheng was very sure that Yuanshi Tianwang would be furious after this matter was exposed. Li Changxi said, of course it has nothing to do with me. I just watched the fun. I know why Jeju died so miserably during the conferred gods' tribulation. They are really a group of daring monsters who dare to do anything. Ji Changsheng said frankly, they have restrained themselves. If it was during the conferred gods' tribulation, these monsters would have wanted to poison Yuanshi Tianwang. Don't think that Jeju disciples dare not. During the conferred gods' tribulation, there were more than 1 or 2 people in Jeju who attacked Yuanshi Tianwang and Taiqing Saint. This is a Jeju disciple who was beaten up. Knowing that he couldn't beat Yuanshi Tianwang, he first tried to find a way to deal with Yu Qingzhenwang. And he also learned to divert the trouble to the east, and brought Rui Zhenxian with him. Did Yu Qingzhenwang castrate them all before? Ji Changsheng really didn't know about this. Li Changxi nodded. Ji Changsheng laughed out loud. The disciples of Jeju really couldn't stand it. Tongtian released these guys. They really only care about food and not beatings. During the great calamity of the conferred gods, if these disciples hadn't dragged him down, Tongtian Jiaozhu wouldn't have been so miserable. As Pangu's biological sons, the 3 pure ones have their own luck in the Pangu universe. As long as they don't try their best to die, they can basically win without doing anything. For example, the Great Pure One. He only needs to do nothing. And he almost becomes the second biggest winner after Daozu Hongjun. And the other 2 of the 3 pure ones. They do more and make more mistakes. Tongtian Jiaozhu does the most. In addition, there are those evildoers of Jeju. Even Pangu's own son's luck couldn't protect him. This shows how powerful Jeju's disciples are. With the previous experience as a lesson, Tongtian Sect Master actually released the Jeju disciples who were captured before. It's a foolish dream to return to Jeju's golden age. There will only be one result. Yesterday will happen again. But this is a good thing for Ji Changsheng. After all, these are all walking merits. It's a waste if you don't brush them. Junior brother, please continue watching. There is more content in the VCR. After feeding the unconscious Jade Pure True King the water from the Mother and Child River, Qiushou Xian Lingya Xian Jing Guangxian and the other 3 began to plot in private. The old villain Yuanshi likes to bully the weak the most. We can't let him know that we did this. Brother Duobao said that the secrets of heaven are in chaos. And the old villain Yuanshi can't be blamed on us. It was the true immortal Rui who did it. And the water from the Mother and Child River was also brought by the true immortal Rui. Even if Yuanshi investigates, let him find out that it was the Bull Demon King. This time, the true immortal Rui did it. That's right. If Bull Demon King can successfully ascend to Daluo, we will recommend Rui Zhenxian to join us to serve the 7 immortals. And it just so happens that Chang'er died. Guanin's poor protection will definitely be held accountable by the narrow-minded Yuanshi old thief. And it's just the right time to avenge us. This time, the teacher has come out again. Brother Duobao has made a call. And with our help, we will surely be able to restore the glory of our Jeju, when thousands of immortals came to pay homage to us soon. In the minds of Jeju, the era when thousands of immortals came to pay homage to us was indeed a golden age. Unfortunately, they can't see the situation clearly. Except for themselves. No one will let them return to that golden age. The best fate for a dead overlord is to die forever. Li Changxi put away the projection and said to Ji Changsheng. The one who responded was Jing Guangxian. The one who did it was Qiushou Xian. The one who framed was Lingyao Xian. But it was Rui Zhenxian who provided the water of Zimu River. The evidence is irrefutable. It depends on when to hand the evidence to Yuanshi Tianwang. Wait a minute. Kill Niumong first. Yuan Shi Tianwang was furious, and it was very likely that he would directly kill all the Niumong. Although the result of doing so was good, Ji Changsheng would not be able to become famous. Changsheng Emperor needs to establish his prestige. There will always be peace that is fought for. Before, he had just ascended to heaven, and had not yet established a firm foothold. So he needed to plan and calculate. Now that he has basically secured the throne of the Emperor of Heaven, it is time for other creatures to learn to be in awe. Qiushu Immortal and his friends haven't realized that I have replaced Rui Zhenxian yet, and they think Rui Zhenxian is still alive. As soon as Li Changxi finished speaking, Qiushu Immortal from the banana cave below arrived late. He began to comfort the Bull Demon King who had just fallen into a rage. Don't worry, Bull King. Quinia Big Brother was indeed killed by the great Emperor Changsheng. But Rui Zhenxian is safe and sound. Then Qiushu Immortal and his friends made way, and Rui Zhenxian stood out from behind. The Bull Demon King was overjoyed. Although Rui Zhenxian was the least capable of the four brothers, he was still a brother who was connected by bones and tendons. The Bull Demon King wanted to hug Rui Zhenxian, but he didn't. With a puff, a knife stabbed into the Bull Demon King's belly. The whole audience was silent instantly. The Bull Demon King looked at Rui Zhenxian in disbelief. The three of Qiushu Immortal almost popped their eyes out. Rui Zhenxian sighed. I originally wanted to kill you head-on, but you have too many flaws. With such a good opportunity in front of me, I really can't help but stab you. Li Changxi swore to the sky that she really didn't plan to sneak attack the Bull Demon King. Her target was originally the three of Qiushu, since she had basically fallen out with Jiejiao. Of course she would kill as many as she could, but the Bull Demon King was looking for death. There was such a big gap. She could only test the defense of Daoyuo by the way. Illusion? Li Changxi? It's Taiyin Xingjuan. The Bull Demon King roared and attacked directly, but he only hit a ball of air. At the same time, the figure of Rui Zhenxian split into three and quietly came behind Qiushu, Lin Jiaxian and Jing Guangshan. The moonlight in his hand was hazy, turning into a sharp blade, and he waved it lightly. Three screams rang out in the audience. Almost in a flash, Qiushu, Ling Yaxian and Jing Guangxian, who were once in the limelight before the conferred god tribulation, fell into Li Changxi's hands. Li Changxi casually threw them in front of Kang Shirshan. Shao Kahn, cut off one of their legs and reward the soldiers with beef. After a moment of silence on the side of Changsheng Emperor, the whole audience cheered. Xingjuan is invincible. Yabwang Luohuan, the best in the world. Xingjuan is the best in the world. Li Changxi raised her hand to stop everyone's cheering. Then she said to Ji Changsheng, Junior brother, don't look at me like that. I'm not that strong. It's these demon fairies who are too weak. Ji Changsheng looked at Qiushu and the other three, and indeed found that their aura was not strong, and they were completely unworthy of their former reputation. Qiushu also looked at Li Changxi with bloodshot eyes. If we hadn't been beaten back to our original form by Nanji, and if we hadn't been tortured by Manjusri, Samantabhadra, and Guanyin for so many years, you would never be our opponent. Ji Changsheng suddenly realized. After the conferred god tribulation, everyone was still making progress. But these guys who became captives and were controlled didn't even have their freedom. So it was impossible for them to make progress. So the strength of these Jieji disciples not only didn't get stronger, but got weaker. Ji Changsheng didn't think that Jieji disciples would be a threat. Now it seems that they are even more useless than imagined. This is normal. When the Jieji 10,000 immortals came to the court with all the advantages, they still didn't win. Now they have been delisted. Can we expect these guys to turn the world upside down? Lin Jiaxian was very angry. When there are no heroes, the young ones become famous. You can kill or cut us. All is up to you. Jing Guangshan sneered. Teacher has taken action. They dare not kill us. At most they dare to cut off one of our legs. They seem arrogant, but they are actually cowardly. Li Changxi could have killed them just now, but she only let Kang Shirshan cut off one of their legs, which gave Jing Guangshan the illusion that Li Changxi did not dare to kill them. In fact, Li Changxi planned to leave them to Yuan Shi Tianwang. After all, once Yu Qingzhenwang became pregnant, Yuan Shi Tianwang's anger would always have a place to vent. However, when she heard Jing Guangshan's provocation, Li Changxi immediately raised her phoenix eyes and waved her hand, and Jing Guangshan's body was separated instantly. A headless golden-haired beast appeared in the air. Blood was everywhere, and Jing Guangshan died with his eyes wide open. Qiu Shouxian and Ling Yaxian were both shocked. Li Changqi sneered. My junior brother killed Tong Tian's mount. So what is a disciple? Come on. Continue. Qiu Shouxian and Ling Yaxian gritted their teeth. They thought Li Changqi was crazy. It just so happened that according to the intelligence they got, Li Changqi was indeed a lunatic. They dared to provoke Yuan Shi Tianwang. But they really didn't dare to provoke a lunatic who killed monsters without blinking an eye. Li Changqi acted brazenly and stunned the whole audience. All the immortals, monsters, gods and ghosts looked at Taiyin Xingjuan with awe. Changsheng Emperor killed the saint's mount. And Taiyin Xingjuan killed the saint's disciple. This couple is really bold. No wonder they can get together. Only Ji Changsheng looked at the headless body of Ji Mao Ho with a strange look in his eyes. Senior sister, why didn't you kill Jing Guangxian? Yes, he didn't. What the outside world saw was an illusion. In fact, Li Changqi only cut off one leg of Jing Mao Ho, but created an illusion that she cut off Jing Guangxian's head to the outside world. Outsiders can't see clearly, but Ji Changsheng's attainments in Youguang Luowan are second only to Li Changqi, so they can still tell. Li Changqi explained in a voice transmission, let Yuan Shi Tianwang vent his anger first. If Yuan Shi Tianwang doesn't kill him, I will kill him later. Anyway, no one can see through my illusion except you, my junior brother. After a pause, Li Changqi said proudly, everyone says that I have a problem with my brain. But in fact, I am very smart. And only you, my junior brother, can keep up with my wisdom. Ji Changsheng gave Li Changqi a thumbs up. It should be said that although Li Changqi's brain circuit is abnormal, she never does stupid things. She looks bold, but her IQ has never dropped. This whole set of operations is smooth and too smooth. Only Ji Changsheng. Outsiders can never keep up with Li Changqi's efficiency. After Li Changqi suddenly appeared in the eyes of everyone, all the demons in the Bull Demon King's camp were shocked. They looked at each other, watching the delicious food cooked by Kong Shirshan on the opposite side with rare bull monsters, golden-haired leopards, six-tusked white elephants, and green lions, which made them salivate. Changsheng Emperor waved his hand, and the gods of Shirshan Mansion and Shinshao Yuqing Mansion took the lead, so that all the heavenly soldiers and generals participating in this battle could taste this peerless delicacy. The Emperor of Heaven has no shortage of hungry soldiers. Brothers, you are taking risks to fight, and I don't have anything good to treat you. So I will make a table of delicious food for you first. There will be a big reward after the battle. And the ingredients are ready. Ji Changsheng pointed to the ingredients on the opposite side. The gods and Buddhas in the sky looked at the opposite camp with fierce eyes, and their bloodthirsty eyes were full of expectations. At this time, the agents that Ji Dang had arranged for a long time also spoke up. After eating QA beef, I feel full of strength. My brother who was despised by my wife has regained his strength today. Me too. I met a ghost cultivator who took yang to replenish yin before, which caused me to be weak all the time. But now I feel it again. Brothers, don't be surprised. This is the power of the bull demon. It is normal to have such an effect. Saint meat is actually more rare, but we dare not covet saint meat. But there are plenty of bull demons. When an animal is endowed with the power of aphrodisiac, male creatures will be more interested in this animal. The beef of Guanyo, Qingyo and Ruizhenxian's buffalo, under the careful preparation of the Hahuan sect, really has the power of aphrodisiac. Of course, the Hahuan sect is just a bonus. What really makes the 10,000 tables of beef have special effects is the Baichao Dan from the Fire Cloud Cavian Emperor and the special medicinal diet of Xianyuan Huangdi. Shenong tasted hundreds of herbs and was the most powerful medical expert of the human race. Emperor Xianyuan Huangdi had 3,000 women and was the most expert in aphrodisiacs of the human race. Ji Changsheng sent Luo Qingling, who was probably the most innocent person in Ji's party, to Huiyun Cave to ask for medicine. In the name of dealing with the Bull Demon King, Ji Changsheng was a heavenly emperor of the human race. What the Bull Demon King wanted to do was to restore the glorious demon emperor of the demon race. The envoy sent by Ji Changsheng to Huiyun Cave was still the simple and kind-hearted medical fairy girl Luo Qingling, who brought the fragments of the river map and Lushu. It is very likely that she had some kind of blood relationship with Huiyun Cave. In this case, Ji Changsheng successfully obtained the support of the two emperors Yin and Huang. Due to the ban of Tontian sect master, they could not take action openly, but it was natural to help Ji Changsheng in private. Most of the demon race strongmen supported the Bull Demon King. and most of the human race strongmen supported the Changsheng Emperor. This is all reasonable. Facts have proved that in today's era, it is indeed the human race that has the upper hand. Before the full-scale war started, Ji Changsheng had already occupied an overwhelming advantage in terms of momentum. The enemy boss's family had become dishes on his own camp's table. It was hard for those who supported the Changsheng Emperor to not have confidence. And it was hard for the Demon Kings behind the Bull Demon King not to back down. The Bull Demon King knew that this was a moment of life and death for him. He smelled the crisis of death again. Taking a deep breath, the wound on the Bull Demon King's abdomen healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then he took the initiative to jump out, with a stick pointing to the sky, and provocatively said, "Changsheng Emperor, do you dare to fight me alone?" Although he did not block Li Chengqi's knife just now, it did not cause him any fundamental damage. He is now a de facto Daluo strongman. Although he is not fully adapted, he is completely different from before. The current Bull Demon King is very strong. Even if he is weakened by Li Chengqi by 10%, he is still much stronger than before. Although he is at a disadvantage now, compared with the Changsheng Emperor who has not yet passed the Daluo tribulation, the Bull Demon King is full of confidence. So he took the initiative to invite a fight. As long as he can defeat the Changsheng Emperor in public, the current dilemma will be solved. This is a calculation that everyone can see. All eyes are on the Changsheng Emperor to see how he will choose. If Ji Changsheng refuses, it will not affect the development of the next battle. But if Ji Changsheng agrees, the victory or defeat of this battle will be related to the final outcome. After all, once the coach is in trouble, the morale of the army will inevitably be shaken. Ji Changsheng looked at the unruly Bull Demon King below, and said calmly, "Old Bull, if you want to reunite with your brothers, I will naturally satisfy you. But fighting alone is a waste of time. Let's go together. Leave the Bull Demon King to me, and leave no other Demon Kings. Kill!" Ji Changsheng didn't waste words, and didn't bargain with the Bull Demon King. After his voice fell, the heavenly soldiers and generals in the air immediately formed a military formation. The elite of the heavenly court, which was supposed to be invincible in legend, finally exerted the power that frightened the demons and returned to their rightful positions. All generals, follow orders and form a formation. All actions will be commanded by Feng Ho. Feng Ho, thank you for your trouble. The heavenly kingly, who holds the pagoda, performed a great salute to a woman beside him, and temporarily handed his military token to this mysterious woman. The woman stepped forward. Countless hidden demons and veteran warriors all shrank their pupils when they saw this mysterious woman. It's Feng Ho. Feng Ho, the Prime Minister under Emperor Xianyuan, the first meritorious minister of Emperor Xianyuan, helped Emperor Xianyuan defeat Qiyu, and later retired to Huiyun Cave with Emperor Xianyuan. Damn it. Huiyun Cave really took action. Don't be afraid. Feng Ho had accepted a disciple before, who wanted to help Jihan change his fate, and also fell to the sky and was Hangyuan. Don't be scared by her name. It's just Feng Ho, not Emperor Xianyuan. If she dares to take action, she will be killed. Feng Ho held the military token and nodded to the Changsheng Emperor. Back then, Wulong failed to continue Jihan's foundation, and was buried in front of Daluo. Daluo is more difficult than competing for the Emperor of the human world. My apprentice failed to succeed in his great cause. I hope the Emperor will not let a mere bull demon overthrow the world. Ji Changsheng said solemnly, "Don't worry, Feng Ho. The Bull Demon King will only be a meal for you and me this time. After all, he was born in the human race, and it was not the first time that he cooperated with Huiyun Cave. It's just that it was not a formal cooperation before, but everyone had a tacit understanding with each other." Feng Ho was the Prime Minister of Emperor Xianyuan Huangdi. She once accepted a talented apprentice and sent him out to try to continue the Jihan dynasty left by Haoqian, and continue the great cause of the Emperor of the human world for Jihan. But the apprentice she accepted did not claim to be the Emperor himself, but just became the Prime Minister like Feng Ho. The lineage of Feng Ho did not pursue the Emperor, but took a different path, trying to hold the world in one hand and walk out of an alternative way of Daluo. Unfortunately, Feng Ho met the extremely talented Emperor Xianyuan Huangdi back then. Although she helped Emperor Xianyuan Huangdi achieve the great cause of becoming the Emperor of Man, it was more because Emperor Xianyuan Huangdi himself was even stronger, and the role played by Feng Ho was not enough to allow her to be promoted to Daluo. The disciple she carefully trained was luckier than her, and met a lord who was not so amazing. But the disciple she carefully trained was also luckier than her, because the situation was destined to be more difficult. That was the Daluo tribulation of Feng Ho's lineage. Feng Ho did not succeed that year, and her disciple also failed. After exhausting everything, he was still exhausted and powerless. Daluo is difficult. More difficult than ascending to heaven, especially when encountering a Daluo tribulation without letting go. Failure is the norm. Before my disciple died, he innovated the Feng Ho 8 formations military strategy diagram I created and took it a step further. Emperor, the group of monsters other than the Bull Demon King, please leave it to me for the time being. As Feng Ho's voice fell, countless heavenly soldiers and generals immediately fell into their respective formations. Tianfu formation was the first to bear the brunt. There are 16 heavenly formations, square outside and round inside, and 4 are Feng Yang, whose image is like the sky, the master of the formation, and the first of the soldiers. Make good use of the 3 armies, and its shape is not biased. Third Prince, you enter the Tianfu formation. Neza was fully armed and jumped into the Tianfu formation in an instant, serving as the main force. Dzi formation. There are 12 D formations, which are square in shape, with clouds at the 4 corners. It is difficult to attack the enemy. Its body is unpredictable, and its use is infinite. It cannot be independent, and it is matched with the sun. Li Tianwang, thank you for your trouble. Playing is playing. Making noise is making noise. Don't really joke with Li Tianwang. What's more, Li Tianwang has found his 33 days of golden relics and 7 treasures exquisite tower without knowing when. Feng Yang formation. The wind has no regular shape, attached to the sky, and turned into a snake. Its meaning gradually becomes mysterious. The wind can blow things, and all things are around it. The snake can be around, and the 3 armies are afraid of it. This formation is presided over by Feng Ho himself, and it is professional. Yunchui formation. The cloud is attached to the ground. It is invisible at first, and then it becomes a flying bird. Its shape is formed. The bird can stand out, and the cloud can be obscure. It changes in thousands of ways, and the sound of gold and leather. Silently, a leader appeared in the Yunchui formation. If the demons could observe carefully, they would even find that the Yunchui formation was not led by heavenly soldiers and generals from top to bottom, but by the iron cavalry from the Tang dynasty. When the Bull Demon King announced that he would compete for the Demon Emperor, all the human race strongmen below Daluo had enough reasons to stand on Ji Changxing's side and support the Changsheng Emperor unconditionally. What's more, the Tang Emperor was just trying to expand the territory of the Tang dynasty to Xinouhezhou. The biggest reason he supported the 3 Burials Master to go to the west to obtain the scriptures was that he hoped that the 3 Burials Master would be a guide and help the Tang Iron Cavalry explore the way. Before this battle, Ji Changsheng had promised the Tang Emperor that he could plant the Tang flag on the top of Suyin Mountain after the war. So, the Tang dynasty sent the most elite troops to form the Niuzai coalition. The Yunchui formation was completed. The dragon flying formation. The sky and the earth rushed back, and the dragon changed into it, with claws and feet, back and chest. When hidden, it is unpredictable. When moving, it is infinite. The formation is impressive, and its name is Dragon. A dragon roared in the sky. The Jiao Demon King, who absorbed the essence of the ancestor dragon, fell from the sky. He did not have the psychological pressure to attack the demon clan, because he had already been highly bound to the interests of the Changsheng Emperor. And Ji Changsheng had also promised that after this battle, he would immediately start to protect him and help him ascend to Daluo. The Jiao Demon King was willing to be the master of the formation. Tiger Wing formation. The sky and the earth rushed forward, turning into tiger wings, and the crouching tiger was about to fight, and its power was full. Huayin used it and turned it into Wuji. The meeting at Gaixiao was unpredictable. The master of this formation was the son of the White Tiger God. He almost became the husband of Mrs. Baigu. When the reputation of the Changsheng Emperor grew day by day, when Mrs. Baigu offended the Junti Saint, the White Tiger God, who was almost taking Mrs. Baigu as his daughter-in-law, was very worried. At this time, the Jiao Demon King visited the White Tiger Lord, so the White Tiger's son descended. The demons are of the same clan? What a joke. The 4 sacred beasts never consider themselves as demons. They are the royal family. What are the cow demons and horse demons? They are just cows and horses. The Jiao Demon King promised enough benefits. The Chongqing Emperor killed 2 mounts in a row, showing enough deterrence. Therefore, the White Tiger Lord and the White Tiger Son made a choice easily. Bird flying formation. Birds of prey will fight. They must soar first. The momentum is overwhelming the sky. And the birds are hiding. If you look at it, there must be slander. One man attacks, and the 3 armies cannot stop it. Xiao Yu bravely took on the heavy burden and abandoned the inheritance of the sticks, showing the responsibility of the heir of Xingtian. Although his strength ranks relatively low among the major formation masters. But Xingtian is the god of war, and the inheritance of Xingtian is born for war. And the more he fights, the stronger he becomes. Snake coiling formation. The wind is a snake coiled, attached to the sky to form, surrounded by potential energy, and the performance is flexible. Among the 4 wonders, it is the neighbor of the tiger, and later it becomes Changshan. Trapped head and tail. Under the command of Zhenwu Emperor, the snake general becomes the master. The snake general is the family general of Zhenwu Emperor. When Chongsheng Emperor and Bull Demon King clashed, Zhenwu Emperor unconditionally stood on the side of Chongsheng Emperor. Even though he was nominally a man of Jade Emperor and Yuanshi Tianwang, there are enough reasons for Zhenwu Emperor to support Chongsheng Emperor. When he was promoted to Daluo, Zhenwu owed Chongsheng Emperor a great debt of gratitude for his enlightenment. Now is the time to repay. The 8 formations are completed, with the 4 spaces of Qiankung as the heaven, earth, wind and cloud formation as the main soldiers. The northwest is Qiandi. Qian is the sky formation. The southwest is Kundi. Kun is the earth formation. The southeast is Xuanju. Sun is the wind formation. The northeast is Jinju. Jian is a mountain, and the mountains and rivers are clouds, which is the cloud formation. Water, fire, gold and wood are the 4 wonder formations of dragon, tiger, bird and snake as the wonder soldiers. Kill. What is the difference between a well-disciplined army and a loose army? Feng Ho used 1 minute to answer the powerful men of the heavens and the worlds with the overwhelming blood of monsters and the wailing of endless dead souls. Facts have proved that the heavenly soldiers and generals of the heavens were just playing a fake match before. When they started to get serious, 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals killed the sky and the earth, and the monsters were bleeding, which made Niu Mong, a newly promoted Daluo, tremble with fear and doubt the existence of monsters. The heavenly soldiers of the heavens are so strong? Niu Mong couldn't believe his eyes. Although he knew that Ping Zhang Dasheng defeated 100,000 heavenly soldiers in a fake match, he always felt that even if there was no fake match, with the strength of him and Ping Zhang Dasheng, it would not be a problem to sweep 100,000 heavenly soldiers. Now he has changed his mind. Just simply sweeping 100,000 heavenly soldiers is indeed not a big pressure for them. But when 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals form a military formation, even Daluo's strongmen find it difficult to confront head-on. Now he doesn't have such courage. Fortunately, his opponent is only the great Emperor Chongsheng. Ji Chongsheng. No matter how you plan, as long as you die in my hands, it will still be in vain. The Bull Demon King roared to the sky again, showing his true form of a white bull, and then pushed the golden mountain, overturned the jade pillar, and crashed into Ji Chongsheng. If you have the ability, don't hide. The Bull Demon King roared. He was originally called the powerful Bull Demon King. As long as Ji Chongsheng didn't hide, he was absolutely sure to end the battle quickly. Ji Chongsheng thought to himself, I'm not stupid. He, a true lord, went head-on with a Daluo strongman, unless there was something wrong with his brain. But Ji Chongsheng said, come on. In the eyes of the outside world, the great Emperor Chongsheng did not dodge, and directly raised his hand to release the 10,000 feet of sword energy of the Yuan Tu sword, which eventually turned into a raging sea of blood, and had a head-on fight with the Bull Demon King, not losing. The Bull Demon King roared continuously. The Chongqing Emperor was at ease, fighting the newly promoted Daluo with the true Lord Realm, and it seemed that he still had a lot of strength left. The world was in uproar. Yushi Palace, Yuanshi Tianwang, who was also watching the battle at this time, laughed dumbly. It's an illusion. Ji Chongsheng really wants both face and substance. What ordinary strong people saw was that Ji Chongsheng and the Bull Demon King were not losing in a head-on confrontation. What he saw was that Ji Chongsheng used the Yaguang Luohuan to deceive the outside world's perception, giving the outside world the illusion that he could fight the Bull Demon King head-on. In fact, he was letting the Bull Demon King fly. The Bull Demon King was furious. So he roared continuously. What Bull Demon King really roared out was, Ji Changsheng. What kind of hero are you, if you can only dodge? And what the outside world heard was, what a great Changsheng Emperor. I didn't expect that you, as a true lord, actually have the power of Daluo. If I were in the same realm, I would definitely admit defeat. Hearing this, Yuanshi Tianwang laughed again. Bull Demon King is sure to lose. If Ji Changsheng was stubborn and insisted on fighting Bull Demon King head-on, today's battle would still be a little suspenseful. Now there is no suspense at all. The only thing to consider is what method Ji Changsheng will take to kill Bull Demon King in the end. But Yuanshi Tianwang doesn't care much about this. They are just two juniors, and it's none of his business whether they live or die. Yuanshi Tianwang no longer pays attention to the battlefield. Just when Yuanshi Tianwang turned his attention away, a shocking change occurred. Ji Changsheng's sea of blood became a sword and chopped it off. This sword has at least 30% of the style of the stick's leader. If the Bull Demon King was hit, even with his Daluo body, he would be seriously injured. But a flash of determination flashed across the Bull Demon King's eyes, and he completely gave up resistance, allowing Ji Changsheng to behead him with a sword. But just a moment later, he popped out another head, spewing black air from his mouth, and his eyes shone with golden light. Although his momentum had dropped a bit, he had already killed Ji Changsheng. He hit Ji Changsheng on the head with a stick, leaving him no place to hide, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and dying on the spot. The Bull Demon King laughed up to the sky. He could withstand Ji Changsheng's fatal blow, but Ji Changsheng could not withstand his fatal blow. Just as the Bull Demon King opened his mouth to laugh, a ghost fire instantly entered his body. At the same time, Ji Changsheng resurrected from the same place. Although his face was pale, he was indeed resurrected from the same place. The Bull Demon King's eyes instantly widened. Impossible. This is Guanyin tears? Damn Guanyin. The Bull Demon King instantly reacted to what happened. With his strong body, he was able to take the sword of the Changsheng Emperor without any danger to his life. Ji Changsheng did not have his defense, but Ji Changsheng brought the resurrection armor given to him by Guanyin Bodhisattva. Guanyin tears. As long as he is not killed on the spot, as long as he is not a powerful Daluo, he can be resurrected on the spot even if he is seriously injured. Of course, Ji Changsheng was not lightly injured. This was an injury for injury. Now, neither side seems to be in danger of life. At least that is what the Bull Demon King thinks. Ji Changsheng, let's fight again. A ball of netherworld ghost fire appeared in Ji Changsheng's hand, and he laughed for the first time in the battle. And his laughter was rampant and unruly. Old Bull, it's over. The nemesis of the Bull Demon King is fire. Red Boy Samadhi true fire is very resistant to him. But what is more resistant to the Bull Demon King is the netherworld ghost fire of the ancient Buddha Randing. The Bull Demon King himself may not know this, because this is a backup plan left by Randing a long time ago. And he certainly will not support a black glove that he cannot deal with. Before that, Ji Changsheng took a ball of ghost fire from the belly of Princess Iron Fan. Ji Changsheng raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The Bull Demon King felt a pain in his stomach and instantly knelt in front of Ji Changsheng, sweating profusely. What did you do to me? The Bull Demon King really didn't know that his nemesis was the ghost fire. Ji Changsheng didn't answer the question of a dead cow. The genuine magic mirror hung high in the sky, shining on the Bull Demon King, leaving him nowhere to hide, and only waiting to die on the spot. The raging fire burned from the Bull Demon King's body. Ji Changsheng removed the illusion. The newly promoted Bull Demon King, with a body of 1,000 feet, knelt in front of the Changsheng Emperor, and gradually turned into a roasted cow in the raging fire. This scene became an indelible nightmare for countless demons. Chapter 475 Changsheng wins. Yuanshi is furious. Countless monsters doubted Yaosheng, but many monsters still maintained rational thinking after the sudden change. Don't panic. This must be an illusion. Yes, the Bull King is already a Daluo strongman, not a mortal, not a flesh and blood body, and can never be burned to death by a mere divine fire. The Daluo strongman jumps out of the long river of time and space, is immortal, and can be resurrected at any time point. The Bull King can't die, at least not so easily. The Changsheng Emperor is using illusions to deceive the world, which is ridiculous. Everyone stay calm. This illusion will soon be broken by the Bull King. Even if the Bull King is lost for a while, With his strength as a Daluo strongman, he will definitely be able to return from reincarnation. Several remnants of the monster clan stood up to appease the monsters. They are knowledgeable and have a better understanding of Daluo's strongmen. So after revealing the characteristics of Daluo, they did stabilize the situation. After all, what they said was very convincing. Sounded very reasonable. And in fact, it was very reasonable. Unfortunately, even if they calmed down, they were still no match for the heavenly soldiers and generals and the Tang Dynasty Iron Cavalry. Needless to say, the Tang Dynasty Iron Cavalry was the army that unified the southern continent and was the most powerful military formation of the human race in the contemporary era. Such an elite force's opponents were the heavenly soldiers and generals of the heavenly court, the 500 Arhats of Lingshan, and the 3,000 Jidis, not the free and undisciplined little demons of the demon race. The heavenly soldiers and generals of the heavenly court had erratic combat power. You expect them to fight the great sage of Pingzhong in Huagua Mountain. But the 100,000 heavenly soldiers can be swept away by the great sage of Pingzhong with one stick. If you feed them well and pay them enough, even the powerful Daluo will be killed by 100,000 heavenly soldiers. Play is play. Make noise is noise. Don't really joke with the heavenly soldiers and generals of the heaven. The heroes who have emerged from the billions of worlds after suffering catastrophes have ascended to the prehistoric fairyland and become one of the 100,000 heavenly soldiers who besiege the great sage Pingzhong. Do you really think they are cats and dogs? They are all heroes of the world like Yu Linglong and Yu Bihai, who have dominated a world and become the protagonists of a certain era. The bottom line is that they are all evildoers like Mrs. Bai Gu, who even the white tiger god can take a fancy to, and almost take them as daughters-in-law. After they ascended, due to their background or luck, they did not hold on to their thighs, could not be taught and cultivated like Yu Linglong, and could not get the inheritance of Xingtian and Mingyi like Xiaoyu, and could only continue to practice silently in the prehistoric fairyland. They look like ordinary people. But if 10,000 such evildoers gather together, they can scare a group of big monsters to death. 100,000 of these monsters gathered together, with the welfare of the heavenly court and the strange array of Fengho. Bull Demon King would also be in danger of his life if he met them. As the most powerful official ruling institution in the prehistoric fairyland, the heavenly court is the only one that can maintain its status by relying on hard power. And it is not just a name. Before, the great sage Pingzhong made a big fuss in the heavenly palace, and the Lord Haotian's forbearance had always caused some damage to the majesty of the heavenly court. In this battle, the battle of the heavenly soldiers was shocking, and the shock caused was no less than that of the great emperor Changsheng, who defeated the great emperor and killed the bull demon king of the Daluo level. Feng Ho, who presided over the 8 arrays, was shocked when she saw the performance of the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. If the soldiers and generals under Wulong had the strength of these heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, it would be entirely possible to make a comeback. After being shocked, Feng Ho could only sigh. The vast heaven has absorbed so many heroes and heroes. The human race still has a lot to work hard on. The ascenders from billions of worlds have absorbed not only the evildoers of the human race, but also the geniuses of billions of other races. The group of soldiers and generals under her apprentice back then were completely incomparable to these heavenly soldiers and generals. Even the Tang Dynasty cavalry that had already flattened the southern continent was somewhat dwarfed by these heavenly soldiers and generals. The Emperor of Tang personally supervised the battle, and after seeing the performance of the heavenly soldiers and generals, he silently extinguished the idea of attacking the sky. No wonder the immortal Qin failed back then. Compared with the heavenly court, our Tang Dynasty's foundation is still too shallow. If possible, there would be no emperor who didn't want to attack the sky. Just like if possible, there would be no emperor who didn't want to step on the lighthouse and destroy the island country with his fist. It's really not allowed by strength. So we can only love peace. The Tang Dynasty has never been a peace-loving country. But the Emperor of Tang decided to maintain a peaceful relationship with the heavenly court. Let's follow the original plan and expand the territory of the Tang Dynasty to Xinyo-Hezhou. It just so happened that the great Emperor Changsheng took action against Xinyo-Hezhou this time. As soon as the smoke of war rose in Xinyo-Hezhou, the Tang Dynasty's iron cavalry could be in place at any time. Your Majesty, how is the situation on the side of the great Emperor Changsheng? Is it really an illusion? A civil official beside the Emperor of Tang spoke worriedly. Although they have already gained an absolute advantage against other demons other than the Bull Demon King, But if the Bull Demon King defeats the great Emperor Changsheng, everything will still be a dead end. As long as the Bull Demon King wins, he can rise to the top and become the Demon King, with the support of the Jade Emperor and the Buddha behind him, and the tacit approval of the Master of Tontian and the Saint of Tai Ching in the eyes of everyone. The position of the great Emperor Changsheng will be quickly replaced by the Demon King, the Bull Demon King. At that time, the heavenly soldiers and generals will become the helpers of the Bull Demon King, and the Tang dynasty will be in danger. The eyes of the Tang Emperor flashed with golden light, and he stared carefully at the roasted cow in the sky, then shook his head and said, "I can't see any trace of illusion. But the Daluo strongman is really hard to kill, and it is unlikely that he will be controlled by the Changsheng Emperor and passively beaten. This is also what many demons are suspicious of now. The Daluo strongman is so terrifying that even if he temporarily falls into a disadvantage, or even a dead end, he can turn it around at any time." Before, the Bull Demon King was also stabbed by the Tian Star Lord, but it did not affect his combat power too much. How could he let the Changsheng Emperor slaughter him now? However, the ancient Buddha burning lamp did not doubt what he saw. On the contrary, he was so scared that he did a sit-up from the coffin. Netherworld Ghost Fire? Why is there a Netherworld Ghost Fire in Ji Changsheng's hand? Is it the ball in the iron fan? Damn. The Changsheng Emperor also knows that the Bull Demon King is controlled by me. The heart of the ancient Buddha burning lamp sank. Regarding the competition between Bull Demon King and Changsheng Emperor, Burning Lamp Ancient Buddha was somewhat conflicted. Bull Demon King did a lot of things for him without knowing it, but Bull Demon King suspected that he knew his identity, so he was ready to change this black glove. But Bull Demon King's sudden promotion to Daluo was unexpected by Burning Lamp Ancient Buddha. Not to mention Burning Lamp Ancient Buddha, Ji Changsheng had not expected it before, and even Bull Demon King himself had not expected it. It was all forced by Ji Changsheng. Pingzhong Great Sage killed Princess Iron Fan, causing Bull Demon King to completely lose his scruples, with all his knots gone. Facing Pingzhong Great Sage's step-by-step pressure, Bull Demon King simply made a concerted effort and broke through the threshold that had been preventing him from being promoted to Daluo. You should know that before this, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Yang Jian and Jinwu all relied on the 5 fingers of the saint to be promoted to Daluo. The Bull Demon King promoted himself without the help of external forces, which caught all the strongmen off guard, including the Bull Demon King himself. Once the Bull Demon King really sat firmly in Daluo, he really jumped out of the chessboard. If Ji Changsheng hadn't forced the Bull Demon King, the Bull Demon King didn't know that he had such great potential and could be promoted to Daluo so quickly. He was originally prepared to grind for another 10,000 years. Anyway, he would not be too old by then. What the Burning Lamp Ancient Buddha needs is the Bull Demon King who can be replaced at any time as a subordinate, not the Bull Demon King in the Daluo realm as an ally. What's more, if the Bull Demon King really became one of the 4 heavenly emperors, in terms of status, he would even be higher than the Buddhist Burning Lamp Ancient Buddha. The superiors especially cannot accept their former subordinates riding on their heads. So in the battle between the Bull Demon King and the Changsheng Emperor, the Burning Lamp Ancient Buddha actually supports the Changsheng Emperor to win in his heart. The problem is that the Changsheng Emperor won too easily, and he actually used his own methods. The things he did in private would be fatal if Bull Demon King knew about it. If the Changsheng Emperor knew about it, he could use this handle to completely crush him to death. After all, he privately targeted the Tathagata Buddha, and also targeted the Tai Ching Saint. He dared not let these things be exposed, but he didn't want to be a slave to the Changsheng Emperor. Ji Changsheng. A ball of ghost fire flashed in the eyes of the ancient Buddha, and a huge murderous intention arose in his heart. Then he saw the heavenly King Lian Neza, who had killed the demons and frightened them, and he felt a pain in his heart. My people are killing my demons. The left hand hits the right hand. No matter who wins or loses, he feels like the biggest loser. The demons naturally don't have the vision of the ancient Buddha, and they don't know the inside story as well as the ancient Buddha. Under the comfort of the demon kings, most of the demons have regained their composure and re-entered the battle with the heavenly soldiers and generals. But as time passed, the demons began to get restless again. Why hasn't the Bull King returned yet? The Bull King has been promoted to Daluo. Even if the Emperor Changsheng has the upper hand for a while, it should be reversed now. Why do I feel that the Bull King is almost roasted? The little demon's perception was not wrong. The Bull Demon King was indeed almost roasted. The fragrance spread across the world. As long as a little cumin is sprinkled, it will be no problem to eat it on the spot. At this time, the remnants of the demons who jumped out were also a little panicked. Bull King, are you still there? Bull King. Moo. Bull King. Come out quickly. How can we live without you? In the air, Ji Changsheng, who was roasting a cow, laughed. Stop shouting. Although you can't live without Bull Demon King. But Bull Demon King can't come back. Nonsense. The yellow-haired mink bravely stood up and refuted Ji Changsheng. It was the initiator of the previous Yellow Wind. But it was the Tathagata Buddha and Tontian Jiaozhu who really made the Samadhi Divine Wind so powerful. The yellow-haired mink was enlightened in Lingshan, and was cultivated by the Tathagata Buddha. It was also one of the leading monsters in the Battle of Suiyun Mountain today. It knew it had no other choice. So it didn't sit on the fence and shouted. The Bull King has unparalleled magical powers, and has already been promoted to Daluo. It's only a matter of time before he returns from the cycle of reincarnation. Changsheng Emperor. Even if you have the upper hand for a while, you will never be able to kill a Daluo strongman. Ji Changsheng looked at the yellow-haired mink with a playful look. He has some knowledge. And his Samadhi Divine Wind is also something. Unfortunately, his knowledge is still not enough. Ji Changsheng is in a good mood now. So he decided not to kill the yellow-haired mink on the spot. The Samadhi Divine Wind of the yellow-haired mink is a magical power of the same level as Red Boy's Samadhi True Fire. It would be a waste to kill such a demon king directly. So let's leave it to my dear teacher to pay off his debt. By the way, why does Tathagata prefer the yellow-haired mink? Could it be that Duobao's original body was also a mouse? The legendary Duobao mouse? Ji Changsheng's thoughts jumped for a while. And then he kindly explained the remaining goblins. Under normal circumstances, the Daluo strongman can indeed be resurrected at any time point and return strongly. Of course, the ordeal of the resurrection time node is still the same. The Daluo strongman must pass through his life and ensure his safety at every moment. The most dangerous moment for Ji Changsheng before was the half-year in the Tianma sect. Especially after Ziwei and Gaochen possessed the outer disciples of the Tianma sect. That half-year was the most difficult tribulation for Ji Changsheng. But now it has been broken by Ji Changsheng. The Bull Demon King will also have a similar situation. But the moment he can achieve Daluo, it means that his demon life is safe. As long as the Bull Demon King can escape, he can return from reincarnation step by step. Daluo strongmen are indeed so difficult to kill. Unfortunately, the Bull Demon King is not an old-fashioned Daluo. His weaknesses have been mastered by Ji Changsheng in advance. And, since Ji Changsheng dared to attack the Bull Demon King, he naturally made full preparations. Ji Changsheng snapped his fingers. In the sky, the magic mirror revealed its true form, shining brightly, covering the Bull Demon King's body. When seeing the true form of the magic mirror, countless monsters shuddered subconsciously. The remnants of the monsters who reacted were even more weak in an instant. There are many pirated magic mirrors in the world. There is only one genuine one, in Yang Jian's hands. And the genuine magic mirror, of course, has more than just the function of peeping at the true appearance of the monster in the mirror. A stronger function is to freeze the monster's body and make it unable to move. And once the monster is lost, it can continue to track. This thing is the nemesis of the Daluo monster clan. But the premise is to severely damage the Daluo monster clan first. Before this, Yang Jian had not been promoted to Daluo. Even if he held the magic mirror, he could not hurt the Daluo monster clan. And the monsters who have not entered Daluo, even without the magic mirror, are not Yang Jian's opponents. Therefore, Yang Jian did not kill many demons with the magic mirror. Ji Changsheng borrowed the genuine magic mirror and used it on the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King in a normal state would not take the magic mirror seriously. But after being severely injured by Ji Changsheng, the Bull Demon King would be restrained by the magic mirror activated by Ji Changsheng. The netherworld ghost fire that burned him was the life-defining divine fire of the ancient Buddha burning lamp. The netherworld ghost fire is the nemesis of the Bull Demon King. The genuine magic mirror is the nemesis of the demons. Changsheng Emperor, one of the strongest men under Daluo. The Trinity met a severely injured Bull Demon King. Even if the Bull Demon King was at the Daluo realm, there was no reason for him to survive. He could hold on until now, and was not completely roasted, which was already a Daluo-level survival ability. If it were any other demons, they would have been on the table of the Changsheng Emperor. Did you see the magic mirror? The Bull Demon King could have been resurrected. But unfortunately, his body was fixed by the magic mirror, and he lost the ability to travel through time and space, and became a flesh and blood body like you. Ji Chongqing's smiling words sounded the alarm for all the demons present. Keep fighting back. I don't want any prisoners in this battle. A truly powerful demon king may not be killed if he is determined to escape, so he can just target them to help the Western Church pay off its debts in the future. The demons who can't escape must be those scraps, and Jie Yin Juanti may not even look down on them. Ji Chongqing just used them to reward his own people who went on this expedition. Ji's party, the heavenly soldiers and generals, Feng Ho, the Tang Dynasty cavalry, and all aspects, will divide the spoils after participating in the war. War is not only about casualties, but also contains huge profits. The great Emperor Chongsheng never minded sharing these riches with his allies and subordinates. Only in this way can their community of interests be more stable. And the goblins are full of treasures. Brothers, kill as much as you want. After the war, I will treat everyone to a 3-day and 3-night banquet of 100 demons. Thank you, Emperor. Kill. Congratulations to the Emperor. This battle is over. The demon shed blood. The blood flowed like a river. The flame mountain that burned across the 800 worlds was extinguished by endless demon blood. Their strength is actually not weak. The remnants of the demon clan did not let up this time. But the reason why the remnants are remnants is that they cannot beat the orthodox. When Haltian was a turtle, the heavenly court looked like a soft persimmon that any demon king could pinch. The same heavenly soldiers and generals fell into the hands of the Chongsheng Emperor. And the fighting power they unleashed frightened the remnants of the demon clan. They hated it. The current prehistoric fairyland is all fake matches. The previous heavenly soldiers and generals were all acting. Send a message to the demon saints. And they must continue to be patient. They are really acting too much. The remnants of the demon clan also knew that the heavenly soldiers and generals were not that weak. But they were still played by Haltian. And they subconsciously underestimated the enemy. Until today, they realized the value of the orthodox official supreme ruler. Rebellion? The iron fist of the heavenly court hit them down. And they would be wiped out in minutes. In the end, Master Khan couldn't sort it out. This ingredient is enough for our god of food to use for 10,000 years. If you let me cook, I can use it for 100 million years. I, Shao Kahn, have never cooked such a rich meal. Master Kong ate his fill. And the demons fell down. Those demons who had masters behind them finally collapsed, crying and shouting, Master, help me. Stop. My master is Tontian Sec Master. Li Chongqi had originally planned to stop. But when she heard a stupid bird say that its teacher was Tontian Sec Master, she swung a crescent blade directly. Merit is everywhere. Li Chongqi, majoring in Yoguan Luohuan and minoring in merit, was also the master who used merit to brush the realm when he was in the Chongsheng realm. After killing, Li Chongqi curled her lips. The disciples of Jeju really didn't kill the wrong person. Too much gold content. Senior brother? Senior brother? Help me. How can you do this? Chongsheng Emperor, you don't follow the rules. It's okay if you kill a demon without a background. But my master is the heavenly court, puff. Before the other demon king finished speaking, Li Chongqi gave him merit again. She felt comfortable killing. Normally, of course, demons with backgrounds would be killed in full. Today was different. The war had escalated, and there was no need to give any fence-sitters room in a life and death struggle. From the moment the other party stood in the Bull Demon King's camp, they had already chosen to die. In this prehistoric fairyland, even the Tontian Sec Master and his men did not give face. So who else needed to give face? Finally, a 1,000-foot Buddha light rose from the western Lishan mountain. The Tathagata Buddha could not sit still, and personally came to Suiyun Mountain and bowed to the Chongsheng Emperor. Emperor, God has the virtue of loving life. How about this matter stop here? Ji Chongsheng picked his ears, cut off a piece of beef weighing 1,000 pounds, and threw it to the Tathagata Buddha. Let's talk after eating the beef. The G party members below continued to kill. The eyelids of the Tathagata Buddha twitched, and he suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, I don't eat beef. Ji Chongsheng smiled. Your teacher Tontian Jiaozhu doesn't eat beef either. But now he is eating it very deliciously. Isn't he? Eat it, or you will die if you don't eat the yellow-haired mink. At this time, Li Chongqi's crescent blade was already on the neck of the yellow-haired mink, smiling like a flower at the Tathagata Buddha in the sky. Men and women work together, and work is not tiring. Meeting this pair of evil stars, the Tathagata Buddha was furious in his heart. But on the surface, he could only endure it. Forget it. The teacher was forced to eat koi beef. So what does it matter if I suffer a little humiliation? I can't really let all the junior brothers and sisters who have finally regained their freedom be buried here. If that were the case, he would not be ashamed to see the junior brothers and sisters of Jijiao. But he would not be ashamed to see Tontian Jiaozhu. Without the support of Tontian, all his plans would fail. The battle was not won. And the Bull Demon King was more useless than he expected. The Tathagata Buddha could only accept the reality. Temporarily avoid the edge. Grit his teeth. Endure the humiliation. And swallowed 1,000 pounds of beef in one gulp. Click. Li Changshi took a picture of the Tathagata Buddha eating beef. The whole process was recorded on video. Then Li Changshi was furious. Tathagata, you are the leader of Buddhism. But you actually take the lead in eating meat, and destroy the Buddhist rules and regulations. How can you be the Tathagata? Ji Chansheng nodded in agreement. Knowing the law and breaking it is a heavier crime. Tathagata, you are the leader of Buddhism. Do you only allow the Buddha to eat beef, and not allow monks to eat meat? It is simply unreasonable. I think you should advocate and hand over Buddhism to the future Buddha, so that Buddhism can flourish. The Tathagata Buddha was so angry. Emperor Chansheng wants to have a fight with me. We agreed to talk after eating beef. Now that he has eaten, Ji Chansheng and Li Changshi are singing the same tune and saying these nonsense to embarrass him. The Tathagata Buddha was already very angry today. And now his Buddhist practice can no longer support him to continue the conversation. Suiyun Mountain is not the heavenly palace. Here, the Tathagata Buddha is absolutely sure to suppress Ji Chansheng. It's just that due to the previous ban of Master Tontian, the Daluo strongmen are not allowed to take the initiative to intervene. So he can't take the lead in violating it. But Master Tontian is his teacher after all. If he really violates it, the Tathagata Buddha will not take it seriously. Just go to the teacher to admit his mistake. What else can Master Tontian do to him? Thinking of this, the Tathagata Buddha's eyes have already shown murderous intent. And the Buddha's light is thousands of feet long. And he may take action at any time. Ji Chansheng said calmly, Tathagata, are you trying to commit a crime? The Buddha clenched his fist. Lingshan is a subordinate institution of the heavenly court. Although he is a frontier official, he is indeed ranked below the 4 heavenly kings. Although his actual power and strength are not necessarily weaker than the 4 heavenly kings. I think this Lingshan really needs to change its owner. Otherwise, Lingshan will definitely rebel in the long run. As soon as Ji Chansheng finished speaking, another voice sounded on the sidelines. Junior brother, what you said makes sense. The Buddha's lifetime system is indeed not conducive to the long-term development of Lingshan. Of course, those who dare to say this are not ordinary people. A chubby figure instantly appeared between Ji Chansheng and the Buddha, blocking the Buddha's terrifying murderous aura. Big ears and wide chin, with a fat face, shoulders and belly, and a fat body. A heart full of spring joy. 2 eyes shining with autumn light. Open sleeves fluttering with blessings. Straw sandals scattered and energetic. The first statue in the paradise. Namo Maitreya laughing monk. Maitreya Buddha put his hands together and smiled at Ji Chansheng. Junior brother. Senior brother is here. Ji Chansheng returned the greeting and smiled. Senior brother came at the right time. Tathagata violated the Buddhist rules and regulations and threatened me with insubordination. What crime should he be punished for? Maitreya Buddha smiled and said, no one in Buddhism can punish Tathagata. I'm afraid it will take internal discussion among the 4 heavenly emperors to decide. Ji Chansheng said directly, I think it's better to let senior brother Maitreya manage this sacred mountain. Tathagata Buddha calmed down and said in a deep voice, as long as the great heavenly venerable agrees, I have no problem. He and the Jade Emperor have a strategic alliance. He is not surprised that Maitreya Buddha and Ji Chansheng are together, nor does he think they can turn the world upside down. He is stronger than Maitreya Buddha, and the Jade Emperor is stronger than Chansheng Emperor. No matter how you calculate it, they should not be the ones who feel the crisis. Even if Maitreya Buddha and Ji Chansheng join forces, Tathagata Buddha is not afraid at all. So he continues to get straight to the point. Chansheng Emperor, give me a face. Today's matter ends. Ji Chansheng sneered. What face do you have? I still want to give Lingshan as a gift to my senior sister to become a saint. No face is worth this price. Tathagata Buddha's face sank. And he threatened calmly, if the disciples of Jeju are wiped out again today, the teacher may overturn the table again. If Changsheng Emperor wants to be a heinous sinner and recreate the last scene of the conferred god tribulation, I have no objection. Maitreya Buddha's face changed slightly, and he looked at Ji Changsheng worriedly. He naturally came to help Ji Changsheng to stand up, but he could not solve the threat of Tathagata Buddha. At the end of the conferred god's tribulation, the saints beat their brains out. The Jeju was completely wiped out, and Tontian Patriarch was beaten to the point of wanting to vomit blood. In the end, he became ruthless and wanted to drag everyone to death, and directly began to destroy the world. If it weren't for Daozu Hongjuan's death, it would be hard to say what the final outcome would be. The most disgusting thing about saints is that they have the ability to flip tables. It is difficult to kill saints of the same realm, but it is not difficult to destroy other creatures in the world, especially those below Daoyu. If the saints really get ruthless and destroy the universe, repeating the earth, wind, water, and fire, the Pangi universe will reincarnate and start from scratch. Saints and Daoyu may not have any problems, but all foundations must be redeveloped, and saints will become commanders without troops, and they must do everything themselves. Of course, no fool dares to do this. Coincidentally, Tontian Patriarch is a fool. During the conferred god tribulation, Tontian had already done this once, but was stopped by Daozu. Now, Tontian Patriarch may still do it. The threat of Tathagata Buddha is real. Unfortunately, Ji Lao Imo is soft-hearted. Tontian? He wants to destroy the world again? Ji Changxing's eyes and eyebrows were full of disdain. Tathagata, do you think the whole world is full of Yujiejia? A bunch of idiots? The same thing happened once, which is enough. Who will give Tontian a second chance? Even if he is given a second chance, Daozu can stop him once, but not the second time. He doesn't even need Daozu. Tontian Patriarch's record is all fake matches, and Ji Changsheng is the director behind the scenes. When there was no Zhuxian Four Swords, Juindi Sane holding the Seven Treasures wonderful tree could single-handedly kill Tontian Patriarch and even broke Tongqian's Jingping sword. With this kind of strength, he will not have a second chance to threaten other saints. Ji Changsheng despises Tontian Jiaozhu's IQ as much as he respects the strength of other saints. It takes a process to destroy the world. As long as it takes time to start, everything can be solved. Ji Changsheng himself is a master of time management. As long as the saint wants, the saint's efficiency in using time will only be better than his. So the threat of Tathagata Buddha is a joke to Ji Changsheng. What's more, Tathagata, do you think I will let Tontian go? Tathagata Buddha's pupils dilated. He was really confused by these words. Ji Changsheng, are you crazy? It's fine if you're not afraid of Tontian. What does it mean to not let Tontian go? Ji Changsheng said coldly, originally, we only killed one Quinyu, and Tontian ate 100 tables of full bull banquets. This matter is over, and I don't intend to pursue it. Changsheng Emperor is still broad-minded, but Tontian is shameless, and you are an accomplice to the tiger. Tontian made the wrong choice again and stood on the opposite side of me. Tathagata Buddha and Maitreya Buddha were stunned. They really had never seen such a brave man. What's the difference between this and scolding Tontian? There is indeed no difference. Ji Changsheng continued to curse, brainless thing. The first time I killed his mount, he didn't feel pain. The second time I will kill all his disciples and tell him there is no third chance. Tathagata, if you don't come to me, I will come to you. The Tathagata Buddha laughed in anger. Ji Changsheng, you are courting death. You are crazy. Maitreya Buddha looked at Ji Changsheng in doubt. He also felt that Ji Changsheng was a little too arrogant. It's okay to dismantle the Tathagata Buddha. How dare you talk to Tontian Jiaozhu like this? Ji Changsheng sneered and glanced at Li Changxi. Li Changxi made a gesture to Ji Changsheng. Then Ji Changsheng was relieved and sent a message to Guanyin Bodhisattva. A moment later, Guanyin Bodhisattva hugged the unconscious Yu Qingzhenwang and knelt in front of Yushu Palace. I, the unworthy disciple Xihong, have come to apologize to my master. Bodhisattva Guanyin wept and pleaded, Master, I am incompetent and failed to protect my brother, causing him to suffer such a great humiliation. Yuanshi Tianwang opened his eyes. He frowned slightly. And the next moment, Yuanshi Tianwang appeared in front of Yushu Palace. Then, he saw Yu Qingzhenwang's bulging belly. In an instant, a thunderbolt struck the sky, and the sky and earth changed color. Yuanshi Tianwang's face turned pale. Who did it? Bodhisattva Guanyin bowed her head and said, Duobao. Master, here is the evidence. Tathagata and Tontian wanted to end it. How could it be so easy? Chapter 476 Chansheng. Who fanned the flames? Really beat Yuanshi. The Chaoyin Cave of Luojia Mountain in Putuo, Nanhai, is the territory of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Going to Guanyin Bodhisattva's territory is not good for Yuqing Zhenwang. Li Chongqi can get evidence, and Guanyin Bodhisattva can certainly get it. This matter was originally a conspiracy between Guanyin Bodhisattva and Chansheng Emperor. So Guanyin Bodhisattva cooperated just right, and the chain of evidence was seamless. Yuanshi Tianwang could not find any fault. Even if Tontian Jiaozhu came, he could not find any fault. Yuanshi Tianwang looked at the truth revealed by the VCR, and his murderous aura became heavier. Nanji, you have come to this day. When you castrated us, you didn't expect to fall into our hands. You cut off our eggs, and we let you conceive an egg. This is called the cycle of cause and effect, and retribution is inevitable. Seeing this, Yuanshi Tianwang already believed 70%. Of course, he knew more about what happened in the conferred god tribulation than Ji Changsheng. At the end of the conferred god's tribulation, the Chan sect and Jia sect had all gone all in. After Tontian lost the 4 swords of immortal execution, he continued to fight hard and led Jia sect disciples to set up the 10,000 Immortals formation, attempting to defeat other saints with all his disciples by himself. A typical braggart who didn't deceive his buddies but deceived himself. The immortal execution sword formation couldn't stop the saints from joining forces, so the 10,000 Immortals formation was useless. All the Jia sect disciples combined were not enough to be defeated by Yuanshi Tianwang's Pangu banner. But Tontian sect master was so stupid that he sacrificed the lives of all his disciples. Jia sect disciples were also fooled by Tontian sect master and really thought they could win. So they rushed in all at once. At that time, Yuqing Zhenwang actually tended to persuade them to make peace. But he couldn't persuade them. In the end, Jade Purity King had no choice. Of course, he could not stand on the side of Jeju. He could only choose to help Chanju win the fight first, so that Tontian Patriarch could wake up after the failure. Like Xuandu Defashi, Jade Purity King had many dislikes for many disciples in Jeju. Normal people would not like Jeju disciples, unless they were Jeju disciples themselves. In addition to being loyal to each other, the members of the Black Society were not good at all. They were definitely a cancer of the whole society. Jeju Wanxian said that 30% were good and 70% were bad, which was already beautifying Jeju. It can be imagined how bad Jeju disciples were, as they could make Tontian Patriarch, Pangu's biological son, into such a miserable state in the end. It is rare for the son of the Creator to end up with nothing. The righteous will have many supporters, while the unrighteous will have few supporters. Jade Purity King did not go against the trend. He decided to take the initiative to help his uncle clean up Jeju. Jeju only needs to keep the 30% of the good ones, and the 70% of the bad ones will only hinder Tontian Jiaozhu. The 7 immortals are the 7 demons who are always serving Tontian Jiaozhu. Chong Erding Wangxian, a slave of 3 surnames, is one of them. He is also the one who is most trusted by Tontian Jiaozhu. He was entrusted by Tontian Jiaozhu to plot against the saints in the 10,000 Immortals formation. Plot against the saints. From this appointment, it can be seen that Tontian Jiaozhu has neither forcing nor vision. Tontian Jiaozhu himself cannot see clearly, but Yuqing Zhenwang sees it very clearly. The 7 immortals are the eunuchs of Jeju. Their job is to serve the emperor, and serve the emperor as long as he is happy. What does the world have to do with eunuchs? A typical eunuch party of Jeju. So Yuqing Zhenwang was the most ruthless to the 7 attendants. Xiushou Xian, Ling Ya Xian and Jin Wang Xian were all killed by Yuqing Zhenwang in the end. And he casually gave his 3 junior brothers Cihong, Manjusri and Samantabhadra as mounts. From the eunuch serving Tontian Jiaozhu, he became the eunuch serving the 2nd generation of disciples of Chanju. The 7 attendants certainly have reason to retaliate, but under normal circumstances, they can't break through the ban. Yuanshi Tianwang thought of the Samadhi divine wind. Guanyin Bodhisattva also said, Master, everything was fine. It was the Samadhi divine wind that blew, and the disciples' arrangement in the Taoist temple was not prevented, which caused the brother to have problems. The disciple accepts all the punishments from the master. Hearing the brother in Guanyin Bodhisattva's mouth, Yuanshi Tianwang's heart twitched. But he still said coldly, It's not your fault. You really couldn't stop that gust of wind. That gust of Samadhi divine wind, with the power of Tathagata and Tontian behind it, was not something that Guanyin Bodhisattva, a junior who had just entered Daluo, could defend against. Not to mention Guanyin Bodhisattva. Even Taishang Laojun of Tushita Palace, one of the incarnations of Tai Ching Saint, couldn't defend against it. Only a few places, such as Yushu Palace, Huahuang Palace, Baiying Palace and other saints' dojo, were not affected. It's just that they were not affected. Not that they were not affected by the wind. At that time, Yuanshi Tianwang just lamented that his third brother was as stupid as ever. Now it seems that his third brother is not only as stupid as ever, but also as good at cheating him as ever. When Yuanshi Tianwang saw the three demons cue him, his face became more and more gloomy. The old thief Yuanshi likes to bully the weak the most. We can't let him know that we did it. Brother Duobao said that the secrets of heaven are in chaos. And the old thief Yuanshi can't be blamed on us. It was the true immortal Rui who did it. And the water of the mother and child river was also brought by the true immortal Rui. Even if Yuanshi investigates, let him find out that it was the Bull Demon King. The true immortal Rui did a good job this time. If the Bull Demon King can successfully ascend to Daluo, we will recommend the true immortal Rui to join us to serve the seven immortals. It just so happens that Chang'er died. Guanyin's poor protection will definitely be held accountable by the narrow-minded old thief Yuanshi, just in time to avenge us. This time the teacher has come out again. Brother Duobao has made a call. And with our help, we will surely be able to restore the glory of our Jiejiao's 10,000 immortals coming to pay homage soon. Yuanshi Tianwang said coldly, as audacious as ever. Yuanshi Tianwang did not think the words of these three demon immortals were exaggerated, even if outsiders heard them as exaggerated. Because Yuanshi Tianwang has seen even more exaggerated things. Yuanshi, you old bastard. Do you dare to fight me? Yuanshi, you are old. The prehistoric world belongs to us young demons. You and Tai Ching come together. These are all real events in the conferred God tribulation. Not to mention Duobao wants to kill Tai Ching. Kong Xian eats Juanti alive. The three Shaos point at Yuanshi Tai Ching's nose and curse. In the Zhuxian sword formation and the 10,000 immortals formation, at least 1/3 of the disciples of Jiejiao, led by Tong Tianjiaozhu, have fought with the saints. It's really exaggerated. It's hard for normal people today to imagine how weird and brainless the process of the conferred God tribulation was. You think the disciples of Jiejiao have lost their minds. But in fact, they don't have that stuff at all. Fortunately, the conferred God tribulation has almost eliminated the Shabi. Those who can survive and are free are almost all capable. So now the style has changed. But Yuanshi Tianwang has seen the craziest Jiejiao. So he is very receptive. He just thought one more layer. They are plotting in private. And you can record it? Yuanshi Tianwang's eyes put great pressure on Guanyin Bodhisattva. Although the quasi-sage and the saint are both Daluo's strongmen, Mu Xian and Ji Changsheng are also human. The gap between Daluo and Daluo may be greater than the gap between Ji Changsheng and Xiaomu. Nuan Yangyang can kill the Lord of the Sticks and Do Mu Yuanjun with 3 punches. But Guanyin Bodhisattva estimates that Yuanshi Tianwang can't use 3 punches to kill herself, because her strength is not as good as the Lord of the Sticks and Do Mu Yuanjun. Fortunately, Guanyin Bodhisattva withstood the pressure. For her future happiness, she bravely took it on and made a very convincing argument. Master, Jieju disciples have no brains. Yuanshi Tianwang. It's well reasoned and cannot be refuted. They didn't have any secret plots at all. They were all plotting loudly. The truth, Yuanshi Tianwang continued to be unable to refute. These 3 demons have been controlled by Samantabhadra and Manjusri for these years, and they have never seen much of the world. They thought that it was still the same as the conferred God's tribulation. They thought that they had destroyed my arrangement in Luojia Mountain, so there was no need to worry. But they didn't know that the current scientific and technological civilization is developing rapidly. Recording the evidence of their crimes does not require any fluctuations in magic power. They don't understand the current era. Yuanshi Tianwang was convinced. These demons and immortals were all captives, and their treatment was different from that of the supercars such as Qinghuan, Quinyu, and Qingyou. Real cattle and horses do not need to learn, and the superiors only need them to do hard work. The more they know, the more unwilling they are to be cattle and horses. So Guanyin, Manjusri, and Samantabhadra will not give these demons and immortals the opportunity to learn and improve. The disciples of Jiejiao who entered the heavenly court to be deified are fine. But the demons and immortals of Jeju, who were captured as mounts and captives, really can't keep up with the times. What about Rui Zhenxian? Yuanshi Tianwang asked. He has basically seen through the truth. But after the great catastrophe of deification, he learned to be calm in every major event. Decisions made in an impulsive state are irrational. So the assets of the Changjiao have now shrunk by more than half. Yuanshi Tianwang is not Tang Tianjiaozhu. He is learning lessons. Fortunately, Guanyin Bodhisattva had been prepared. Rui Zhenxian was coerced by Qiu Shou Xian Ling Xian and others. In addition, he may also have the idea of revenge on his disciples. Disciple previously accepted Red Boy, the son of Bull Demon King, as Shankai Tongzi. This time Chansheng Dadi attacked Guanyin, and disciples also gave him a few drops of Guanyin tears. Disciple previously owed Chansheng Dadi a favor for his enlightenment, and disciples cannot refuse such a request. Although Guanyin Bodhisattva has now been wooed by Tathagata Buddha, it was Ji Chansheng who gave Guanyin Bodhisattva the opportunity to be promoted to Daluo. So this cause and effect must be repaid. And Tathagata can't find any faults. Do you dare to owe money to ordinary people? Do you dare to owe money to the Emperor of Heaven? Guanyin Bodhisattva doesn't dare to owe it either. This reason is very strong. Because Yuanshi Tianwang also believes that Chansheng Dadi's iron fist has enough deterrence. Master, if disciples were not too harsh on Jingguang Xian on weekdays, perhaps there would not be this disaster. Disciple is willing to be punished. It has nothing to do with you. Although Yuanshi Tianwang was angry, he did not vent his anger on Guanyin Bodhisattva. Although he was troubled by Guanyin Bodhisattva. But there is a fact that many people have overlooked. Guanyin Bodhisattva was the first of his disciples to break through the Daluo realm. Although Guanyin Bodhisattva is not his disciple in name now, but Guanyin Bodhisattva recognizes it herself. Having a Daluo disciple is also a face-saving thing for a saint. If Guanyin Bodhisattva just wants to return to the Chanju to be a simple disciple, Yuanshi Tianwang would welcome it. What he does not welcome is a Daluo daughter-in-law. This is really hard to deal with. Of course, Yuanshi Tianwang can't care about this at the moment. After calming down, Yuanshi Tianwang realized that he was still very angry. So he couldn't bear it. Is it Duabao's idea to let the former Jieju disciples go out? Yuanshi Tianwang asked. Guanyin Bodhisattva answered without hesitation, it must be. After the great catastrophe of the conferred gods, third uncle has accepted the end of Jieju. That's right. Yuanshi Tianwang nodded. His eyes turned cold. Third brother finally turned over a new leaf. But you want to pull him back to the old path. I won't allow it. Jiejiao, things that have been destroyed. There is no need to miss them anymore. The disciples of Jiejiao hate Yuanshi Tianwang. Yuanshi Tianwang also hates the disciples of Jiejiao. This is called two-way rush. So, when Tathagata Buddha was still hesitant and didn't know why Ji Chansheng suddenly became so rampant, Yuanshi Tianwang descended from the sky. The look he gave him was full of murderous intent. Tathagata Buddha felt Yuanshi Tianwang's hostility, and his heart sank instantly. But he immediately saluted, meet the saint. You only said that you have met the saint, but not the second uncle. That means you regard yourself as the leader of Buddhism, not the disciple of Jiejiao. Yuanshi Tianwang first defined the identity of Tathagata Buddha. Tathagata Buddha realized that Yuanshi Tianwang was pointing his sword at Jiejiao, and his heart sank again, and his voice became cold. Saint wants to intervene in the dispute between me and Chansheng Dadi? At this point, Tathagata Buddha looked at Chansheng Dadi. His eyes were enlightened. It turns out that Chansheng Dadi is supported by the king behind him. No wonder he is so confident. Even so, you can't humiliate your teacher like this. Humiliation? Where is the humiliation? Yuanshi Tianwang did stand on Ji Chengsheng's side, seeking truth from facts. Can it be called humiliation? When Tathagata Buddha heard Yuanshi Tianwang's undisguised position, his heart was stable. What he was afraid of was that Yuanshi Tianwang and Tang Tianjiaozhu talked about brotherhood. And then they, the disciples of Jiejiao, would really have a hard time gaining a foothold. Now that Yuanshi Tianwang has made it clear that he wants to be the enemy of Tang Tianjiaozhu, it is actually easier for them. Even if the teacher cannot beat the four saints together, it is still easy to beat a mere Yuanshi Laobi Ding? With this idea in mind, Tathagata Buddha's face darkened, and he boldly retorted, Heavenly King, be careful with your words. Even if you are the one, you cannot humiliate my teacher in front of me. Yuanshi Tianwang ignored Tathagata Buddha's words and asked in a deep voice, is it your idea to let the Jieji disciples go free? Tathagata Buddha did not refute, yes. This matter cannot be faked. Because Ji Changsheng had forced Tang Tianjiaozhu to admit his defeat before. It was after he went to the Bio Palace that the yellow wind blew in the prehistoric fairyland. If he said that this had nothing to do with him, it would be an insult to the IQ of the world. Of course, the Buddha Tathagata didn't care about insulting the IQ of the world. He also said with certainty that the creatures of Shinyo-Hijo were not greedy or murderous, and they nurtured their spirits and spirits. Although they were not supreme, everyone had a long life. Now Shinyo-Hijo was already a river of blood. However, Tathagata didn't have the courage to insult Yuanshi Tianwang's IQ. Hearing the Buddha Tathagata's admission, Yuanshi Tianwang looked at him with the same eyes, as if he was looking at a dead soul. The matter of conferring gods is a foregone conclusion. Do you want to overturn the verdict of that year? The Buddha Tathagata chose to gamble. As the former eldest brother of Jieju, he had the obligation to stand up for Jieju disciples, so that he could gain their support. So he replied stubbornly, "The sea of suffering is boundless. Turn back, and you will be the shore. Put down the butcher knife, and become a Buddha right away." I have seen that the disciples of Jieju have been meditating and cultivating their chi for many years, and they have already become Buddhas. What nonsense! After Yuanshi Tianwang scolded him, he slapped him. The Tathagata Buddha quickly raised his hand to block Yuanshi Tianwang's sudden attack. Confidence increased again. It must be said that after refining the broken palm of Zhundi Saint, Tathagata Buddha's strength has indeed made great progress. Among the quasi-saints still alive today, Tathagata Buddha has the strength to maintain the third place and fight for the first place. And his confidence is not generated out of thin air. Having gained confidence from Zhundi Saint, Tantian Jiaozhu and Yuanshi Tianwang successively, Tathagata Buddha could not help but start to show his face. "Heavenly King, I am no longer the same as I was back then. You are the master of Chanjiao, and I am the master of Buddhism. Heavenly King attacked me for no reason. But do you want to provoke disputes among the great religions again?" The coldness in Yuanshi Tianwang's eyes became even stronger. Ji Changsheng spoke at the right time. "Tathagata, you are so bold that you compare yourself with the Heavenly King." The Buddha Tathagata did not deny this. The world can see who is right and who is wrong. "Heavenly King, I have no intention of being your enemy, and I hope you will not embarrass me. I am here only to settle the matter." Yuanshi Heavenly King glanced at Ji Changsheng coldly. Ji Changsheng did not understand what Yuanshi Heavenly King meant. He had a tacit understanding with Li Changxi, but not with Yuanshi Heavenly King. However, Ji Changsheng continued to act according to his own script. "How dare you? Heavenly King, Tathagata actually took the initiative to speak rudely to you, and he should be punished for his crimes." After a pause, Ji Changsheng added, "I think he deserves death. With Yuanshi Heavenly King's temperament, it is really possible to kill Tathagata completely." When Ji Changsheng spoke, Li Changxi had already started to operate. When Ji Changsheng finished speaking, what the world saw was what Ji Changsheng said. The Tathagata Buddha took the initiative to speak disrespectfully to Yuanshi Tianwang, and he was committing an offense. The great Emperor Changsheng truly speaks with his words. Yuanshi Tianwang's eyes flashed with admiration for the tacit cooperation between Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi. This is exactly the effect he wanted. He had bullied the weak with his bigness during the conferred god tribulation, which greatly damaged his reputation. Now he was furious and attacked again. But Yuanshi Tianwang didn't want to ruin his reputation. He hoped that Ji Changsheng could help him with this matter. Ji Changsheng took the initiative to solve it without his order. So Yuanshi Tianwang acted brazenly. "Saints cannot be insulted. Tathagata, you really deserve to die." As Ji Changsheng thought, Yuanshi Tianwang wanted to kill him. Now that Tathagata Buddha dared to plot against Jade Pure True King, Yuanshi Tianwang simply couldn't imagine what Tathagata Buddha would dare to do in the future. And Yuanshi Tianwang could confirm that the Jieju disciples really wanted to kill him. If Jieju disciples had the strength, they would really dare to kill him. Keeping this group of time bombs was irresponsible to the Chanju. Yuanshi Tianwang was certainly not afraid of them. But the fact that Jade Pure True King was pregnant made him completely disgusted. He had to let the world see the consequences of angering him. So this time, Yuanshi Tianwang used 6 points of his strength. With his strength, using 6 points of his strength against a quasi-saint was already very cheap. Tathagata Buddha felt a huge pressure, far more than the saint incarnation Subhuti back then. Fortunately, he was mentally prepared for this. Yuanshi, this old bastard, is indeed stronger than Zhundi, and stronger than me now, but still far behind Master Uncle. I have the strength to fight back. In the Zhuxian sword formation, he teamed up with Tantian Jiaozhu to fight against the opponent of Taiching Saint. but was killed instantly by Tai Ching Saint. This incident left a big shadow on Tathagata Buddha. Now Tathagata is in awe of Tai Ching Saint. But what is Yuan Shi Tianwang? He is just a little stronger than Junti. Give me time. I can easily surpass him. Tathagata Buddha put his hands together, and a 10,000-foot Dharma image appeared behind him, as high as the sky. Then he slowly extended his palm and met Yuan Shi Tianwang head-on. Yuan Shi Tianwang and Tathagata Buddha were not far away from each other. But when Yuan Shi Tianwang took action, Tathagata Buddha quickly jumped across the endless world and the long river of time and space, always keeping a certain distance from Yuan Shi Tianwang, and planning a defensive counterattack. This method is 2 levels higher than the battle between Ji Changsheng and Bull Demon King just now. Not all quasi-saints have the ability to jump through the long river of time and space and the endless world under the attack of the saint. Bull Demon King had not even had time to master this move, and was not familiar with the power of Daoyuo before he was killed by Ji Changsheng. Tathagata Buddha has experience fighting saints, so his response is correct and really amazing. Heavenly King, you also take my Tathagata holy palm. Tathagata Buddha's voice resounded throughout the endless world. This is the strongest voice of Tathagata Buddha's pursuit of the saint realm. He wants to use this battle to formally confirm his status. Even if he has not yet become a saint, at least after this battle, he will become a sub-saint. This is a palm that combines the magical powers of Taoism and Buddhism. I named it Buddha is Taoism. Heavenly King, please taste it. Boom! The palm of Tathagata Buddha finally touched the palm of Yuan Shi Tianwang. In the endless world, countless powerful people watched this scene. After a while, many quasi-saints couldn't even suppress their emotions and cheered. Blocked. Tathagata didn't retreat a step. Golden blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. And he was still injured. But he really blocked it. Saint flesh really works. The 3 burials master suddenly felt the chill again. Looking at Tathagata Buddha, who was only slightly at a disadvantage in midair, he felt a little cold in his heart. Tathagata has made great progress. He believed that this was his own contribution. But it was definitely not all due to his broken palm. The eldest brother of Jeju was originally a powerful person below the saint. And after entering the Western religion, he obtained the inheritance of the Western religion. To have reached the current level is the strength that Tathagata Buddha should have. But it was enough to make the saints look sideways. It even made the saints feel a little threatened. The 3 burial masters were surprised. And Yuan Shi Tianwang didn't expect it. He thought that this palm could directly take down the Tathagata Buddha. But he didn't expect that not only did he fail to take down the Tathagata Buddha, but he didn't even repel the Tathagata. This made him a little embarrassed, but also a little admiring. But at the same time, he also had more murderous intentions. The current Tathagata Buddha dared to attack him. When the Tathagata Buddha really has the fighting power of a saint, he dared to kill him directly. This is even more impossible to keep. But Yuan Shi Tianwang still said fairly, yes. Your palm has already had 5 points of saintly style. In other words, the Tathagata Buddha's full-strength palm just now has 50% of his full-strength attack. This is really good. Of course, it is also to make up for himself. The Tathagata Buddha laughed. His mood was uplifted, and his momentum became more and more high. Killing Subhuti, being recognized by Tan Tianjiaju, and now being praised by Yuan Shi Tianwang. Obviously, he really has the power of sub-saint. Even if he takes Jundi Saint as the standard, he already has the strength of the last saint. How can he not laugh at such a happy event? Yuan Shi, today I will let you be my dead soul. The roar of Buddha Tathagata once again resounded through the heavens and the worlds, causing countless powerful people to be shocked. Buddha Tathagata suddenly couldn't laugh. The smile will not disappear. It will only transfer. Transferred to the Changsheng Emperor. Li Chongshi quietly pulled Ji Chongqing's sleeve and reminded him, be careful. Don't get angry with yourself. Yuan Shi Tianwang is not a good-tempered saint. Ji Chongsheng said calmly, it's okay. The king will definitely be able to see through everything. Yuan Shi Tianwang's fist hardened instantly, and he cursed Ji Chongsheng in his heart. But he was still furious. You are so arrogant. You are looking for death. Yuan Shi Tianwang, who was furious, used 80% of his strength. The Tathagata Buddha had no time to scold Ji Chongsheng. Feeling that the murderous aura from Yuan Shi Tianwang was stronger than before, the Tathagata Buddha thought that Yuan Shi Tianwang had exploded and was just about to use the Pengu banner. He also began to explode. One hand pointed to the sky, and the other pointed to the ground. 8 huge characters that reached the sky came out of the Tathagata Buddha's mouth. making Yuan Shi Tianwang's murderous intent even stronger. I am the only one who is supreme in the world. Li Changxi was so surprised, apart from their IQ. These disciples of Jieju are really crazy. There are 6 saints and Daozu in the sky. There is Ho Tu Nyang Yang on the earth. The Tathagata Buddha was shouting, I am the only one who is supreme in the world. Ji Changsheng felt the strength of the Tathagata Buddha's move and sighed again. He is really awesome. And he is really an idiot. Just like Tontian sect master. No wonder they are master and disciple. They are indeed made in the same mold. The Tathagata Buddha, who wanted to be supreme in the world, was hit by Yuan Shi Tianwang's second palm, and his golden body was half broken and began to crumble. But no matter what, he took it. And it only took a moment. And the extremely strong power of faith came from the Tathagata Buddha's 10,000 feet golden body. And he began to repair his injuries at a speed visible to the naked eye. And quickly raised his breath to the peak again. Heavenly King, come again. The Tathagata Buddha was excited. Tread on Yushu. Defeat Yuan Shi. And from now on I will be the master of Kunlun. The ambition of Tathagata Buddha spread throughout the heavens and the worlds again. The Tathagata Buddha's body stiffened. Yuan Shi Tianwang was completely furious. When Nua killed the leader of the Styx and Duma Yuan Jun, she only used 3 punches. He did not hold back at all. Tathagata, if you can take 1 more of my punches, today's matter will end here. An extremely terrifying aura began to rise from Yuan Shi Tianwang. Chapter 477 Tontian. I seem to have played a fake match. The status of the saint made Yuan Shi Tianwang not use magic weapons. But apart from magic weapons, Yuan Shi Tianwang tried his best. He came to punish the culprit, not to help Tathagata Buddha to become famous. When Nua killed the leader of the Styx and Do Mu Yuan Jun, she set an example for the saint. Of course, when Junti Saint beat the leader of the Styx and Tathagata Buddha, he also set an example for the saint. The one Yuan Shi Tianwang wanted to imitate must be Nua, not Junti Saint. So Yuan Shi Tianwang was serious this time. A golden light that all Jieju disciples were familiar with slowly emerged from Yuan Shi Tianwang's hand. The sky suddenly broke. Countless Jieju disciples, especially the 3 Xiaonyang, had painful memories in their minds. The 3 Xiaonyang were the 2 spirited sisters that Yun Shao Fairy and she recognized. To be honest, Yun Shao is one of the few normal practitioners in Jieju, and she was implicated. Her 2 spirited sisters, Qiongqiu and Bixia, set up the 9-bend Yellow River Formation, and after annihilating the 12 golden immortals of the Chanjiao, they became confident and pointed at Yuan Shi Tianwang, who came to rescue his disciples, and the Taiqing Saint, who came later, and said domineeringly, 2 old bastards, come together. Even in Jiejiao, where sand is like clouds, Qiongqiu and Bixia can be called fighters among sand. Abstract masters. Even more abstract than Qiongxia and Bixia is Tontian Jiaozhu. Qiongxiu and Bixia just want to overthrow Yuan Shi Tianwang and Taiqing Saint. Tontian Jiaozhu thinks he can overthrow the 4 saints. They have all put it into practice. Jiejia. There is always someone stronger among the strong. Yu Shao is not as stupid as her 2 spirited sisters. She is still quite normal. But the opponent is a saint. And her teammates are all pigs. In the end, there is no doubt that Yuan Shi Tianwang broke the 9-bend Yellow River Formation and almost wiped out the 3 goddesses. Taiqing Saint saved Yu Shao. In Taiqing's mind, only Yun Shao was worth saving. Qiongqiu and Bixia were not bothered. The simplest way for Yuan Shi Tianwang to break the 3 goddesses' 9-bend Yellow River Formation was to use the Golden Light technique. No matter how sharp your formation is, as long as you can penetrate the space and ignore time and space, all the attacks of the formation will be broken. The Golden Light technique practiced by ordinary practitioners can only travel a few thousand miles a day. The Golden Light technique used by Yuan Shi Tianwang can travel through billions of worlds in a single thought. Golden Light breaks the dawn. The Tathagata Buddha has nowhere to hide. It is similar to how Ji Changsheng used the magic mirror to freeze the Bull Demon King's body just now. It's just that Ji Changsheng used a magic weapon, and Yuan Shi Tianwang only used a small magic spell that he used. The gap between them is definitely bigger than the gap between Ji Changsheng and Mu Xian. Buddha Tathagata also felt that Yuan Shi Tianwang was determined to get him. With the Golden Light technique tracking Yuan Shi Tianwang's next attack, no matter how he dodges, he can't avoid it. When the saint wants to guide accurately, you can't even defend. So Buddha Tathagata also risked his life. Yuan Shi, old bastard. Do you think I am San Shao? Can you control me? Li Changxi pulled Ji Changqing's sleeve again. then found that Ji Chongqing's face was a little ugly. So Li Chongqi reacted. Immediately looked at Buddha Tathagata. And instantly became furious. This dog Tathagata actually framed my junior brother. The two previous attacks were all Ji Chongqing's hatred for Buddha Tathagata. This time it was not Ji Chongqing who said it, but Tathagata Buddha. But in the eyes of those smart and powerful people, it was Chongqing Emperor who said it for Tathagata Buddha. This move by Tathagata Buddha is called giving someone a taste of their own medicine. Ji Chongqing was also stunned for a moment, and then laughed. After all, he is Tathagata, and the eldest brother of Jeju is still quite capable. In terms of IQ alone, Tathagata's IQ should be much higher than Tong Tianjiaozhu. Li Chongqi frowned and said, Yuanshi Tianwang can definitely see the clues. I'm just afraid that the three Shaos will misunderstand. The words of Tathagata Buddha just now were not only scolding Yuanshi Tianwang. He also stepped on the three Zai Xinyang. With the IQ of Qiongxiu and Bixiu, they will definitely fall for it. No problem. Ji Chongqing said calmly. Yu Xiao can explain the truth. What about Qiongxiu and Bixiu? Li Chongqi asked. Ji Chongqing smiled brightly. I can teach them physics. What are the three goddesses of heaven? Ji Chongqing only knows one Daluo Yun Xiao. What are the two abstract gods Qiongxiu and Bixiu? Are they worthy of being feared by the Chongqing Emperor? This kind of fool who dares to fight with Yuanshi Tianwang and Tai Ching Saint. Ji Chongqing doesn't even want to be a cow or a horse. Afraid of being dragged down by his IQ. It's better to give it to Tathagata. The Tathagata Buddha has no time to care about the conversation between Ji Chongqing and Li Chongqi. After framing Ji Chongqing, the Tathagata Buddha focused on the movements of the Yuanshi Tianwang, took a deep breath, and contained all the power of the endless Buddha kingdom in one body. The Tathagata Buddha still doesn't have the confidence to defeat the Yuanshi Tianwang, but he wants to attack against attack. Across from the Tathagata Buddha, the golden light in the hands of the Yuanshi Tianwang gradually turned into a golden axe, which was held in the hands of the Yuanshi Tianwang. The axe was smooth and restrained, and was composed entirely of Yuanshi Tianwang's magic power. It was not a magical weapon, and its size was no different from an ordinary family's axe. But all the creatures who saw this axe felt great terror, great destruction, and great vitality. Li Chongqi and Ji Chongqing broke out in a cold sweat after only taking a look at the golden axe. Li Chongqi whispered, Junior brother, you should be more respectful to Yuanshi in the future. I can't bear this axe. Ji Chongqing wiped the cold sweat from his head and said in fear, I can't bear it either. Of course, it is normal for them not to be able to bear it. Baiying Palace? The Taiching saints looked sideways slightly, with surprise in their eyes. Yuanshi opened the sky. In the Wahuang Palace, Nuan Yang was originally lazily leaning on the cloud bed. After seeing the axe, she stood up instantly, her face a little solemn. This is a reproduction of Pangu's axe. Pangu opened the sky with an axe. Yuanshi Tianwang is now recreating Pangu. In the west, Lingshan. Jiang also sighed. Yuanshi has made great progress. He is very sure that Yuanshi Tianwang's strength was not at this level during the conferred god's tribulation. Yuanshi Tianwang's full-strength attack today is comparable to the full-strength attack of holding Pangu banner during the conferred god's tribulation. And the saints also have the method of bursting, which can exert their own strength to 150% or even double their strength. Of course, Yuanshi Tianwang does not need to fight so hard against Tathagata Buddha. He is just using all his strength now. But the axe that can split the prehistoric fairyland, splitting a mere Tathagata, of course, is no problem. Fortunately or unfortunately, the saints understood the mystery of Yuanshi Tianwang's axe, while Tathagata Buddha only understood the horror of this axe. It is normal for saints to have some tricks in their back box. Tathagata Buddha quickly judged that this axe was not easy to catch, and he was not sure if he could catch it. When he was unsure, he knew that he would definitely not be able to catch it, because he had lost the confidence to win and the will to fight, facing an opponent stronger than himself. Being afraid before fighting is of course self-destruction. Yuanshi, this old bastard, is still much stronger than the two saints in the west. Tathagata Buddha was in awe. But he did not worry too much. There are ways to beat those who can beat them, and there are ways to beat those who cannot beat them. Yuanshi, do you dare to kill me? Look at me saving all living beings. Tathagata Buddha shouted. Billions of worlds and countless living beings are all bathed in the Buddha's light and step onto the ladder of Buddhahood. But Tathagata Buddha himself turned into nothingness. After seeing this scene, Ji Chongqing narrowed his eyes, and his voice turned cold. All sentient beings can become Buddhas if they are saved. Tathagata has placed his divine thoughts on every living being within the Buddha's light. Unless Yuanshi Tianhuang kills all sentient beings with this move, Tathagata can be resurrected at any time. Rather than calling this move saving all sentient beings, it is better to call it moral kidnapping. The kidnappers caught a hostage and threatened the police to let him go. The Tathagata Buddha used a high-end version and kidnapped billions of sentient beings in the endless world. It is indeed a great magical power and a great means. It is a pity that he met Yuanshi Tianhuang. The golden axe in Yuanshi Tianhuang's hand lightly slashed in the air. The world was bloody. It is simply wishful thinking to kidnap a saint with morality. The cold and powerful voice of Yuanshi Tianhuang rang in the ears of billions of sentient beings. Fix. Kill. And I. When the word ding came out, the long river of time stopped. When the word sha came out, billions of living beings were slaughtered. When the word and I came out, the long river of time jumped back to 1 second ago. Billions of living beings were resurrected on the spot. Only Tathagata Buddha disappeared. Seeing the battle between Yuanshi Tianhuang and Tathagata Buddha, Ji Chansheng felt ashamed for Bull Demon King. Old Bull. Old Bull. Both of you are Daluo. Aren't you ashamed? Does this look like the same realm? It's all Bull Demon King's fault, which completely lowered the value of this emperor's record. Old Demon Ji would never doubt himself. Just kidding. A Jinjuan realm killed Daluo. What else do you want? Of course, the one who should reflect is Bull Demon King. But Bull Demon King has no chance to reflect, because he is now completely roasted. The one who still has a chance to reflect is Tathagata Buddha. Cough. 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 The huge cough sounded again above Shinyo-Hujo. Li Chengshi was shocked. Oh my god. He is not dead yet? Is Tathagata so awesome? If she had taken the axe just now, she would have been dead. Ji Chansheng was also a little confused. It shouldn't be. Tathagata can't take that axe, unless Tontian intervenes. As expected, the figure of Tathagata Buddha reappeared above Shinyo-Hujo. The difference is that Tathagata Buddha is holding a long sword in his hand this time. The sword points to Yuanshi Tianhuang. Yuanshi. As you wish. I survived. The condition of Tathagata Buddha at this time is very miserable. His golden body is broken. Blood is flowing from his 7 orifices. His face is pale, and it is obvious that he is half dead. But he did survive. This scene makes many quasi-saints brighten their eyes. Yuanshi Tianhuang's face was very ugly. He glanced in the direction of Bio Palace and said in a cold and hard voice, "Third brother, do you really want to die?" He had already used all his strength just now. The axe that Pengus swung when he opened the sky was almost the same as the one he swung just now. The times are developing. He is also improving. He has gradually caught up with Pengus' footsteps. But Tathagata Buddha certainly didn't catch up. Even the prehistoric earth and the endless chaos could not withstand the attack. And the current Tathagata Buddha certainly couldn't withstand it. At the moment when Tathagata Buddha was about to die, the Juxian sword broke through the space and protected the true spirit of Tathagata Buddha. It gave Tathagata Buddha the opportunity to resurrect on the spot. Otherwise, Tathagata would be dead now. Tontian Sect Master once again humiliated his second brother in front of billions of people, and stood on the side of his apprentice resolutely. Ji Chansheng saw this scene and sighed. This moment is just like that moment during the conferred God tribulation. Tontian Patriarch and Yuanshi Tianhuang turned against each other like this. Li Chengshi. Tontian is really stubborn. She is a mental patient, and really doesn't understand Tontian Patriarch's brain circuit. Although she has mental problems, she never does stupid things. Tontian Patriarch has no mental problems. He just does stupid things. This time is the same. Tontian Patriarch also sighed lightly, walked out of the Bio Palace in one step, and also came to the sky above Shinyo-Hujo, standing in front of Tathagata Buddha, opposite Yuanshi Tianhuang. Second brother, give me face. Don't embarrass the younger generation anymore. The face fruit is activated. Yuanshi Tianhuang laughed in anger. My son is pregnant. You asked me to give you face. Giving face to Tontian is fine. Yuanshi Tianhuang is not incapable of giving it. But Tontian Patriarch still wants to protect the culprit who harmed his son. This is challenging his bottom line. Third brother. Can you say it again? Yuanshi Tianhuang, based on brotherly love, did not want the brotherly relationship that had been eased with great difficulty to turn against each other again. So he gave Tontian Patriarch a chance to retreat. Tontian Patriarch waved his hand generously. Second brother. You can't beat me. And I don't want to embarrass you in public. So let's forget about what happened today. Then Tontian Patriarch glanced at Ji Chansheng and continued, Little Chansheng. You won this time. We admit defeat. Let go of the disciples of Jijiao. And the other demons are all your spoils of war. Ji Chansheng was too lazy to pay attention to Tontian Patriarch. He casually summoned the Qiushu Immortal, who was not yet dead. Then in front of Tontian Patriarch, the heavenly demon knife cut off his head with one stroke. The Qiushu Immortal died with his eyes wide open. He never expected that Ji Chansheng would dare to kill him in front of Tong Tian Jiaozhu. So these demons of Jiejiao only remember to eat but not to be beaten. Tong Tian Jiaozhu's face froze. Ji Chansheng then smiled at Tong Tian. Tong Tian. You are just like your disciples. You really don't have a long memory. I just killed your mount in front of you. Scored twice. Ji Chansheng also didn't understand why Tong Tian Jiaozhu and these Jiejiao disciples still couldn't learn from their lessons. Tong Tian Jiaozhu was furious again. How presumptuous. Enough. Yuanshi Tian Wang was now even angrier than Tong Tian Jiaozhu. Third brother. Get out of here. Tathagata must die today. If Tathagata doesn't die, how can he, Yuanshi, keep his face? Tontian Sect Master became even more angry. Second brother. Why are you forcing me? I don't want to embarrass you. One-on-one. How can you be my opponent? Why does the second brother not understand his good intentions? Yuanshi Tianwang said nothing. Pengdu banner in hand. Picked up the banner and hit. At the same time, his left hand turned the sky and earth. Covered the Buddha with one palm. And took the Zhuxian sword in his hand. Ji Chansheng looked strange. Without the Zhuxian sword, Tontian would fight Yuanshi Tianwang? He might not be able to beat Juanti. He and Li Chengxi flew to the chaos to watch the battle. Sure enough, half an hour later, Tontian Sect Master was in a trance and doubted Sheng Sheng. Why is the second brother so strong? Chapter 478 Ling Bao destroys the world. And quickly passes the journey to the west. Junior brother. Did Tontian lose and become stupid? Li Chengxi rarely felt sympathy for Tontian. Ji Chansheng corrected, Tontian would be stupid if he didn't lose. But now the situation is more serious. This matter has something to do with him. Looking at Tontian's absent-minded eyes, Ji Laoimo was rarely embarrassed. Yuanshi Tianwang was really too much. How could he not give Tontian Jiaozhu face at all? Directly snatched the other 3 swords of the 4 swords of Zhuxian. As the first sword cultivator in the heavens and the worlds, the sword could be snatched away. Tontian Jiaozhu's Tao heart almost collapsed. He suspected that he was under an illusion. But he couldn't convince himself. Whose illusion was so powerful? Could it be you? Tontian Jiaozhu looked at Li Chengxi. Li Chengxi didn't understand what Tontian Jiaozhu meant at first. Until she heard Tontian Patriarch say, could it be that your illusion blinded my perception? Li Chengxi laughed out loud. Tontian, you can fool me. But don't fool yourself. It doesn't matter if I'm fooled by you. I'll just laugh it off. But I hope you'll wipe your eyes after you finish speaking. And don't let your tears fall. It's okay for me to believe what you said. And it can give you some psychological comfort. But don't take it seriously. I really don't want to break your defense. Wipe your tears and think carefully. Who else would believe what you said except me? Tontian Patriarch. He wiped his eyes. There were no tears. Putting aside his IQ, Tontian Patriarch's Taoism is still very strong. Faced with such a big change, it was only shaky, but not completely collapsed, because he was firmly finding excuses for himself. It didn't matter if Li Chengxi's path was blocked. Tontian Jiaozhu quickly found the truth. Pengdu banner. It's Pengdu banner. Second brother. It turns out that you got the greatest legacy of the Father God. Tontian Jiaozhu looked at the Pengdu banner with infinite power in the hands of Yuanshi Tianwang. And his eyes finally regained clarity. Second brother. You have no martial ethics. When you came up, you first took my Zhuxian sword. And then you used all your strength to activate the Pengdu banner. Among the innate treasures transformed from the acts of creation left by the Father God, the Pengdu banner has the strongest attack power. You didn't dare to confront me head-on. So you destroyed my Zhuxian sword formation first. The more Tontian Patriarch spoke, the calmer he became. No wonder you suppressed Duobao and snatched the Zhuxian sword when you came up. So this is what you were thinking. Second brother. You are not as good as me in fighting. I am not as good as you in scheming against brothers. Li Chengxi is a bit stupid. Junior brother. Do you think Tontian is serious? I think so. Can you still wash it off like this? Putting aside the facts? No. The fact is that Yuanshi Tianwang took the Juxian sword first. So from Tantian Patriarch's point of view, it's really okay to think so. The corner of Yuanshi Tianwang's eye twitched. The fist hardened again. Before he and Tantian started fighting, he first took back the Juxian sword because he was mentally normal and not as sick as Tantian. Tantian was not the Tathagata Buddha. Yuanshi Tianwang did not want to kill Tantian, let alone fight with him. Once the Juxian four swords were deployed, Yuanshi Tianwang would be in trouble even if he was not afraid. If you can avoid trouble, it is better to avoid it. If you can use 80% of your strength to defeat an ignorant brother, why should you use 100% of your strength to fight? His thoughts are very simple, and Ji Changsheng can fully understand. Unfortunately, he met a brother who does not follow the ordinary path. Tantian Jiaozhu may not be strong, but his ability to imagine and brag is definitely the best among the 6 saints. Second brother, have you been exposed by me and are now speechless? Tantian Jiaozhu became more and more confident. If you have the Juxian sword in your hand, you will definitely not be my opponent. Yuanshi Tianwang was so angry that he threw the Juxian sword to him. Then he picked up the Pangu banner and beat him up again. 3 minutes later, Tantian Jiaozhu, with a swollen nose and face, yelled, "Second brother, you should not hit the face of the saint. You are too much." Juxian sword trembled in his hand, and it was as shaky as Tantian Jiaozhu. Yuanshi Tianwang sneered, "What else do you have to say?" He has tolerated Tantian for a long time. Taking this opportunity to beat up Tantian can also relieve the anger in his heart. Unfortunately, Tantian is really tough. Although he was beaten by Yuanshi Tianwang again, Tantian Jiaozhu, who had recovered, was furious again. "Second brother, do you have any shame? Just now you only took my Juxian sword, and now you took Xianjian, Luxian sword and Juexian sword together. What if I can beat you? Will you use tricks on your brothers?" Yuanshi Tianwang, "Just now I was too angry." He really forgot to put away the other 3 swords. Seeing Tantian Jiaozhu, who was still rising and unruly, Yuanshi Tianwang threw all the 4 Juxian swords to Tantian Jiaozhu this time. He even took a step back and sneered, "Come on. Set up the Juxian sword formation, and I will beat you up." During the conferred God tribulation, the Taiching Saint, as the eldest brother of the 3 pure ones, was able to single-handedly clear the Juxian sword formation and beat up Tantian Jiaozhu and Tathagata Buddha together in the Juxian sword formation. At that time, Yuanshi Tianwang really didn't have that strength. Although he could walk back and forth in the Juxian sword formation safely, it was really a bit difficult for him to beat up Tantian Jiaozhu in the Juxian sword formation. If he had that strength back then, the conferred God tribulation would not have been fought. But now, he is almost there. I just don't know how much Tantian Jiaozhu has improved since the conferred God tribulation. From the perspective of character, Yuanshi Tianwang felt that his third brother should not have made much progress. Tantian Jiaozhu set up the Juxian sword formation. Yuanshi Tianwang waited for Tantian Jiaozhu to finish setting up before entering. After Yuanshi Tianwang entered, Li Changxi looked around and found that although there were quasi-saints watching the battle in the chaos, the saints did not come in person. So she was a little curious. "Junior brother, why didn't the saints come to watch the fun?" Ji Changsheng guessed. It should be that the saints don't want to see Tantian being beaten, so as not to make Tantian lose face. Quasi-saints are looking forward to the result of the battle between Yuanshi Tianwang and Tantian Jiaozhu, and the saints already know the result. Except for Tantian Jiaozhu, who is confused. Other saints have a clear positioning of Tantian Jiaozhu's strength. In fact, there is no need to position it. The record is there. During the conferred God tribulation, Tantian Jiaozhu, who used the 4 swords of Juxian, was singled out by Taiching Saint, and even with Duo Bao, he still couldn't beat him. So the gap between the peak Tantian and the Taiching Saint was also very large when he was fully equipped with divine equipment. Then, Tantian Patriarch, who lost the 4 swords of Juxian, was defeated by Junti Saint alone, and his sword Qingping sword was broken. It can be seen that without the 4 swords of Juxian, he was no match for Junti holding the 7 treasures wonderful tree. He couldn't beat Junti one-on-one. What else is there to say? Junti couldn't even take down the sticks one-on-one. Nua killed the sticks with 3 punches. Taste it. Taste it carefully. Not to mention, the famous battle of Randing in the conferred God tribulation was a successful sneak attack on Tantian. using the Dinghai Pearl to knock Tantian Patriarch from mid-air to the ground. Then Ran Dang was beaten by quasi-saints, such as Kong Zhuanyangxiu, in the conferred God Tribulation. Taste it carefully. Tantian Patriarch's record is only suitable for bragging. It can't be savored at all. Except for his brainless fans. Normal people can't change it at all. Saints don't have a Tantian filter even more. In other words, Master Tantian is good at bragging. And he has really cultivated a group of Tantian braggarts. As the old saying goes, Master Tongtian's power will always exist only in the imagination of his crazy fans. Li Chongxi recalled Master Tongtian's achievements in her mind. And then she had a deep doubt, with such achievements as Tantian. How did he and Jiejia maintain their confidence? Ji Chansheng complained, Sister, our IQs are normal. So it is normal that we can't understand the general brain circuits of Jiejia disciples. There is no need to delve into it. If they can understand the thoughts of Jiejia disciples, it will be dangerous. Li Chongxi nodded in agreement. Compared with Jiejia disciples, she looks like a normal person. Has Yuanshi Tianwang improved after the great calamity of the conferred god? Li Chongxi asked. Ji Chansheng nodded. Great progress. My mother said that Yuanshi Tianwang's current strength is probably not much worse than Pengu's back then. Although this may not be accurate. After all, if Lu Bu is not dead, he will be invincible. After Lu Bu's death, everyone has Lu Bu's courage. But Pengu is indeed too old. From the creation of the world by Pengu to the present, several calamities have developed. If a pig can live from the creation of the world to the present, it will also become a powerful one. Not to mention the saints. Logically speaking, the strength of the top is always improving. If Hongjun can surpass Pengu, it is reasonable for the three pure ones to catch up with Pengu. What about Tantian Jiaozhu? How much has his strength improved? Li Chongxi asked curiously. Ji Chansheng was also curious. I really don't know this. But I should know it soon. Yuanshi Tianwang will help us find the answer. The answer was soon revealed. A quarter of an hour later. The time was much shorter than Ji Chansheng and others expected. The Zhuxian sword formation was withdrawn. Zhuxian sword returned to Yuanshi Tianwang's hands. Tantian Jiaozhu's image was even more miserable than before. He was approaching the trend of Tathagata Buddha. Third brother. Do you have anything else to say? Yuanshi Tianwang felt that even if Tantian Jiaozhu was tough, he should see the reality clearly. But he underestimated his third brother. Tantian Jiaozhu looked at the Pengu banner in Yuanshi Tianwang's hand. His eyes were very clear. Second brother. You are so lucky. You have learned 90% of the Father God's methods. This is all the credit of Pengu banner. Right? Yuanshi Tianwang? Big brother got the Tai Chi diagram. Only focused on defense. Even the One Chi transformation into three pure ones was created by him. The Zhuxian four swords I got are Luoho's treasures. Luoho is a waste. And the Zhuxian four swords are not very useful. When they came into my hands, the Zhuxian four swords began to shine. It's not that the Zhuxian four swords are strong, but because I am Tantian strong. Deep in the chaos, Luoho's fist suddenly hardened. He felt that Tantian Patriarch really deserved to die. You look down on the four swords of Zhuxian. So give it back to me. Only your Pengu banner, second brother, has inherited the most legacy from the Father God. With the Pengu banner in hand, your strength can advance by leaps and bounds. During the conferred God tribulation, you had not yet mastered the Pengu banner. Second brother, your strength is not your own strength. You are relying on your parents. You are too dependent on external things. Yuanshi Tianwang's whole body was filled with monstrous murderous aura. Third brother, the Zhuxian sword is not as tough as you are. He really deserved a beating. Tantian Patriarch sighed. Forget it. Who made you my second brother? Although the Pengu banner in my hand will definitely play a better role, I will not compete with you for it. I must beat you up today and make you convinced. Yuanshi Tianwang was so angry that his state of mind was completely broken. He put away the Pengu banner and went to beat Tantian Patriarch with his bare hands. Tantian Patriarch was startled. Then excited. Second brother, without the Pengu banner, you are no match for me. Stop talking nonsense. Bang! Yuanshi Tianwang punched Tantian Patriarch into the depths of chaos. However, Tantian Patriarch quickly turned back again, spit out a mouthful of holy blood, wiped the corner of his mouth, and was rarely embarrassed. Second brother, although I was seriously injured by you just now, and you attacked me this time, which led to my defeat, but with bare hands, you are definitely not my opponent. Let's fight again. Yuan Shi Tianwang could no longer bear it, and punched out again. The two saints started a melee in the chaos. The great Emperor Changxing immediately used a jade bottle to catch the holy blood that Tongtian Patriarch spat out. This was a proof of shame for Tongtian Patriarch. But for the strong men below the saint, it was a tonic that could greatly enhance their strength. However, after getting this holy blood, Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi both looked disgusted. Li Changxi said, "Junior brother, I don't need this thing. It's too disgusting." Ji Changsheng nodded, "I don't need it either. It's really a bit disgusting when it comes out of Tongtian Patriarch's mouth. They are just full men who don't know the hunger of hungry men. Holy blood can be sold at a sky-high price in the outside world. In the eyes of many strong men, Tongtian Patriarch's holy blood is even more precious than the blood and flesh essence of Junti Saint. With such a good thing, who cares where it comes from? Of course, you have to grab it first. However, Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi are sure to be promoted to Daluo without this thing. So they value decency. They can't get over what comes out of Tongtian's sect master's mouth. He has mysophobia. When you have a choice, you will definitely choose to eat dragon liver and phoenix brain instead of dog food. Keep it as a treasure in the bottom of the box. And give it to our camp in the future. Talents who are qualified to impact Daluo. G Party does not have such talents now. Maybe in the future. Many peak True Lord Realm Masters still look up to things that Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi don't like. There are actually quite a few quasi-sage masters and peak True Lord Realm Masters who are secretly watching the battle in the chaos. But no one dares to compete with Changsheng Emperor for this. The previous experience of Bull Demon King is a lesson in front. Other saints must be watching the chaos battle at this time. No one will offend Changsheng Emperor at this time, even if they really want to kill people and steal treasures. But it is impossible to put it into practice. You can't really treat Nua as a decoration. Not to mention that Changsheng Emperor himself has enough self-protection ability. And there is a Taiyin Star Lord beside him. While Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi were talking, an extremely terrifying aura of destruction suddenly came from the depths of chaos. Unlike the violent attack power of Yuan Shi Tianwang, this aura is almost pure world-destroying power. The two people's faces changed slightly. At the same time, Nua and Tai Ching Saint instantly arrived at the scene, appeared in front of Ji Changsheng, and looked at the depths of chaos with a serious expression. Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi looked at each other, and Li Changxi gestured for him to ask. Ji Changsheng said directly, "Mom, why are you here?" Nua's expression was a little doubtful. Tongtian's aura is a little wrong. Won't he destroy the world again? Ji Changsheng was startled. Tongtian's sect master lost and broke his defense? Isn't it possible? I think he had already found a reason in advance for losing to Yuan Shi Tianwang in a physical fight. He was severely injured by Yuan Shi Tianwang before. As long as the mind does not slip, there are always more excuses than truth. The Tai Ching Saint glanced in the direction of Zixia Palace, then shook his head slowly. The teacher did not show up. It should not be that Tongtian wants to destroy the world. Nua Nyang breathed a sigh of relief. She is a homegirl, and she is still very satisfied with the current situation. Whoever flips the table, she will beat him. This has nothing to do with standing in line. It is purely a brain problem to destroy the world, destroy the universe, reopen the earth, wind, water, and fire. Then who will create the world? Who will make people out of clay? It is very tiring for the saint to do everything again. Nua Nyang does not like to be tired. She likes to stay at home. So she does not accept any behavior of destroying the world. Hearing the words of affirmation from the saint of Tai Ching, Nua realized another possibility. So she bowed to the saint of Tai Ching. Congratulations, Tao's friend. The saint of Tai Ching's face began to change. With a slightly bitter expression, it may not be a good thing. Brothers are fighting. And they have actually played a real fire. Testing Tongtian's trump card. I'm afraid that the teacher has laughed out loud in Zixia Palace. What the saint of Tai Ching said was true. In Zixia Palace, Dazu almost laughed like a pig. That is to say, there is only him in Zixia Palace now. Otherwise, he would have to consider silencing him. An unexpected surprise. Really an unexpected surprise. Now Nua and Jiang have both seen the direction of Tongtian's development. Ha ha ha. The laughter in Zixia Palace eventually spread to the depths of chaos. It made the saint of Tai Ching look even more bitter. Nua also figured out the mystery, and her expression began to become subtle for a while. Ji Changsheng walked to the side of Nua and whispered, "Mom, what's going on?" Nua explained, remember that during the conferred god's tribulation, Tong Tian almost overturned the table and destroyed the universe? Ji Changsheng nodded. Of course he remembered such a big thing. I thought Tong Tian had not made much progress after the conferred god's tribulation. But I underestimated him. After all, he is one of the three pure ones. And his talent and understanding are top-notch. He has mastered the power of annihilation and turned the strategic weapon of the saints, who overturned the table, into a conventional weapon. Speaking of this, Nua glanced at the saint of Tai Ching. Her face a little solemn. Now the evolutionary direction of the three pure ones is clear. Yuanshi opened the sky. Tai Ching evolved. And Ling Bao destroyed the world. Ji Changsheng tasted this sentence. Yuanshi opened the sky. Tai Ching evolved. And Ling Bao destroyed the world. Then Ji Changsheng's face changed slightly. Yuanshi, Kai Tian, and Taiying have nothing to do with each other. But Ling Bao's destruction of the world is very painful. The closer to the end of the world, the stronger Ling Bao Tianzuan will be? Ji Changsheng asked. Nua Nyang nodded. Ji Changsheng completely understood. So Ling Bao Tianzuan wants to pursue the strongest. That is, to destroy the world. If the three pure ones want to gather the strongest form, they have to help Ling Bao Tianzuan destroy the world. This time, the civil war between Yuanshi Tianwang and Tong Tian Jiaozhu exposed Tong Tian Jiaozhu's details. Nua Nyang continued to nod. Ji Changsheng was a little speechless. In this case, Mom, do you and the two saints in the West have to reconsider your team? No one wants to accompany a madman to destroy the world. The premise of the six saints joining forces is to share the interests of Daozu together. It is not to perish together. Tong Tian Jiaozhu's way of destruction is completely contrary to the interests of other saints. It also runs counter to Ji Changsheng's interests. He has become the Changsheng Emperor. And the next step is to pursue the sainthood. The current Changsheng Emperor is a vested interest of the Panga universe. After all, in this universe, the current Changsheng Emperor already has some equity and dividends. What he wants is to eat a bigger cake, not to overturn the cake. Whoever dares to drag the entire universe to ruin, Ji Changsheng will have to kill the other party. Nua Nyang said, that's a later story. Now, Tong Tian can no longer continue to develop. At this point, Nua Nyang looked at the Tai Ching saint and said bluntly, Dao Yu Tai Ching. Tong Tian's power of destruction seems to be more and more proficient, which is not good. Just now, Tong Tian's sect master was beaten by Yuanshi Tianwang with his bare hands. Now he is also being suppressed. But he has already started to defend and counterattack. Yuanshi Tianwang was really angry this time. He really wanted to beat Tong Tian Jiaozhu half to death. Let Tong Tian Jiaozhu know how powerful he is, which helped Tong Tian Jiaozhu to achieve a breakthrough. And it also helped Tong Tian Jiaozhu see a shortcut to evolution. The closer he is to the end of the world, the stronger his strength will become. For example, now. But this is a good thing for Tong Tian Jiaozhu. But it is not a good thing for all other creatures. Nua Nyang's meaning is very clear. Tong Tian Jiaozhu can no longer continue to comprehend. Tai Ching, if you don't take action, I will suppress Tong Tian. The West. Ling Shan. Jian also slowly opened his eyes, ready to take action at any time. Like Nua Nyang. He cannot accept the destruction of the world by Ling Bao. Tong Tian Jiaozhu destroyed the Panga universe. And of course, it is possible to clean up the bad debts of the two saints in the West. But the greater possibility is that the heavenly Tao collapses, and the two Western saints are cut off from their loans in advance by the heavenly Tao because they have not paid back the heavenly Tao's loan. And they will die before the heavenly Tao is destroyed. The two Western saints now have a contract with the heavenly Tao and Dao Zhu Hongjun. Dao Zhu and the heavenly Tao are the ones who have the initiative in the contract. Once the heavenly Tao senses the danger, it is not impossible to sacrifice the two Western saints directly. The reason why you owe money is that you can't pay it back. Such as Ji Changsheng, who can't pay off the debt even if he is killed. The two Western saints are different. They have family backgrounds. Draining the strength of the two Western saints can increase the strength of the heavenly Tao a lot. In this case, the two Western saints dare not pay. The higher the status, the more difficult it is to overturn the table. There are too many aspects to consider. The one who had the least pressure at this time was really Tong Tian Patriarch, because he was already a commander without troops. Feeling the pressure from Nua and Jian Sage, Tai Ching Sage sighed softly and stepped into the depths of chaos. A moment later, Tong Tian Patriarch's roar came from the depths of chaos. Brother, you are taking sides again. I don't accept it. You are bullying me together again. Yuan Shi. If it weren't for Li Dan helping you, you would definitely not be my opponent this time. Amid Tontian Patriarch's roar, the three pure ones reappeared. Tontian Patriarch's 4 immortal slaying swords had all fallen into the hands of Taichin Sage. Even Tontian Patriarch's hands were tied by a golden rope. It was as if Tontian Patriarch was wearing a pair of handcuffs. Facing the fate of Taichin Sage, it was useless for Tontian Patriarch to go crazy. He couldn't beat Taichin Sage one-on-one, let alone one-on-two. Moreover, after seeing the end of the Taichin Saint, Tontian Jiaozhu did not continue to fight. Like Tathagata Buddha, he had always been dissatisfied with Yuan Shi Tianwang during the conferred God tribulation, but was defeated by Taichin Saint and realized the gap between him and Taichin Saint. However, Tontian Jiaozhu was not discouraged. My eldest brother was the oldest, and it was natural that he was strong. I am not strong yet. And when I grow strong, I will change. Wait. There will be a day when I will be the boss of the three pure ones. In the end, he fought Yuan Shi Tianwang with his bare hands. And Tontian Jiaozhu's self-confidence was beaten back. Although he had never lost it, Yuan Shi Tianwang also looked at Taichin Saint in confusion. Although Tontian Jiaozhu finally showed a certain breakthrough, he was still confident that he could suppress Tontian Jiaozhu. So he did not quite understand why his eldest brother ended up in a one-on-one fight. He beat up Tontian Jiaozhu severely, but it was not a life-and-death feud. But in a 2-on-1 fight, Tontian Jiaozhu would not accept defeat, and the relationship between the three brothers would be destroyed again. Facing the roar of the third brother and the confusion of the second brother, the Taichin Saint sighed again. This family would be broken up sooner or later without him. Like Nua Nyang, he did not like to deal with these troublesome things, but Nua Nyang could really stay at home all the time. He could not ignore these two brothers. Second brother, third brother, you guys made too much trouble this time, and things are a bit troublesome. The Jian Saint broke through the barrier and came to the chaos. Seeing the appearance of the Saint Jian, the still angry Tontian Sect Master also calmed down and immediately questioned, Jian, aren't you in seclusion in Lingshan? This is what we agreed on. The Saint Jian ignored the Sect Master Tontian, but just looked at the Saint Taichin. Dao Yu, we need to have a deep chat. Nua Nyang and Jian stood together. We really need to have a good chat. Tontian Sect Master and Yuan Shi Tianwang were both shocked and looked at each other subconsciously. Then, they snorted at the same time and looked away from each other. Despite this, they also knew that something might have really happened this time. So the two brothers looked at each other again, signaling you to stop making trouble and deal with the situation first. Ji Chansheng watched the whole scene. Whether it should be said or not, it's a big good to eat. The old-fashioned and serious second brother and the naughty third brother love and hate each other, and are bound to each other. Of course, Yuan Shi Tianwang and Tontian Sect Master are not Jian and Juanti, so it is difficult for them to really become a CP. Taking anything and everything will only harm yourself. Ji Chansheng cut off his own wild thoughts and volunteered, let's go to Shishao Yuqing Mansion to talk. Everyone can rest assured. Okay. Nua Nyang was the first to express her support for her eldest son. Jian Saint also nodded slightly. Good. Ji Chansheng is the disciple of Juanti Saint, which is equivalent to his disciple. Shishao Yuqing Mansion is half of his home court for him. The three pure ones don't matter. The three pure ones join forces and have no opponents except Hong Jun. Nua Nyang and Jian Saint can't beat them together, even if Juanti is added. The cooperation ability of the three pure ones is still too strong, and the development direction is very complementary. That's why Hong Jun is extremely afraid. For the three pure ones, there is no danger in all other places in the universe except Xixia Palace. A moment later, Shishao Yuqing Mansion. Taichin Saint has informed Yuan Shi Tianwang and Tontian Jiaozhu of everything. Yuan Shi Tianwang's heart sank. Tontian Jiaozhu fell into ecstasy. I turned out to be so strong. In this way, as long as he destroyed the universe, wouldn't he be able to punch his eldest brother and step on his second brother? Nua Nyang said bluntly, Ling Bao Tianzuan should rest in Bio Palace in the future, and don't come out easily. Jian Saint added, try not to continue to comprehend the way to destroy the world. Tianzuan, if you continue, it will not be a good thing for all saints. Tontian Jiaozhu's face sank. Are you teaching me how to do things? Nua Nyang became tough. I am teaching you how to do things. Ling Bao, if you dare to destroy the world, I will join hands with Hong Jun to destroy you first. Tong Tian Jiaozhu's expression froze. They had simulated a war against Hong Jun in Nua Palace before. The strength displayed by Hong Jun in the simulation made Tong Tian Patriarch feel frightened. No matter how stubborn he was, he knew that he could not beat Hong Jun. And if Nua and Hong Jun joined forces, it would not be a problem to kill him. After all, in that simulation test, Hong Jun killed Yuanshi Tianwang, Jian Saint and Juandi Saint by himself. If Nua was added to Hong Jun, it would not be impossible to kill all the 3 pure ones. When you threaten the other party, you'd better have the strength to threaten the other party. Unfortunately for the 3 pure ones, Nua really did. So Nua's statement made the 3 pure ones fall silent. Jian Saint naturally stood firmly on Nua's side. It is indeed not feasible to destroy the world. After destroying the world will be replayed. Heavenly King. When Pengu opened the sky, he died of exhaustion. If you were to do it, would you be sure to survive successfully? Yuanshi Tianwang wanted to say that I am really sure. But when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back. After all, he is not the master of Tong Tian. And he still has brains. The Saint of Tai Ching broke the silence of the 3 pure ones and took the initiative to speak. Just do as the queen said. The face of the Queen Mother Noah must be given. It must be. Unless the 3 pure ones can beat Hong Jun by themselves one day. Otherwise those who should compromise must compromise. The master of Tong Tian was anxious. Brother. The Saint of Tai Ching looked over. And all the words of the master of Tong Tian were stillborn. The Saint of Tai Ching said bluntly, "Third brother. We can't really force the Queen Mother and the 2 Taoist friends Jie and Juanti to the opposite side. Even if you really master the power of destruction, you can't kill them. But if they want to kill you, your life will be in danger. Destroying the universe cannot destroy the Saint. The Saint is still too strong. Even destroying the universe may not destroy the quasi-saint. Dalyu is immortal and can survive the catastrophe of world destruction. So Tong Tian Patriarch does have the killer of world destruction. But he can only threaten the foundation of the Saint. The consequence is to directly anger the Saints. This ability is definitely very powerful. The disadvantages are also quite obvious. Tong Tian Patriarch cannot refute. He certainly does not want to die. Seeing the firm and sober attitude of Tai Ching Saint, Nua Nyangnyang's expression is obviously relaxed. But she still added, the current Ling Bao Tianzuan is the best Ling Bao Tianzuan. And there is no need to become stronger. Tong Tian Patriarch was furious. But he did not flare up. The situation is stronger than him. At this time, he also knew that it was useless to say anything. Then it is so. Tai Ching Saint decisively ended this topic. Do the Queen and Jia Yin Dalyu have anything else to say? If not, he would have prepared to withdraw. What happened today was not a pleasant memory for the 3 pure ones. Jia Yin did not speak. But Yuanshi Tianwang spoke. I have something else to say. The Great Purity Saint frowned. Yuanshi Tianwang continued, Tathagata must die. The Great Purity Saint. The second brother has made progress. He has made much more progress than the third brother. But it still gives him, the eldest brother, a headache. Why are you still ruining the third brother's show at this time? Give the third brother some face. In fact, the Great Purity Saint misunderstood Yuanshi Tianwang. This time, Yuanshi Tianwang really did not ruin Tong Tian Jiaozhu's show. He did it for Tong Tian Jiaozhu's good. Seeing the displeasure of the Saint of Tai Ching, Yuanshi Tianwang explained, Brother, I am not targeting the third brother. But I want to help the third brother. Before, the third brother and Ji Changsheng had a conflict. And the third brother had listened to the advice and planned to settle the matter. But under the instigation of Tathagata, the third brother got involved again, which led to the current situation. Tathagata should bear the main responsibility. If this thief is not eliminated, I am worried that the third brother will go astray in the future. The translation of Yuanshi Tianwang's words is, the third brother is a brainless and incompetent monarch. As long as the treacherous ministers around him in sight, he will immediately go crazy. We have to help the third brother to clear the court. Tathagata is the treacherous minister around the third brother. This reason is completely unconvincing to Tong Tian Jiaozhu, who thinks he is very wise. But for the Saint of Tai Ching, it is somewhat convincing. The Saint of Tai Ching can actually perceive that Tathagata may not be responsible for the main responsibility in this matter. Tathagata's responsibility is probably 50-50 with Ji Changsheng. However, Tathagata Buddha started the matter, but did not settle it. Ji Changsheng started a fight and successfully settled it. Comparing the two, the difference is obvious. In fact, The Tai Ching saint doesn't mind the kids below starting a fight. As long as they can settle things at their level, he will only appreciate it. But now that the matter has come to him, he has to personally come down to administer justice. And the Tai Ching saint doesn't like it. However, Tathagata was Tongtian's former chief disciple after all. So the Tai Ching saint still gave Tongtian face and asked, "Third brother, what do you think?" Tongtian felt a little wronged. "Brother, they are all your brothers. You can't always take sides. Right?" The head of the Saint Tai Ching was a little painful. He really didn't want to take sides. The problem was that this third brother was always courting death. At this time, the master Tongtian obviously subconsciously forgot that the Samadhi divine wind had blown to the Tushita palace and interrupted the Taishan Laojuan's alchemy. Many creatures are like this, completely ignoring the harm they cause to others, and remembering others' casual complaints about themselves. The Saint Tai Ching hesitated for a moment and threw the problem to the Saint Jian, Dao Jian. If Tathagata dies, will it affect your plan with Dao Yujuanti? The Buddha Tathagata is not a small character. His strength is enough to pay off a large loan. It would be a waste to let him die. The Saint Tai Ching said this because he decided to give face to the third brother, and did not suggest that Yuanshi Tianhuang kill the Buddha Tathagata directly. There was no way. The ignorant third brother had to be comforted. The crying child gets the milk. The master Tongtian didn't cry in the past. Today, he was beaten too many times, and Tongtian was about to cry. The saint of Tai Ching knew the patriarch Tongtian. He was worried that if he agreed to Yuanshi Tianhuang's proposal, his third brother would go to extremes again. The patriarch Tongtian had gone to extremes once before during the conferred God tribulation. This time, the patriarch Tongtian was going to do it again. The saint of Tai Ching knew that the three purities might never get the vote from Noah. It was foolish to invest in a saint who was emotionally unstable and could explode at any time. The saint of Tai Ching tried his best to avoid this situation. The saint of Jian naturally understood the saint of Tai Ching's intention to protect him. He pondered for a moment and looked at Ji Chansheng. "Chansheng, you made all the plans. What do you think?" Ji Chansheng cleared his throat and stood up to show his respect to the saints. He was the only one present who was not a saint, and he was still a junior, so he could not make any mistakes in etiquette. Then Ji Chansheng spoke loudly, "Saints, let me say something fair." All the saints twitched their eyes. Fair words. They all knew Ji Chansheng. If Ji Chansheng could say something fair, it would be a miracle. The fair emperor Ji Chansheng began to speak. "First of all, Ling Bao Tianzuan, as a saint, must be right. All this is indeed the fault of Tathagata Buddha." Tongtian Jiaozhu wanted to speak, but was suppressed by Yuanshi Tianhuang. This was the fair words he wanted to hear. So he decided to forgive Ji Chengxing's disrespect to him in his words when he was teaching Tathagata Buddha. Secondly, Tathagata Buddha was once Ling Bao Tianzuan's chief disciple, and Ling Bao Tianzuan must have deep feelings for Tathagata Buddha. If Yuanshi Tianhuang kills Tathagata Buddha, it will easily affect the brotherhood between him and Tongtian Jiaozhu. Yuanshi Tianhuang wanted to speak, but was suppressed by Tongtian Jiaozhu. This was the fair words he wanted to hear. So Tongtian Jiaozhu encouraged Ji Chansheng with his eyes, and signaled Xiao Chansheng to continue. Finally, what Tai Ching saint said also makes sense. Tathagata Buddha is still very powerful. Removing Tathagata Buddha from Buddhism out of thin air will easily affect the Western Church loan repayment plan we have formulated before. Chansheng Emperor gave the three Qings enough face in 3 paragraphs on the art of correct nonsense. The three Qings listened well. Nguyen Yang Yang couldn't listen anymore and said, "Cha-sheng, speak in a simple way. This is not the end of the universe, so there is no need for so much art of speaking." Ji Changsheng thought to himself that it was because you don't need it. If I had your strength, I wouldn't talk about the art of speaking. Isn't this all forced? But his mother didn't want to listen. So Ji Changsheng, as a filial son, changed the subject. Of course, what the queen said makes more sense. All the saints are well informed and knowledgeable, so they naturally know that what I said before is right. The goddess Nua was amused by Ji Changsheng, and said helplessly again, "Changsheng, let's get to the point." Ji Changsheng quickly began to convict the Buddha. The first crime of the Tathagata is to sow discord. Tianzuan, if there was no Tathagata to instigate, you wouldn't do it again? You don't need to explain. Just answer yes or no. Tongtian Jiaozhu said helplessly, "Yes." Very good. Tathagata's second sin is to commit an insubordination. In any case, today in public, Tathagata Buddha was disrespectful to Yuan Shi Tianwang. And everyone saw it. Tianzuan, is this true? You just need to answer yes or no. Tantian Jiaozhu. Yes. He doesn't have the face of Chansheng Dadi. So he can't do such a thing as reversing right and wrong. Maybe his IQ is beyond imagination. Ji Chansheng continued to nod. Tianzuan is an honest saint. Which is very good. Tathagata's third sin is to kill his fellow disciples. Tianzuan, you don't know yet. Tathagata not only released the former Jieji disciples, but also instructed those Jieji disciples to retaliate. And even Yu Qingzhenwang was killed. Tantian Jiaozhu was stunned and looked at Yuan Shi Tianwang in shock. He really didn't know about this. Although Tantian Jiaozhu is brainless, he still has a conscience. At least for the members of his own camp. Yu Qingzhenwang is his nephew. And he cannot possibly harm Yu Qingzhenwang. Something happened in Antarctica? Tantian asked in shock. Yuan Shi Tianwang thought of his eldest son's bulging belly again, and nodded with a sullen face. Tantian Jiaozhu was stunned. The emotion of speaking for Tathagata Buddha subsided a lot. Tathagata was of course his eldest disciple, and he was very close to him. But Yu Qingzhenwang was not distant from him either. When Yu Qingzhenwang suffered, Tantian Jiaozhu had no face to plead for Tathagata Buddha. So Ji Chansheng was very grateful for the chaotic secrets. Otherwise, Tantian Jiaozhu and Yuan Shi Tianwang would not have believed that Yu Qingzhenwang's accident must have something to do with Tathagata Buddha. The crimes committed by Tathagata are all proven. But God is merciful. And I was disrespectful to Lingbao Tianzuan in this battle. For Lingbao Tianzuan's sake, I still want to let Tathagata live. Tantian Jiaozhu was immediately grateful and said, Xiao Cha Sheng. What happened between us was a misunderstanding. And it's all in the past. I'm ashamed that you can be so magnanimous. Ji Chansheng thought to himself that you should be ashamed. With such an IQ. It's no wonder that Tathagata Buddha fooled you so easily. If I wanted to, I would fool you too. Tianzuan, don't rush to apologize. Although Tathagata can be spared the death penalty, he can't be forgiven for his living crimes. Tantian Jiaozhu hesitated for a moment, and thought of Yu Qingzhenwang again, and then said decisively, I'll listen to you. Anyway, as long as he's alive, Duobao can always return as a king. Ji Chansheng smiled slightly. Heavenly King. Guanyin Bodhisattva has told me about the Jade Pure True King. What I mean is that if you really kill Tathagata, there will always be an irreconcilable conflict between you and Tianzuan. Since Tathagata humiliated the true king, we should humiliate him back. Yuan Shi Tianwang became interested. How to do it? Ji Chansheng explained, my teacher, the reincarnation of the Saint Junti, happens to be pregnant. I think it is better to let Tathagata leave the Dalua Dao fruit and reincarnate into my teacher's belly. In this way, the brotherhood between the Heavenly King and Tianzuan can be fulfilled, and the revenge of the true king can be avenged. And at the same time, it will not affect the repayment plan of the Western Church. Yuan Shi Tianwang covered Tantian Jiaozhu's mouth with a hand, smiled and nodded to Ji Chansheng. Good. This is very good. Ji Chansheng and Yuan Shi Tianwang smiled at each other. Without the big boss Tathagata, the journey to the west can also start to be fast. Chapter 479 Emperor Xiaotian. Additional funding for the journey to the west crew. And the sequel is arranged. No. What's the difference between this and killing Duobao? Tantian Patriarch broke free from Yuan Shi Tianwang's restraints and argued for his disciple. Duobao's Dalua Dao fruit is the result of his years of careful and hard work. How can he be deprived of it directly? Duobao must not be reincarnated. Ji Chansheng didn't care. What can't be reincarnated? My teacher, the saint, has reincarnated. Is Tathagata Buddha more powerful than a saint? Tantian Patriarch retorted with reason. That's why Junti has been humiliated by some juniors. He has become the shame of the saint. Second only to my second brother, Yuan Shi Tianwang? I really regret not beating this guy to death just now. My disciple must not be associated with Junti. Tantian Patriarch showed his contempt vividly. Ji Chansheng glanced at Yuan Shi Tianwang and asked tentatively, Heavenly King, how about letting Yu Qingzhenwang do the hard work? Ji Chansheng really didn't mind reincarnating Tathagata Buddha into Yuan Shi Tianwang's home. Compared to being a son to Junti Saint, he felt that it would be more fun to let Tathagata Buddha be Yuan Shi Tianwang's grandson. He was a fun person. Yuan Shi Tianwang also understood Ji Chansheng's meaning in a second, and his face instantly became a little ugly. Of course, this was not directed at Ji Chansheng, but at Tathagata Buddha. No. Yushu Palace does not need an heir. Ji Changsheng sighed for Guanyin Bodhisattva in his heart. Bodhisattva. I tried my best. Your father-in-law doesn't want a grandson at all. I hope Guanyin Bodhisattva will not be disappointed. Let Tathagata reincarnate into Xuanti's belly. Although Yuanshi Tianwang didn't want a grandson, he also wanted to make Tathagata Buddha uncomfortable. Tontian Sect Master objected, no. Xuanti is too petty. If Duobao falls into his hands, it will be bad. Yuanshi Tianwang laughed. Why else do you think I want him to be Xuanti's son? If Xuanti is a magnanimous saint, Yuanshi Tianwang will not be happy. This time it was Tontian Sect Master's turn to look ugly. Big brother, you have to do justice for me. Tontian Sect Master also recognized his position as a younger brother. Kicked the ball back to Taiching Saint. Although Taiching Saint was most annoyed by these trivial matters, Ji Changsheng has proposed a solution. Why are there so many troubles? Taiching Saint looked at Tontian Sect Master with a look of regret, thinking that if you don't agree, just solve it yourself. Why are you looking for me? But there is no way. Who makes him the eldest brother? The Saint of Taiching said, if there are no other feasible suggestions, I think this plan is good. Tontian wanted to speak, but the Saint of Taiching shut him up. Third brother. That's enough. Either you come up with an idea that everyone can accept, or we can all accept Changsheng's idea. Anyway, he can accept it. He hates the kind of rubbish who has no ideas of his own and opposes others' ideas. Even if it's his third brother, he can't change the Saint of Taiching's aversion to stupidity. Tontian Patriarch suddenly came up with a plan to help his apprentice turn the tables. Let Duobao go undercover. All saints? Tontian Patriarch quickly explained, Changsheng. Aren't you still tasked with investigating the remnants of the demon clan? Let Duobao go undercover among them. After a pause, Tontian Patriarch added, let's go a step further and let Duobao take action against Xuanti's reincarnation in private. Anyway, the relationship has been torn apart in public this time. I will argue for Duobao, and the outside world will not doubt it. With me as a backer, Duobao will personally organize people to kill Xuanti's reincarnation. The remnants of the demon clan will definitely stand on Duobao's side. At that time, we will catch them all in one fell swoop. In this way, we can also give an explanation to the teacher, and Duobao can also make meritorious contributions. Ji Changsheng looked at Tontian Patriarch with some surprise. Tontian Patriarch said proudly, Little Changsheng, are you impressed by my wisdom? Ji Changsheng said frankly, no. I just think that a fool will make 1,000 mistakes and eventually make one. Not to mention, Tontian Patriarch's plan can indeed be implemented. It will not be particularly difficult to implement in practice. The most important thing is that it will be effective. Because this wave of Tathagata Buddha and Tontian Patriarch did tear their faces with Ji Changsheng in public, and the battle in the depths of chaos did not have any result. As long as Tontian Patriarch does not die, with his protection, he and Tathagata Buddha can indeed land safely. Then Tathagata Buddha planned to counterattack. The difficulty of the journey to obtain the scriptures increased, and the remnants of the demon race could unconditionally support Tathagata Buddha. Of course, Tontian Patriarch's strategy may not be without the idea of smuggling private goods. Ji Changsheng asked directly, what if my teacher's reincarnation is really damaged? After he got pregnant, his strength has been getting weaker. Jia Yin lowered his head silently, and it was hard to explain. The reason for the hard explanation had nothing to do with Xuanti's reincarnation being weaker, but because Xuanti was pregnant. This was really too much. And Tontian Jiaozhu did not hide his thoughts at all, and said bluntly, the sainthood should be occupied by the capable. If Xuanti is not good enough, let Duobao take over. If Xuanti is really refined, Duobao's strength will be almost the same. Hearing Tontian Jiaozhu say this, Ji Changsheng subconsciously glanced at Yuanshi Tianwang. What level is the strength of Tathagata Buddha? Or Yuanshi Tianwang has more say. Tathagata Buddha himself may not know. Tontian Jiaozhu has been fooled by the fake game, and Tathagata Buddha has been fooled by Tontian Jiaozhu. The lame master and disciple could not only not see the outside world clearly, but also could not see their own position clearly. Yuanshi Tianwang pondered and said, Tathagata is indeed qualified to challenge the sainthood, if the third brother does not use the sword. No, the third brother has made progress recently. Yuanshi Tianwang wanted to use Tontian Jiaozhu as an example, but suddenly remembered that Tontian Jiaozhu had mastered the power of destruction and had a breakthrough in strength. Then Tathagata Buddha could not catch up. So Yuan Shi Tianwang used Juanti Saint as an example. If Juanti Daoyu did not use the Seven Treasures wonderful tree, Tathagata would have a chance to survive under Juanti Daoyu's fist. Ji Changsheng blinked and blurted out, if it's just not dead, it's not that strong. The sticks can do it. And then it was killed by my mother with 3 punches. Yuan Shi Tianwang coughed lightly and explained, there are also strong and weak saints. The implication is naturally that Nuan Yang is stronger than Juanti Saint. Ji Changsheng was not surprised at this. Now anyone with a normal brain can react that Nua is definitely stronger than Juanti Saint. If there are still idiots who believe that Nua is the weakest among the 6 saints, they deserve to follow the footsteps of Do Yuanjun. Brain damage is incurable. It seems that Tathagata is really something. If he refines my teacher, wouldn't he be really successful? Tantian Jiaozhu looked proud. Then Ji Changsheng directly exposed his ambition. Tianzuan, you are thinking that if Tathagata Buddha becomes a saint, you will have 2 votes among the 6 saints. Right? Tantian Jiaozhu blushed. Xiao Changsheng, I just want to say that the sainthood should be occupied by the capable. The strong should be respected, and heroes should be the first. Tianzuan's philosophy coincides with that of Bull Demon King. Ji Changsheng said sarcastically. The Saint of Reception pulled the sleeve of the great Emperor Changsheng and whispered, Changsheng, this is the first slogan shouted by your Xin Yuan Pingzhang. Ji Changsheng, I said it. Then it's okay. I wonder how the 2 reckless men Tantian Jiaozhu and Yo Mong can say such reasonable words. Ignoring the reminder of the Saint of Reception, Ji Changsheng continued, since Tianzuan has this idea, it's easy to deal with. I think it's better for me to bet with Tathagata Buddha. How to bet? Tantian Jiaozhu became interested. With my teacher's saintly fruit and Tathagata Buddha's Daoyuo fruit as the bet. Before my teacher and I reach Lingshan, if Tathagata Buddha can successfully kill my teacher, then Tathagata will become a saint. If my teacher arrives at Lingshan safely, then Tathagata Buddha's Daoyuo fruit will belong to me. Of course, none of the saints can leave. Everything depends on the ability of Tathagata and me. What do you think? Tianzuan? Tantian Patriarch nodded directly. Of course, I have confidence in Duobao. But can you make the decision? Xiao Chashung? Of course I can. Ji Changsheng was very confident. Tantian Patriarch reminded, but if you win this bet, you will get Duobao's Daoyuo fruit. And if you lose, Juanti will die. And you don't seem to have any loss. Ji Changsheng frowned. And his voice rose 8 degrees. I lost a dear saintly teacher. How can I say there is no loss? Tianzuan, do you have a heart? If you have reason, you can go all over the world. But if you have no reason, you can blame others. Tantian Jiaozhu was hit by Ji Changsheng's rake and didn't come back to his senses. Ji Changsheng took advantage of the victory and continued, if Tathagata Buddha didn't have a teacher like you, Tianzuan, wouldn't he be sad? Wouldn't he have any losses? Tantian Sect Master was convinced. Xiao Changsheng, what you said makes sense. So let's do it this way. Sage Taiching almost didn't read on. I was about to get stupid again. But since the 3rd brother agreed with this method, he certainly had no objection. Daoyu Jian, what do you think? Sage Taiching still respected Sage Jian. Jian thought of his junior brother whose body was not damaged, and naturally smiled. I will agree on behalf of my junior brother, and leave everything to Changsheng. Trust people when you employ them, and don't employ people if you don't trust them. Okay, then it's a deal. The saints must not end up, and those under the saints can do anything, and everything depends on the result. After a pause, Sage Taiching said in a murderous tone, if the result is clear that day, whoever dares to object will be attacked by the saints together. 3rd brother, do you understand? Although Sage Taiching looked down on Ji Changsheng's talent, he recognized Ji Changsheng's methods and abilities. It was the opposite for Tantian Patriarch. He recognized his 3rd brother's talent, but felt that he had no means or ability. Although the bet was about the Dao fruit of Tathagata and Juanti, the 2 parties were still Changsheng Emperor and Tantian Patriarch. Putting Changsheng Emperor and Tantian Patriarch together, Taiching Saint defeated Ji Changsheng in seconds. Any hesitation for a second was a disrespect for his IQ. So he didn't think Tantian Patriarch and Tathagata Buddha would win at all. He was just worried that they would not admit it. So he said the ugly words in advance. If Tantian and Tathagata still had a fluke mentality at that time, he would really take action, because he was too lazy to continue to entangle this matter. Tantian Patriarch said confidently, don't worry, big brother. I will tell Duobao to let Xiao Changsheng off and only kill Juanti. Sage Taiching. You should go back to Bio Palace. Don't come out before the journey to the west is over. Out of sight. Out of mind. I miss my third brother a lot after not seeing him for a long time. If I really saw my third brother, I would want him to get out of here immediately. Tontian Patriarch. A male creature that Sage Taiching and Yuanshi Tianwang both love and hate. Yuanshi Tianwang added, third brother. Study the way of sword more. You are very talented in the way of sword. Without the 4 swords of Zuxian, Sage Tongqian's strength can drop by 30%. This is a bit too much. Although they disliked him, Yuanshi Tianwang and Sage Taiching still cared about the strength of their third brother. Sage Tontian waved his hand casually, then stepped out of Shishao Yuqing mansion and returned to Bio Palace. Tathagata Buddha was there, waiting for Sage Tontian to give instructions. Although in the eyes of the saints, Tontian Patriarch is just a silly fool. In the eyes of Jieju disciples, Tontian Patriarch's prestige is still very high, including Tathagata Buddha. This is probably called two-way rush. After Tontian Patriarch left, the other saints also prepared to retreat. Before leaving, Nuan Yangyang once again solemnly reminded Taiching Saint and Yuanshi Tianwang, 2 Taoist friends. I have no confidence in Lingbao Tianzuan's self-control. You'd better keep an eye on him, and don't let Lingbao Tianzuan seek his own death. All struggles should be kept in moderation. This universe is already very good. You have not experienced the catastrophe of opening the sky, and you don't know how difficult it is to open up a new universe. If Tontian dares to destroy the world, I will definitely destroy him. Nuan Yangyang's expression was very serious. Jia Yin also nodded solemnly. To be honest, the 3 pure ones are actually the younger generation. They are the leaders of the descendants of Pangu. And Nua is an innate god and demon from the same era as Pangu. And she experienced the whole process of Pangu's creation of the world. From the beginning of the Pangu universe to its current prosperity, Nua has always been a witness and participant. So the innate gods and demons understand the hardships of starting a business better than the descendants of Pangu. The second generation of rich people may think that starting a business is no big deal. The first generation of entrepreneurs, after experiencing it once, definitely don't want to start again from scratch. Taiching Saint and Yuanshi Tianwang really can't fully empathize with Nua and Jian Saint's vigilance. But in front of Nua and Jian Saint, they naturally nodded solemnly and promised not to let Tontian make trouble. Nua didn't say any more nonsense. If Tontian really wanted to die, she would not hesitate to form an alliance with Hong Jun to kill Tontian. She should not be the one who cares about this matter. Cha Sheng, come back to the Wa Palace with me, said Nua. Okay. Emperor Xiaotian agreed immediately. At this point, the meeting of the saints ended successfully. Everyone went back to their own homes and looked for their own mothers. Yuanshi Tianwang did not return to Yushu Palace immediately. He was also troubled by seeing Yuqing Zhenwang's big belly when he returned home. He went to Baiying Palace. It happened that he had something to discuss with his eldest brother. Brother, what do you think of Nuan Yangyang's last warning? After sitting down in Baiying Palace, Yuanshi Tianwang took the initiative to speak. Taiching Saint pondered, we have not experienced the era of innate gods and demons, and we really don't know the difficulty of creating the world. Judging from the reactions of Nuan Yangyang and Jian Daoyu, it should be more difficult than we imagined. Yuanshi Tianwang had a different opinion, brother. The reason why Pangu Father God created the world was difficult was because there were 3,000 innate gods and demons in the chaos. After the Father God killed most of the innate gods and demons, and then created the world, his own cultivation had already consumed most of it. So he died of exhaustion in the end. If I were to create the world, with you and my third brother's support, the difficulty should not be so great. The Taiching Saint shook his head and said, the combined strength of Hong Jun and Nua today may not be weaker than the 3,000 gods and demons back then. They were only 2 of the 3,000 gods and demons back then. But now their strength is no longer comparable. If you create the world, they will definitely obstruct you. It is difficult for my third brother and I to stop them together. Yuanshi Tianwang was silent. This is indeed a problem that must be considered. When Pangu created the world, he had opponents. If he imitated Pangu, he would also have opponents. In a sense, creating the world is a more advanced process of promotion to Daoyuo. Your own strength must reach that level first, and then withstand the siege of external disasters, and finally have a chance to succeed. Yuanshi Tianwang is now confident that he can create the world, but he is not sure that he can withstand the siege of other strong men. But in this way, the third brother really cannot be perfect. The third brother's cultivation cannot be perfect. Relying on your strength and mine, there is no absolute certainty after all. It is still too passive to pin your hopes on other saints. Yuan Shi Tianwang sighed. Although he often annoyed Tang Tianjiaozhu, he knew that it was the third brother, and the eldest brother who could die for him. Allies can be very reliable and capable, but only brothers can trust their lives with confidence. This is different. Of course, the great purity saint also knew this truth. He looked at Yuan Shi Tianwang and asked in a deep voice, "You have opened up a big world in imitation of the prehistoric fairyland?" Yuan Shi Tianwang said, "Brother, that world has collapsed. When simulating the conferred god before, the 6 saints attacked the Zixi Palace, making too much noise, and directly destroyed the entire big world he opened up. But I can recover." Yuan Shi Tianwang added. The great purity saint asked, "How big is the gap between the big world you opened up and the prehistoric fairyland? Can you successfully cultivate a Daluo strongman?" Yuan Shi Tianwang shook his head and said, "It was not possible before." After a pause, Yuan Shi Tianwang considered and said, "But if you cultivate and promote from the inside, bind the relationship with that world, and take the whole world to transcend together, it may not be impossible. But to be ashamed, I am really not very good at teaching disciples. The invasion of the big world he created by the Daluo from the outside will only cause the world to collapse. However, if you complete the promotion within the world and take the path of world ascension, it is possible to lead the entire world to upgrade together. The premise is that you need to cultivate a large number of brilliant geniuses. Unfortunately, Yuan Shi Tianwang is the worst at teaching disciples. The 12 immortals of Yushu are more useless than each other. The only Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva who has achieved success now has only risen after betraying the Chan sect. And it would be difficult for her to be promoted to Daluo without the help of Ji Chansheng. Therefore, the world opened up by Yuan Shi Tianwang has never been able to go further. When Taiching Saint heard what Yuan Shi Tianwang said, he pondered for a moment and ordered, "Restore the world you opened up as soon as possible, and use your current full strength to build that world as perfect as possible." Yuan Shi Tianwang's heart moved. "Brother, what do you mean?" The Taiching Saint separated another incarnation. The one Qi into 3 pure ones can have 3 incarnations. He only left one Taishan Lao Jun in the heavenly palace, and the other 2 were in the 8th scenery palace to assist in cultivation. Therefore, the progress of the Taiching Saint is equal to the progress of the 3 saints, which is quite outrageous. The Taiching Saint said, "You open the sky. I teach and train disciples in your world to advance to Daluo. It is impossible for everyone to be like a dragon, but try to achieve overall transcendence as much as possible. This is naturally difficult." But the Taiching Saint's incarnation personally went into battle, and everything became possible. The Taiching Saint even pulled Yu Linglong out of the Taiji Great World. The aura on Yu Linglong became stronger, but it was not as strong as Daluo. Suddenly being brought out by the Grandmaster, Yu Linglong was still a little confused. "Grandmaster, what happened? Isn't it not 100 years yet?" The great Qing Saint was a little embarrassed. "Ji Chansheng has already killed the Bull Demon King." "Yu Linglong, I just said I couldn't keep up with Changsheng's speed." The great Qing Saint said before that after she was promoted to Daluo in the Taiji Great World 100 years ago, Ji Chansheng had just finished dealing with the Bull Demon King at most. At that time, Yu Linglong really believed it. After all, the Grandmaster's name was also well known, and his words were very valuable. Facts have proved that in the face of Ji Lao Mo's time efficiency, the words of the great Qing Saint are not effective. The great Qing Saint was also somewhat convinced. This kid is really fast. After all, Ji Chansheng didn't just kill the Bull Demon King. He had killed it for quite a while. "Grandmaster, why did you call me out?" Yu Linglong still didn't understand what the Great Purity Saint meant. The Great Purity Saint said, "You can continue to practice in another world, and I will personally guide you. Don't be in a hurry this time. Consolidate your foundation, and help me do something by the way." Ji Chansheng gave the Great Purity Saint face before, and took a step back after killing Quinyu, and did not continue to embarrass Tang Tianjiaozhu, avoiding the situation where Nua and the 3 pure ones would tear each other apart. The Great Purity Saint recognized this cause and effect, so he promised to train Yu Linglong into Daluo. Now he didn't intend to break the contract, but just let Yu Linglong's foundation consolidate a little more. Daluo is still too difficult. Yu Linglong's talent is good, but her foundation is too shallow. Even with his help, Daluo will not be so easy. The Bull Demon King's talent is not worse than Yu Linglong's, and his foundation is much deeper than Yu Linglong's. But he still needs to let go of the Daluo tribulation, which shows how difficult it is to be promoted to Daluo. Yu Linglong didn't need to be so anxious, but the Saint Tai Ching didn't want to owe Ji Changsheng karma, so he was a little anxious. Now the Saint Tai Ching's mentality has eased. Ji Changsheng, this beast, treats one day as a year. There is really no need to compete with him for every minute, and he can't win. It's better to take it step by step. Let Yu Linglong consolidate the foundation, and let Yu Linglong help him deal with some trivial matters. When Yu Linglong was in power, Xuandu Temple was the undisputed first immortal gate in the Changsheng world, which was the talent that the Saint Tai Ching needed. Yu Linglong would naturally not refuse the Saint Tai Ching's order. Ancestor, what do you want? Pick a few talents in internal affairs by yourself. Don't be too strong. Don't look for Daluo's strongmen. And then, I will send you to my second brother's new world to preach. Yu Linglong bowed to Yuanshi Tianwang, and then instantly thought of the master of the temple. With the master's qualifications, if he didn't have a good fortune, he wouldn't have much hope of reaching the realm of Daluo or Xinjiuan in this life. But Yu Linglong felt that her junior brother was not good at anything else. But he was really lucky. He first hugged his own thigh, then hugged Chongqing's thigh. And now the opportunity has come again. It's better to use the familiar than the new. Of course, Yu Linglong trusts her junior brother more. After all, she used Mu Xian as a housekeeper before. Grandmaster, how long do I have to prepare? As soon as possible. Within 3 days. Understood. Linglong will go to find talents now. Give the master of the temple a quota, and let Ji Dang provide a few quotas. Basically, it's all done. After Yu Linglong left, Yuanshi Tianwang performed a great gift to Tai Ching Saint, brother. This will indeed greatly improve the strength of my third brother and me. But isn't it too difficult for you? Helping Yuanshi Tianwang to upgrade the world he opened up will naturally enhance the strength of Yuanshi Tianwang, the creator of the world. At that time, the entire world will be sacrificed to help Tontian Jiaozhu to upgrade his strength. And Tontian Jiaozhu's strength will also be enhanced. Only Tai Ching Saint, in addition to being able to gain some teaching merits, is destined to be entangled in trivial matters and cause and effect. And as everyone knows, Tai Ching Saint hates trouble the most. So Yuanshi Tianwang feels a little sorry for his elder brother. Tai Ching Saint said calmly, inaction does not mean doing nothing. I just hate that kind of meaningless trouble. This is meaningful. Back then, Tai Ching Saint also personally took action to send Duobao to the Western Church. He is not doing nothing. But they are not like Tontian Jiaozhu and Yuanshi Tianwang, who only do stupid things such as killing each other and making outsiders laugh at them. It was like this during the conferred God tribulation. And it was the same this time. Yuanshi Tianwang heard that his elder brother was scolding his third brother and teaching him a lesson. He couldn't help but blush and explained, Brother, I have realized my mistakes during the conferred God tribulation. I shouldn't have argued with my third brother. But I couldn't help it this time. You don't know. Nanji is pregnant. Tai Ching Saint. He was a little bit overwhelmed. No wonder Yuanshi Tianwang couldn't control his anger. Pregnant? Yes. It's all Tathagata's conspiracy. A group of Jeju disciples who were taught a lesson by Nanji in the conferred God tribulation were released by Tathagata. And then, they plotted against Nanji. The Great Purity Saint reminded, then why don't you hurry back to Yushi Palace and let Nanji abort the child? The Yuanshi Tianwang said, yes. I am going to let Nanji abort. I just want to discuss the matter of the third brother with my eldest brother first. Hurry back. The Great Purity Saint was unusually anxious. If you go too late, Nanji may have given birth. The Yuanshi Tianwang was stunned. No way. Juindi has been pregnant for so long, and she hasn't given birth yet. How can Nanji be so fast? The Great Purity Saint smiled bitterly. Nanji was obviously designed. If the child is not born, how can she laugh at you? And he suspected that it was not designed by the Jeju disciples. Maybe it was the work of Ji Changsheng and Guanyin Bodhisattva. But he didn't say that. Ji Changsheng is about to achieve Daluo. Guanyin Bodhisattva is already Daluo. They didn't want the life of Yu Qingzhenwang, because this kind of thing is still an uncertain guess. It is really unwise to make enemies with them. So Tai Ching Saint could only suggest Yuanshi Tianwang to go back quickly. Yuanshi Tianwang also realized the seriousness of the matter, and instantly disappeared from Baiyang Palace and returned to Yushi Palace. Then the loud cry of the baby was heard. Yuanshi Tianwang, His body began to stiffen. Yuqing Wang, who had woken up, looked at Guanyin Bodhisattva holding two baby girls, and his eyes lost focus. Only Guanyin Bodhisattva's surprised voice echoed in Yushi Palace. Brother. It's two daughters. Twins. Teacher. You are back. Teacher. Brother. Look. How cute these two little girls are. Yuan Shi Tianwen. Yuqing Wang. They all felt a blackness in front of their eyes. They didn't want to see it at all. But when the children came into their eyes, the bond from blood still softened the heart of Yuqing Wang. Yuqing Wang sighed, forget it. It's over. Father. You give them a name. Yuan Shi Tianwen's body was shaking. As a saint, he couldn't even control his own body, which showed how much shock he had received. Yuan Shi Tianwen's voice also began to become hoarse. He felt that he had aged in an instant. He really didn't want to be a grandfather. Guanyin Bodhisattva also saw Yuan Shi Tianwen's resistance and carefully suggested, Master, if you don't want to see them, I can take them to the South China Sea to raise them. Yuan Shi Tianwen's heart twitched. If they were taken to the South China Sea to be raised, wouldn't Guanyin Bodhisattva and Yuqing Wang really become a family? Let's send them to the mortal world. Yuan Shi Tianwen made a decision, Nanji. Your top priority is to restore the Daoyuo realm as soon as possible. And don't be framed by such a conspiracy again. If Jade Purity True King was a powerful Daoyuo now, he would not be tricked. Yuan Shi Tianwen still had a strong majesty as a strict father. Under Yuan Shi Tianwen's gaze, Jade Purity True King nodded gently. Father, even if you want to send them to the mortal world, you have to give them a name. After all, they are my daughters. Jade Purity True King requested. Yuan Shi Tianwen's heart twitched again. However, Jade Purity True King was his eldest son and his most capable son. He could not ignore the two consecutive requests. He looked at the two newly born granddaughters very seriously. After all, they were born by Jade Purity True King. They were very beautiful when they were born. And they were born with strange visions. There was a white lotus under one baby girl. Lotus is a symbol of holiness, especially in Buddhism. All Buddhas sit on lotus pedestals. Another baby girl was surrounded by a green dragon's aura. She was born with all meridians connected. She was a natural genius in cultivation. Although they were twins, the two baby girls did not look alike. When Yuan Shi Tianwen saw the first baby girl with a lotus, he pondered, let's call her by Lianhua. This name was quite random. Yuan Shi Tianwen looked at the second baby girl surrounded by the dragon spirit and thought of his third brother, who was confined to Bio Palace. Her name is Bio. Guanyin, before you send her away, take her to Bio Palace, so that my third brother will always feel guilty. Guanyin Bodhisattva and Yuqing Wang were speechless. How did our daughter become a play game between you and Tantian Jiaozhu? At the same time, Nua Palace. Nua Nyang curiously asked Ji Chansheng, why did you ask me to create a human whip? Ji Chansheng told the truth, it's not me who wants it. It's Guanyin Bodhisattva who wants it. She wants to give birth to the child before Yuan Shi Tianwen returns. Chapter 480 Beauty Sprint. Daoyuo's Life and Death Game. Question. Who is the best fertility expert in the heavens and the worlds? Answer. Nua. Guanyin Bodhisattva is Ji Changsheng's ally. So after Ji Changsheng found out that Yuan Shi Tianwen didn't want a grandson in Shishao Yuqing Mansion, he sent a message to his ally. Then Guanyin Bodhisattva got anxious. It doesn't matter if Yuan Shi Tianwen doesn't want a grandson. She wants her brother to have a child. Without a child, divorce will be easy. With a child, the bond will deepen a lot. So she asked Changsheng Emperor to help her again. But Ji Changsheng couldn't help with this. Only Nua could help. When Nua created the first batch of ancestors, the tools used were still in Nua Palace. Want to induce birth? For Nua, it was too simple. Ji Changsheng borrowed the whip she used to create people from Nua, and then expressed it to Guanyin Bodhisattva directly. Yuan Shi Tianwen really gave them a chance. After leaving Shishao Yuqing Mansion, he did not return to Yushu Palace immediately, giving Guanyin Bodhisattva time to deliver the baby. So when Yuan Shi Tianwen returned to Yushu Palace, he had already seen two baby girls. There is no such thing as a marriage destined by heaven. Guanyin Bodhisattva proved with practical actions, only man can conquer nature. Dare to think and act. A heroine. Ji Changsheng admired her. After all, if such a thing was exposed, Guanyin Bodhisattva might be killed by Yuan Shi Tianwen. But she won the bet. Ji Chansheng did not hide anything from his own mother. After he told her everything, Nu and Yang almost couldn't stand up straight with laughter. Is Yu Qingxuan really pregnant? Really? It seems to be twins. Ha 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 ha. Cha Sheng. You are really a master of making fun. Nua's laughter echoed throughout the Wahuang Palace. Apart from his character, this good son of hers is definitely the best in the world at making her happy. Nua has never seen such a trick since the beginning of the world. Han Jun had to give a thumbs up when he saw it. In fact, Ji Chansheng didn't know that Han Jun really gave a thumbs up. Since Ji Chansheng and Li Chongqi, two mentally ill people, appeared out of nowhere, Daozu had a lot more fun in Zishu Palace. Ji Chansheng explained, Mom, this has nothing to do with me. It was mainly done by Guanyin Bodhisattva. I was just a supporting role at most. So even if the matter was exposed, Yuanshi Tianwang would at most kill Guanyin Bodhisattva to silence her and vent his anger. Ji Chansheng was definitely not guilty of death. Nua patted Ji Chansheng on the shoulder and stopped laughing after a long time. No wonder Yuanshi is so angry today. It turns out that the root is here. He must be angry. If this happened during the conferred god's tribulation, with Yuanshi Tianwang's temperament at that time, the conferred god's tribulation would be twice as tragic. Nua Nangyang sighed, Chai Sheng. It's a good thing you were born late. If you were born in the Shan dynasty, the universe might have been destroyed. Ji Chansheng dared to express a different opinion, Mom. If I was born in the Shan dynasty, only the Wahuang Palace would replace the Zishu Palace, and the world would be peaceful. Okay. Stop bragging. Nua Nangyang stopped this dangerous topic. Although she was sure to block Hongjuan's eavesdropping in the Wahuang Palace, it was better not to commit suicide. Tell me about Junti's pregnancy. It has only been a few days since Ji Chansheng left the Nua Palace, and the plot of the outside world is almost incomprehensible to Noah. The fact that Yu Qingxuan is pregnant is already very subversive. How can Junti, a saint, be pregnant? Ji Chongqing's explanation made Nua unable to hold back again. Mom, Junti's feelings for Jane have deteriorated. Nua thought she had misunderstood. What does this deterioration mean? Ji Chansheng explained. Jane treats Junti as a brother, and Junti wants to marry Jane. Puff. Nua sprayed out a mouthful of peach juice. Peach juice just squeezed from 9,000 years of peaches. Waste. But Nua was unaware of it, and was still digesting the explosive news that Ji Chansheng gave her. Zuni wants to marry Jane? Ji Chansheng nodded affirmatively. Yes. And Junti is pregnant with Jane's child. Puff. Nua sprayed out again. This really overturned her worldview. I had never thought about this before. After all, she was a normal saint. Ji Chansheng said frankly. I think Jia Yin hadn't thought about it either. And he was also very scared this time. Nua laughed again. She could fully understand Jia Yin's shock when he received this news. She, an outsider saint, was very happy to eat melons. So it is easy to imagine how Jia Yin felt when he was eating melons. As far as I know, Jia Yin's feelings for Tai Yin are serious, Nua said. Back then, Nua was one of the 4 emperors of the demon clan, and Tai Yin Xingjuan was the second in command under the 4 emperors of the demon clan. Only after the demon master Qimping, Wang knew about the network of relationships of Tai Yin Xingjuan. She also had some basic understanding of Jane Saint, a colleague for countless years. He should have a simple brotherly relationship with Junti. Ji Chansheng confirmed. Mom, be more confident. Remove the word should. Jane and Junti have a simple brotherly relationship. So he was also confused. But Jane's brotherly love for Junti is very deep. So he acquiesced. Nua Nangyang wanted to laugh again. Approval is okay. Cha Sheng, you really do great things quietly. In the heavens and the worlds. How many people can't mess with the saints? Emperor Chansheng specializes in this kind of thing. Who can't help but say that he is a talent? So in this case, Junti will become the Buddha mother of Buddhism in the future? After laughing, Nua Nangyang still realized the deep meaning behind the joke. Although the latter is more like a private message. Nua Nangyang absolutely believes that the biggest reason for Junti's pregnancy is not for the overall situation, but that she wants to have Jane's child. But from the objective facts, it will indeed subvert the pattern of Buddhism. Ji Chansheng nodded and said, Zunti is the mother of Junti, and Jane is Amitabha. Tathagata is reincarnated as the child of the mother of Junti, in charge of Buddhism, and still ranks below the 2 saints. This pattern should be recognized by all parties except Tontian Tathagata. As for Tontian Jiaozhu and Tathagata Buddha, Ji Chansheng deprived them of the right to express their opinions. Nua Nyongyong tasted it and gave Ji Chansheng a thumbs up. Chansheng, it is as difficult for you to think of this thing as to do it. Nua Nyongyong didn't even have this idea. Ji Chansheng is not even Daluo. But he dares to think and do it. And he is on the road to success. Nua Nyongyong also had to say that it was awesome. But can you be so kind as to leave the foundation of Buddhism to Tathagata? This was not the character of her eldest son that she knew. Ji Chansheng smiled. Mom, you still know me. You know my senior sister. Right? Li Changqi? The one who got the inheritance of Taiyin? Yes. She also got the inheritance of Amitabha Buddha. Nua Nyongyong sat up straight from the cloud bed. And her expression began to become serious. Amitabha Buddha is the incarnation of Jiayin. A little more powerful than Subhuti. Second only to the incarnation of the three pure ones of Tai Ching. To be able to get the inheritance of Amitabha Buddha. Your senior sister's luck is simply against the sky. Saints can refine incarnations to act on behalf of the original body. And it is also convenient for the original body to do some things that are not convenient to do. However, in the matter of incarnation, no one is as awesome as the Tai Ching saint. The power of the three pure ones is envied by all saints. But only the Tai Ching lineage can learn this. Although Ji Chansheng knew the details of this technique, he could not pass it on to Nua. Such a sacred skill has its own restrictions, and there is no possibility of leaking the core technology. Even Soul Search cannot find it. Nua has long been accustomed to the power of Tai Ching. She is now a little shocked by Li Changqi's heaven-defying luck. First get the inheritance of Taiyin, and then get the inheritance of Amitabha. Taiyin and Jian's Tao can both break through Daluo, and they complement each other perfectly. If your sister can merge, wouldn't she have the capital to become a saint? Nua was shocked. Ji Chansheng nodded. My sister said the same thing. So she wants the position of Tathagata. No wonder you want to bet with Tontian on Tathagata's Tao fruit. Nua understood everything. She was surprised before. Why did Ji Chansheng care so much about Tathagata Buddha's Daluo Daogwa, when he himself did not practice Buddhism? Daluo Daogwa is not universal. Tathagata Buddha's Daluo Daogwa is not useless to Ji Chansheng. But it is better than nothing. Of course, if it is a saint's Daogwa, it is another matter. Moreover, Juinti Saint's Daogwa is highly similar to Tathagata Buddha's Daogwa when he entered the Western religion. So Juinti Saint's Daogwa is very useful to Tathagata Buddha. Ji Chansheng and Tontian sect master made a bet. And it seemed that Ji Chansheng did not pay anything. But from the result, if Tathagata Buddha won, he could get more benefits. This is also the reason why Tontian's sect master agreed to it. On the surface, Juinti was the one who suffered the most from this bet. After understanding all this, Nua was a little embarrassed. Chansheng, I can't seem to help you. Saints can't leave. And there are no talents available in the Wat Palace. In fact, you are the biggest pillar of the Wat Palace besides me. Speaking of this, Nua felt a little ashamed. Ji Chansheng has only been in the Wat Palace for a few days. But he has become the pillar of the Wat Palace. As the master of the Wat Palace, Nua felt deeply that she had failed in her duty. Ji Chansheng felt warm in his heart and comforted Mom. This is because the fairies in the Wat Palace are not working hard enough. What does it have to do with you? Nua nodded in agreement, although I said that. I am really ashamed to see you relying on yourself outside. A fool like Tontian knows to stand up for Tathagata. You are my child. And I can't let you be bullied outside. Ji Chansheng said, Mom, I have always been the one bullying others. Nua Nyongyong was speechless. It seems to be the case. And as long as you exist, you are the greatest help to me. Ji Chansheng comforted. A Mr. Qian whom I respect very much once said that not having a sword in hand is not the same as having a sword but not using it. If you were not here, do you think Tontian would sit down and discuss with me? Ji Chansheng said this and shook his head. It is because of you, Mom, that I have enough platform to play with these big guys, so that they can compete with me within relatively fair rules. Which is enough. Fair competition. Losing to them is because I am not as good as them. And I am willing to accept the loss. All I need is a platform for fair competition. And the rest depends on my own ability. We are all a grassroots team. To be honest, I don't think they are much better than me. Nua was very pleased. Chansheng, you really have to thank Hudu. She has trained you to be very mature. Yes, since you have your own plan, I won't worry about you. Just do it. I am here. Even if you lose the bet, no one dares to take your life. I can't lose. Ji Changsheng said confidently. Tontian has no strategy. Tathagata has a strategy. But he was misled by Tontian. Moreover, Maitreya is my senior brother among the three giants of Buddhism. And I have the fatal handle of Randang in my hand. What can Tathagata fight me with? Yes. He fights me with the Jade Emperor. Speaking of this, Ji Changsheng and Nuwa laughed together. When the saints don't take action, Tathagata Buddha's biggest ally is really the Jade Emperor. This is really a coincidence. Thinking of this, Nuwa was completely relieved. She felt more and more that Ji Changsheng, this good son, made her worry less. He was devoted to helping the Wahuang Palace. But she basically didn't need her help. Not only did the Taiching saint appreciate such talents, but the Nuwa Nyang also appreciated them. Cha Sheng, what you said makes sense. So I won't worry about it. Your Daluo path has been planned. So I will think more about Huanyan. Nuwa Nyang felt a little ashamed for not being able to help Ji Changsheng. The main reason was that Tontian Jiaozhu once again stood up for Tathagata Buddha today, which made Nuwa Nyang feel a little emotional. Tontian Jiaozhu is an idiot, but he really helps when there is something. The Jiaozhu is a group of idiots, but their cohesion is still so strong, and they are so devoted to Tontian Jiaozhu, which is also a cause and effect. Compared with Tontian Jiaozhu and Yuanshi Tianwang, who stood up for his disciples in the conferred God tribulation, Nuwa Nyang felt that she lacked care for the disciples of the Wahuang Palace. So she was going to be kind. However, Ji Changsheng, who she wanted to take care of the most, did not need her care. Then it was Li Huanyan's turn. In the eyes of Nuwa, Emperor Xiaotian was the one who satisfied her the most in the current Hua Palace. And Li Huanyan ranked second. The two of them were far ahead of other fairies. Compared with you, Huanyan's talent is a little worse. Under normal circumstances, Huanyan has no hope of Daluo. I'll see if I can help her make up for her foundation. Nuwa pondered. This matter is not easy. Li Huanyan's methods are very powerful. But in fact, her absolute cultivation talent is a little worse than Xiaoyu. When she was in the Eternal Life Realm, she was suppressed by Xiaoyu in terms of cultivation. Fortunately, Li Huanyan's intelligence is very powerful. And the effect of Demon Desire Sutra is also very powerful, allowing Li Huanyan to compete with Yu Lao Mo even though her strength is not as good as Yu Lao Mo. As for the absolute talent, the higher the realm, the more important it is. It is normal that Yu Linglong and Yu Lao Mo can easily break through the bottleneck. But Li Huanyan can't break through it for 10 or 8 years. Li Huanyan herself knows that her absolute talent is not as good as Yu Linglong and Yu Bihai. So she took a different path and became the wife of the young palace master of the Hua Palace. Her efforts are rewarded. There are not many strong people in the heavens and the world who can change the fate of others with such absolute talent. And Nuwa Nyang happens to be one of them. Of course, Daluo is still difficult. Nuwa Nyang also said, even saints find it difficult to cultivate Daluo's strongmen. Yuanshi Tianwang is a lesson from the past. Cha Sheng, you should comfort Huanyan more when you have time. It's no problem to help her get to the door of Daluo. But it's very difficult to help her open the door of Daluo. Ji Changsheng thought of Nuwa Nyang's previous teaching mode and didn't have any hope for Nuwa Nyang's personal guidance. It is said that Yuanshi Tianwang will not teach apprentices. In fact, among the 6 saints, Yuanshi Tianwang is only the second to last in terms of misleading students. The last one is Nuwa. Yuanshi Tianwang at least has the 12 immortals of Yushu under his seat. Nuwa does not even have a strong man who has made a name for himself under his seat. Ji Changsheng certainly hopes that Li Huanyan can get help from Nuwa. But if it is to point out the way, he thinks that Taiching Saint or the 2 Western Saints are more reliable. At least these 3 have successful experience in helping disciples to advance to Daluo. At this time, Ji Changsheng received Yu Linglong's message. Then his eyes lit up. Mom, Taiching Saint and Yuanshi Tianwang have launched a world training plan to help Tontian Jiaozhu improve his strength. Ji Changsheng relayed the message Yu Linglong had just sent him to Nuwa. The saint of Taiching had not told Ji Changsheng that this matter needed to be kept secret. So Yu Linglong would naturally not keep it secret from Ji Changsheng. The saint of Taiching knew the relationship between Yu Linglong and Ji Changsheng, and he did not specifically tell him. But the meaning was already very clear. After listening to this, Nuwa nodded slightly. Among the 3 pure ones, Taiching is so outstanding that he doesn't seem like the elder brother of Yuanshi Tianwang and Tontian Jiaozhu. According to Taiching, this plan is feasible, but it requires a long time and accumulation. and it requires the saint to do it himself. Which I can't do. She still likes to be a stay-at-home girl. Ji Changsheng smiled. Mom, I think we can let Huanyan take a ride with the saint of Tai Ching. It's true. Tai Ching is better than me in teaching the younger generation. Nua was realistic. Ji Changsheng held back and didn't complain. He thought it was a little stronger. Nua continued, Tai Ching is essentially a person who governs by doing nothing. He needs his disciples to handle all the chores, so that he can focus all his energy on teaching and educating people. Huanyan should be very good at handling chores. Ji Changsheng boldly corrected Nua's wrong view. Mom, Huanyan is not very good at it. She is very good at it. The Tianxing sect is full of talents. But they are all suppressed by Huanyan. Yu Linglong and Yu Laoimo rely on their fists to suppress all disobedience. Li Huanyan doesn't have such a hard fist. But her methods are harder. Ji Changsheng has always said that the master is a genius in internal affairs. It depends on who he is compared with. Compared with Li Huanyan, the master should sit at the table with the children. Even compared to Jiangxi, the master of the temple has to take the second seat. However, in matters like internal affairs, loyalty is always more important than ability. There is no way. Although Xiaomu is not as good as Jiangxi in practical terms, he is lucky. The master of the temple must take one of the quotas in Yu Linglong's hands. Ji Changsheng also reserved one for Li Huanyan. Then he sent a message to Li Huanyan. Baby, this should be your only chance to be promoted to Daluo. Compared with our mother, the Saint Tai Ching is obviously more like a famous teacher. You grasp it yourself, and bow your head when you should. Anyway, we both licked Xiaoyu in the past, and the worst thing is to go back to our old business. Li Huanyan clenched her fists after receiving Ji Changsheng's message. She used to be Yu Linglong's loyal licker, but since Ji Changsheng became the young master of the Hua Palace, Li Huanyan has forgotten Xiaoyu. She changed the object of licking. Nua Nyang is still much more fragrant than Xiaoyu. Now that consumption has been downgraded, Li Huanyan has to lick Xiaoyu again, which makes her feel a little unwilling. She had to lick Yu Linglong in the immortal realm, and she still licked Yu Linglong after ascending. Wouldn't her ascension be in vain? I want to be on an equal footing with Yu Linglong. If I bow my head now, I will have to serve her tea in the future. This is absolutely not acceptable. Bao is a dogman after all, and he doesn't understand the war between women. Besides, even if I bow my head, Xiaoyu may not give me a place. When she was in the immortal realm, she immediately showed her face to Yu Linglong after she recognized Nua as her mother-in-law. People in the G party generally have one advantage: holding grudges. Li Huanyan doesn't think Yu Linglong will forget this at all. So she chose to ask for help. Teacher, I have something to ask for. Mother-in-law is the one who needs to be respected the most. But Li Huanyan was able to become the young lady of the Huahuang Palace because she had a good teacher. Li Huanyan has never forgotten the relationship with the Holy Mother Yuan Jun. The wife of Pangu may not be very powerful, but she still has some face. On that day, the Holy Mother Yuan Jun rarely came out of the mountain and went to the Baiying Palace in person. To the palace, Yu Linglong just called Mu Xian and received a message from the Tai Ching Saint. Linglong, reserve a place for Li Huanyan. Yu Linglong's expression froze, and she immediately replied, Ancestor, Li Huanyan and I have some conflicts. She did not make up excuses, but chose to tell the truth. There was no need to engage in palace intrigue in front of the Tai Ching Saint, because the Tai Ching Saint must be smarter than her. As Li Huanyan expected, Yu Linglong did not forget the face she gave her before ascending. It was clearly her who came first, but Li Huanyan snatched her away and took the position of the young palace master's wife in the Hua Palace. Yu Linglong has never forgotten this. She was just a little reserved at that time. Such a big position of the young palace master's wife in the Hua Palace is gone. This matter is unacceptable. Not only did she not cause trouble to Li Huanyan, but she also had to help Li Huanyan improve. Yu Linglong didn't have such a broad mind. The Tai Ching Saint didn't pay attention to the disputes of the younger generation. After seeing Yu Linglong's reply, he was slightly stunned, but still replied, the Holy Mother Yuan Jun came to the Baiying Palace in person, and face must be given. Yu Linglong clenched her fists. Damn Li Huanyan. The ability to cling to thighs is really strong. The Holy Mother Yuan Jun is the legitimate wife of the great god Pangu, and the three pure ones are the incarnations of Pangu's Yuanshan. So if it really comes down to it, the three pure ones have to call the Holy Mother Yuan Jun Mom. Of course, the three pure ones were not born by the Holy Mother Yuan Jun, but by the Eastern King and the Western Queen Mother. So the three pure ones have never had much contact with the Holy Mother Yuan Jun. But the Holy Mother Yuan Jun personally visited the Great Purity Saint, and it would be unreasonable not to give this face. Yu Linglong knew that it was impossible to do so, so she could only agree reluctantly. Then she decisively set out to find Li Huanyan. Li Huanyan smiled triumphantly. Xiao you seem very angry. Yu Linglong also smiled, but her smile was a little cold. I haven't beaten you for a long time. Today, my hands are itching, so let's have a fight. Li Huanyan took out the creation whip and smiled wildly. I have been prepared for this move of yours, but my magic power is not as good as the magic weapon. Xiao, today I will let you understand what it means to come from behind. Times have changed, and the days when you oppressed me and acted arrogantly are gone forever. Having been beaten by Yu Linglong, Li Huanyan will completely complete the counterattack today and break the demon in her heart against Yu Linglong. Li Huanyan is ambitious. Then I saw Yu Linglong took out the diamond cutter. The smile will not disappear. It will only shift. Li Huanyan was angry. Why do you have the diamond cutter? Although the human-making whip is also a treasure, its greater function is to create people. As for the ability of the diamond cutter, in the hands of the green bull demon, it can make all the gods and Buddhas bow their heads. In Yu Linglong's hands, Li Huanyan felt only despair. Yu Linglong smiled. Why do I have the diamond cutter? It's so new. I am now the acting palace master of the Tushita Palace. Stop talking nonsense. Li Huanyan. Today I will help you recall the past. Yu Linglong. I warn you. Don't slap your face. Use the hardest tone and say the most cowardly words. Humans do not share the same sorrows and joys. Ing Hongya only felt that Yu Linglong and Li Huanyan were quarreling. Of course, she was deeply envious, because she did not even have the qualifications to quarrel. Her current strength was far behind Yu Linglong and Li Huanyan. She and Yu Linglong did not have much friendship, and she still did not know about the quota. Even if she knew, Ing Hongya would not ask for it. The promise that Guanyin Bodhisattva made to her had not been fulfilled yet. Compared with fighting in the world opened up by Yuanshi Tianwang, it was obvious that she was more excited to inherit the foundation of Shantung. But now the Tang Emperor is still in power, and the Tang dynasty has all the races coming to pay tribute and conquer all the worlds. Even Guanyin Bodhisattva has to avoid the current Tang Emperor. Seizing the foundation of Shantung is not something that can be done at the moment. Ing Hongya also wants to improve. However, her absolute cultivation talent is a little worse than Li Huanyan's. Li Huanyan is the kind of talent that just qualifies for ascension, while Ing Hongya is not even qualified to ascend in terms of talent alone. If she hadn't met Ji Changsheng, for Ing Hongya, her life limit would probably be the Queen of Ing Country. But now, the Queen of Ing Country obviously can no longer satisfy her. She knows that she must find another way. She can't rely on Ji Changsheng all the time. Ji Changsheng has not forgotten her, and is also trying to help her improve, and even gave her his golden finger. Ing Hongya is a smart woman. She will not be greedy. She also knows that she has reached the limit of her own talent, and even surpassed it. It is difficult to continue to improve. At least there is no way to take the orthodox path. Then take the crooked path. As long as you can become stronger. It doesn't matter if it's the righteous path or the devil path. It's a good path. After being influenced by Ji Changsheng for a long time, Ing Hongya's concept has already changed. She can get very little help from Ji Changsheng. And as far as she knows, the only way that can help her improve at this stage is the devil path. The true devil path. Ing Hongya looked in the direction of Luoho Xingjuan's mansion. A firm look flashed in her eyes. Then she sent a message to Ji Changsheng. Changsheng, I have a bold idea. I want to go to Luoho. Ji Changsheng? Ing Hongya, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. Changsheng, I also want to become Daluo. Although it's difficult. I want to try from Luoho. Luoho knows your past, so he will definitely be interested in supporting me. Ji Changsheng's confidant, Li Changshi, has completely established herself and holds the Taiyan inheritance. Luoho doesn't have the ability to make any moves, unless Li Changshi plots to be promoted to Daluo. Luoho has no intention of meeting Li Changshi. The inner demon is also afraid of going crazy. After all, the inner demons are all servants of the Changsheng Emperor, and Li Changshi can even be said to be their mistress. Needless to say, Yu Linglong is protected by the Tai Ching Saint and the Xuandu Master. Luoho has no idea at all, and he doesn't want to die that way. Li Huanyan could have been used as a pawn by Luoho, And the Demon Desire Sutra practiced by Li Huanyan is also suitable for the invasion of the inner demon. Unfortunately, Li Huanyan has embraced the thigh of Noah, so Luoho can only give up. In this case, if Luoho wants to make the Changsheng Emperor's harem restless, Ing Hongye is really the best choice. No one else. Luoho will definitely doubt me. It doesn't matter. The ancestor of all demons must be very confident. Even if we use each other, he must be willing to use me. And I have thought about it. As long as I don't massacre innocent civilians, I will really help Luoho. You said before that Luoho has a plan in Lingshan, just to steal the scriptures and kill the Buddha. I don't feel pressure to do this kind of thing. As long as I perform better than the inner demons under his command, he can't help but support me. Not to mention that I still have your bond. It is even more impossible for him to ignore my existence. I will play his cards openly and tell him that I want to be your main wife. Ask him to help me improve my strength. And even ask him to help me assassinate Li Changxi, Yu Linglong, Li Huanyan and others. Luoho will definitely not do such a stupid thing. But I will really put it into practice. Luoho will definitely believe it. Because the dark side of my heart really wants to kill them. And Luoho will notice it. In the Wahuang Palace, Ji Changsheng wiped the cold sweat from his head. He saw that Hongye was speaking the truth. Of course, he is not an innocent boy who is ignorant of the world. So he is not angry about Hongye's sincere words. It is normal for people to have dark emotions. But people have reason and can control their dark emotions. As Ji Changsheng's inner monkey, the dark side of the great sage Ping An is almost rushing to Daluo. In comparison, Ing Hongye's is nothing. And Luoho really won't touch Li Changxi, Yu Linglong, and Li Huanyan. He won't take the initiative to die. It doesn't matter if Ing Hongye takes action. She can't beat him at all. But as long as Ing Hongye takes action, Luoho can't help but believe it. Cha Sheng, I will plan an attack against them, and actually do it. I don't care what they think. Do you care? If you care, I will wait for Guanyin Bodhisattva and give up looking for Luoho's help. Ing Hongye gave the choice to Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng replied directly, go ahead. Luoho can really help you improve your strength. Before you do it, let me know. I'll ask my senior sister to show mercy. Yu Linglong and Li Huanyan will both go to the new world opened up by Yuanshi Tianwang. And Ing Hongye can only do it to Li Changxi. Ji Changsheng is not worried about Li Changxi being in danger, but Ing Hongye being in danger. Ing Hongye smiled back. Then he quietly contacted Luoho Xingjuan. Luoho. He was even more confused than when Ji Changsheng received the message from Ing Hongye. But when he heard Ing Hongye's intention, he laughed out loud, missing. You want to use me to improve your own strength. He is not stupid. Of course he would not be unable to see this clearly. And Ing Hongye did not treat Luoho as a fool. The people around Ji Changsheng are now more and more sincere in exchange for sincerity. Yes, I do want to use the demon ancestor and get his help. But I will do my best to complete the tasks assigned by the demon ancestor. As long as it does not harm innocent people, and does not attack Changsheng himself. Even if you ask me to assassinate Li Changxi, I will do it. Luoho was moved. If you can do this, even if you are an undercover agent, it will be very valuable. After the Heart Demon clan was reorganized into the Heavenly Demon by the Emperor Changsheng, Luoho's subordinates were very short of available talents. He had accepted the Scorpion Spirit before, but compared with the great cause he planned, it was far from enough. Luoho quickly checked the information of Ing Hongye. Then he realized one thing: talent is available. Combined with the relationship between Ing Hongye and Ji Changsheng, Ing Hongye can be of great use. He is now an ally of Tathagata Buddha, so it is not convenient for him to personally plan in Lingshan. Once there is a mistake, the consequences will be irreversible. With Ing Hongye joining, he can hand over all those things to Ing Hongye. In this way, even if the matter is exposed, it will only be traced to Ji Changsheng in the end. And it is reasonable. Who would find it strange that Changsheng Emperor targeted Tathagata Buddha? Luoho instantly felt that Ing Hongye began to be a rare commodity. Missing. Do two things for me to help you improve a small realm. How about it? Please ask the demon ancestor to order. Go to Lingshan to help me kill a monk. And then, assassinate Li Changxi once. The former is to test Ing Hongye's ability, and the latter is to test Ing Hongye's sincerity. As long as both ability and sincerity are tested, Luoho does not mind helping Ing Hongye, which is equivalent to helping himself. Ing Hongye agreed without hesitation. No problem. I will make arrangements right away. Okay. I won't make it difficult for Missing. Missing is the emperor of Ying country. It will damage her reputation to work for me. Besides, Missing should still want to walk freely in the sun, and even compete for the mistress of Shishao Yuqing mansion. So it's best to use a code name when working for me. Luo Ho gave Ying Hongya a code name, Ying Yao. How about it? Ying Hongya nodded slightly. Ying Yao is willing to charge for the demon ancestor. Luo Ho and his generals began to take their positions one by one. In the era of great contention, dragons and snakes rose together, and Ji Chansheng was not the only one dancing alone. Luo Ho wanted to finally define this turbulent era as his own era. He felt that he was on the road to success, and Ji Chansheng felt that Luo Ho was about to be fooled by him. It seems that all the generals under Luo Ho were given by me. What did you say? Mom, I think you are so amazing that you can always reach version T0. Luo Ho has been in a very bad state since he retired from the version. Now, even dealing with him, a latecomer, has to be so cautious. In contrast, Nua, the biological mother, who has always led the version update, once again made Ji Chansheng feel the love of her. Adhere to the principle of governing the country with filial piety for 10,000 years without wavering. Nua smiled and shook her head and said, if we really talk about version T0, it has to be Hong Jun. I am still a little worse than Hong Jun. In addition, after the end of the Lich Age, Tai Ching may have gone a little further than me, but it is enough. If I go faster than Tai Ching, I may be the one facing Hong Jun now. She is not in a hurry. Mom, are the paths taken by the Saint Tai Ching and the Taoist ancestor very similar now? You can see that too? So they must fight. Yuanshir's path is Pangu, and Tai Ching's path is Hong Jun. But now Pangu is dead, so Yuanshir Tianwang has an easier path ahead. And Hong Jun is still alive, so it is even more difficult for Tai Ching to take the last step than Yuanshir. Where is Tontian sect master? Nguyen Yang said in a strange tone. Mithra. What? Ji Chansheng was stunned. This gap is too big. Nguyen Yang complained. When Juanti taught Mithra, he imitated Tontian sect. Don't look at Mithra's smile. He is actually a rebellious person. Ji Chansheng narrowed his eyes. He actually had a good impression of this smiling senior brother. But he did remember that Mithra has always been synonymous with rebellion. For example, the White Lotus sect, the Ming sect, the Mithra sect and other well-known sects all believe in Mithra Buddha. And most of what they do is rebellion. Nguyen Yang also said, Mithra is almost crazy because of the suppression of Tathagata, and coupled with the deliberate cultivation of Junti. Mithra's rebelliousness is much greater than you think. What do you think Mithra's great calamity will be? Kill Tathagata and take charge of Lingshan. That's true. Then what do you think Mithra's saint calamity will be? Nguyen Yang asked. Ji Chongqing's expression became subtle. Kill Junti? It may also be to kill Junti and Jian. Nguyen Yang continued to complain. Zuni personally trained a disciple who could stab him at any time. And the reference object is Tontian. Like Tontian, the closer to doomsday and desperate situation, Mithra will be stronger. I guess Mithra can easily be promoted to Daluo because he killed Tathagata at the last moment of Daluo's hard demon calamity. Having said that, Junti is indeed powerful. Tontian looked down on him. And he also looked down on Tontian, thinking that Tontian was only qualified to be his disciple. And he really let him teach a Daluo disciple. Speaking of this, Nguyen Yang was a little emotional. Why is it so easy for these guys to teach disciples? Yuanshir Tianwang is almost envious. Ji Chansheng felt that his mother was also a little envious. He said frankly, it is still Mithra's own talent and talent that are outstanding. For Daluo Daogua, mud cannot be helped. That's natural. But Junti is worthy of the name of a saint, and is definitely not ashamed to the saint. Nguyen Yang's evaluation of Junti saint is unexpectedly high. Cha Sheng, you should respect the saints a little. The 6 saints are strong and weak. But even the weakest saint has an insurmountable gap with the quasi-saints. Although some quasi-saints can survive under the hands of saints, they are just passively beaten. And Junti didn't use his full strength when killing Mingyi. The 6 saints are the leaders of this era, with the most resources and the highest talents in the heavens and the worlds. Unless they make a fool of themselves, it will be difficult for them to be caught up by the latecomers. Ji Chansheng said sternly, my son has learned from his teachings. But Tontian is still very likely to make a fool of himself. Nua waved her hand. Tom Tian has a good reincarnation skill, and 2 good brothers. This kind of luck is not to be envied. As for Luo Ho, you just mentioned Cha Sheng. He has indeed retired from the version. So don't worry too much. Instead of worrying about Luo Ho, I suggest you pay more attention to Mithriya. If you are planning to go to Lingshan, Mithriya is also your potential opponent. Mithriya? This is the second time that Nua has reminded Ji Chansheng to pay attention to Mithriya Buddha. Although Nua cannot personally take action, the saints have the most information resources. Sometimes, the saints can benefit the people below with a few words of advice. Except for Tontian. In most cases, Tontian's role is to mislead the people below. The miserable situation of the disciples of Jeju is still vivid in my mind. But Noah is not that pitiful. Ji Chansheng realized the value of his cheap senior brother. In fact, he could have realized it before. Just look at the hard work of Bull Demon King to be promoted to Daluo. Like Siddhagarbha Bodhisattva, Mithriya Buddha was promoted to Daluo very smoothly, with basically no help from the outside world. It can be seen that Mithriya Buddha's strength is at least far above Bull Demon King. But Mithriya Buddha was promoted to Daluo not long ago. Ji Chansheng has been focusing on Tathagata, so it is inevitable that he neglected Mithriya. Mom, Mithriya is the first successor to Lingshan, and he is indeed a potential competitor. But if the quasi-saint can go down, he should not be able to beat me. Right? After leaving the Hua Palace, Ji Chansheng planned to protect Jiao Demon King. By then, Mithriya can be killed by the number of quasi-saints. Nua reminded, have Mithriya and Luoho cooperated? Ji Chansheng was startled. He really didn't know this. There is already Buddhism preaching in the Tang dynasty, and the emperor of Tang chose to acquiesce. Ji Changsheng's face became completely solemn. He didn't know this either. Emperor Chansheng has too many things to do every day, and it is impossible for him to do everything. And Luoho and the emperor of Tang will not ask for his opinion when they do things. But Noah is the holy mother of the human race, and Shuntang is the most powerful empire of the human race today. So if a powerful person reaches out to Shuntang to try to get a piece of the pie, it can't be hidden from Nua. Has Mithriya and the emperor of Tang formed an alliance? Ji Chansheng was a little shocked. Nua said calmly, the emperor of Tang wants to expand the foundation of the Tang dynasty to Xinil-Hezhou. But in Xinil-Hezhou, Mithriya is no match for Tathagata. If he wants to catch up, he needs to find another way. Compared to you, Mithriya and the emperor of Tang are more natural allies. Once he forms an alliance with the emperor of Tang, Mithriya and Huiyun Cave may also become allies. Ji Chansheng really felt the threat from his senior brother this time. Cha Sheng, after you ascended, your efficiency was so fast that all the gods and Buddhas in the sky couldn't adapt to it. Even I couldn't adapt to it. Nua sighed, but you have to remember that those who can become Daluo are not easy to deal with. The Bull Demon King, who is considered the weakest Daluo, can already make such a big scene. The following Luoho, Mithriya, Tathagata, Halkyan, they will only be stronger than the Bull Demon King. Cha Sheng, be modest. When you plot against others, you will also become the target of others. Teach me a lesson. Ji Chansheng, who was not proud and impetuous, began to tread on thin ice again. In life and work, we must play to our strengths and avoid our weaknesses. Ji Chansheng thought of his strengths and muttered to himself, it seems that I still have to be faster. In terms of patience and foundation, he is definitely not as good as other Daluo. He can only compete in speed and efficiency.